A City Near Centaurus by Bill Doty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A City Near Centaurus by Bill Doty. The city was sacred, but not to its gods. Michelson was a god, but far from sacred. Crouched in the ancient doorway, like an animal peering out from his burrow, Mr. Michelson saw the native. At first he was startled, thinking it might be someone else from the earth settlement who had discovered the old city before him. Then he saw the glint of sun against the metallic skirt, and relaxed. He chuckled to himself, wondering with amusement what a web-footed man was doing in an old dead city so far from his people. Some facts were known about the people of Alpha Centaurus, too. They were not actually natives, he recalled. They were a colony from the fifth planet of the system. They were a curious people. Some were highly intelligent, though uneducated. He decided to ignore the man for the moment. He was far down the ancient street, a mere speck against the sand. There would be plenty of time to wonder about him. He gazed out from his position at the complex variety of buildings before him. Some were small, obviously homes. Others were huge, with tall, frail spires standing against the pale blue sky. Square buildings, ellipsoid, spheroid. Beautiful, dream-stuffed bridges connected tall, conical towers, bridges that still swung in the wind after 500,000 years. Late afternoon sunlight shone against ebony surfaces. The sands of many centuries had blown down the wide streets and filled the doorways. Desert plants grew from roofs of smaller buildings. Ignoring the native, Mr. Michelson poked about among the ruins happily, exclaiming to himself about some particular artifact, marveling at its state of preservation, holding it this way and that to catch the late afternoon sun, smiling, clucking gleefully. He crawled over the rubble, through old doorways half filled with the accumulation of ages. He dug experimentally in the sand with his hands, like a dog, under a roof that had weathered 500,000 years of rain and sun. Then he crawled out again, covered with dust and cobwebs. The native stood in the street less than 100 feet away, waving his arms madly. "Mr. Earth God," he cried, "it is sacred ground where you are trespassing." The archaeologist smiled, watching the man hurry closer. He was short, even for a native. Long gray hair hung to his shoulders, bobbing up and down as he walked. He wore no shoes. The toes of his webbed feet dragged in the sand, making a deep trail behind him. He was an old man. "You never told us about this old dead city," Michelson said, chidingly. "Shame on you. But never mind. I've found it now. Isn't it beautiful?" "Yes, beautiful. You will leave now?" "Leave?" Michelson asked, acting surprised as if the man were a child. "I just got here a few hours ago." "You must go." "Why? Who are you?" "I am keeper of the city." "You?" Michelson laughed. Then, seeing how serious the native was, said, "What makes you think a dead city needs a keeper?" "The spirits may return." Michelson crawled out of the doorway and stood up. He brushed his trousers. He pointed. "See that wall? Built of some metal, I'd say. Some alloy, impervious to rust and wear." "The spirits are angry." "Notice the inscriptions? Wind has blown sand against them for eons, and rain and sleet. But their story is there, once we decipher it." "Leave." The native's lined, weathered old face was working around the mouth in anger. Michelson was almost sorry he had mocked him. He was deadly serious. "Look," he said, "no spirits are ever coming back here. Don't you know that? And even if they did, spirits care nothing for old cities half covered with sand and dirt." He walked away from the old man, heading for another building. The sun had already gone below the horizon, coloring the high clouds. He glanced backward. The webfoot was following. "Mr. Earth God!" the webfoot cried, so sharply that Michelson stopped. "You must not touch, not walk upon, not handle. Your step may destroy the home of some ancient spirit. Your breath may cause one iota of change, and a spirit may lose his way in the darkness. Go quickly now, or be killed." He turned and walked off, not looking back. Michelson stood in the ancient street, tall, gaunt, feet planted wide, hands in pockets, watching the webfoot until he was out of sight beyond a huge circular building. There was a man to watch. There was one of the intelligent ones. One look into the alert old eyes had told him that. Michelson shook his head, and went about satisfying his curiosity. He entered buildings without thought of roofs falling in, or decayed floors dropping from under his weight. He began to collect small items, making a pile of them in the street. An ancient bowl, metal untouched by the ages. A statue of a man, 1 foot high, correct to the minutest detail, showing how identical they had been to Earthmen. He found books still standing on ancient shelves, but was afraid to touch them without tools. Darkness came swiftly, and he was forced out into the street. He stood there alone, feeling the age of the place. Even the smell of age was in the air. Silver moonlight from the 2 moons filtered through clear air down upon the ruins. The city lay now in darkness, dead and still, waiting for morning so it could lie dead and still in the sun. There was no hurry to be going home, although he was alone, although this was Alpha Centaurus too, with many unknowns, many dangers, although home was a very great distance away. There was no one back there to worry about him. His wife had died many years ago, back on Earth. No children. His friends in the settlement would not look for him for another day at least. Anyway, the tiny cylinder, buried in flesh behind his ear, a thing of mystery and immense power, could take him home instantly, without effort, save for a flicker of thought. "You did not leave as I asked you." Michelson whirled around at the sound of the native's voice. Then he relaxed. He said, "You shouldn't sneak up on a man like that." "You must leave, or I will be forced to kill you. I do not want to kill you, but if I must." He made a clucking sound deep in the throat. "The spirits are angry." "Nonsense! Superstition! But never mind. You have been here longer than I. Tell me, what are those instruments in the rooms? It looks like a clock, but I'm certain it had some other function." "What rooms?" "Oh, come now. The small rooms back there. Looked like they were bedrooms." "I do not know." The webfoot drew closer. Michelson decided he was 60 or 70 years old, at least. "You've been here a long time. You are intelligent, and you must be educated, the way you talk. That gadget looks like a timepiece of some sort. What is it? What does it measure?" "I insist that you go." The webfoot held something in his hand. "No." Michelson looked off down the street, trying to ignore the native, trying to feel the life of the city as it might have been. "You are sensitive," the native said in his ear. "It takes a sensitive god to feel the spirits moving in the houses and walking in these old streets." "Say it any way you want to. This is the most fascinating thing I've ever seen. The Inca's treasure, the ruins of Pompeii, Egyptian tombs, none can hold a candle to this." "Mr. Earth God." Don't call me that. I'm not a god, and you know it." The old man shrugged. "It is not an item worthy of dispute. Those names you mention, are they the names of gods?" He chuckled. "In a way, yes. What is your name?" "Maota. You must help me, Maota. These things must be preserved. We'll build a museum right here in the street. No, over there on the hill just outside the city. We'll collect all the old writings, and perhaps we may decipher them. Think of it, Maota, to read pages written so long ago and think their thoughts. We'll put everything under glass, build and evacuate chambers to stop the decay, catalogue, itemize." Michelson was warming up to his subject, but Maota shook his head like a waving palm frond and stamped his feet. "You will leave now. Can't you see? Look at the decay. These things are priceless. They must be preserved. Future generations will thank us." "Do you mean," the old man asked, aghast, "that you want others to come here? You know the city abhors the sound of alien voices. Those who lived here may return one day. They must not find their city packaged and preserved and laid out on shelves for the curious to breathe their foul breaths upon. You will leave now." "No." Michelson was adamant. "The Rock of Gibraltar." Maota hit him, quickly, passionately, and dropped the weapon beside his body. He turned swiftly, making a swirling mark in the sand with his heel, and walked off toward the hills outside the city. The weapon he had used was an ancient book. Its paper-thin pages rustled in the wind as if an unseen hand turned them, reading, while Michelson's blood trickled out from the head wound upon the ancient street. When he regained consciousness, the two moons, bright sentinel orbs in the night sky, had moved to a new position down their sliding path. Old Mayota's absence took some of the weirdness and fantasy away. It seemed a more practical place now. The gash in his head was painful, throbbing with quick, short hammer blows synchronized with his heartbeats. But there was a new determination in him. If it was a fight that the old web-footed fool wanted, a fight he would get. The cylinder flicked him, at his command, across 500 miles of desert and rocks to a small creek he remembered. Here he bathed his head in cold water until all the caked blood was dissolved from his hair. Feeling better, he went back. The wind had turned cool. Michelson shivered, wishing he had brought a coat. The city was absolutely still except for small gusts of wind sighing through the frail spires. The ancient book still lay in the sand beside the dark spot of blood. He stooped over and picked it up. It was light, much lighter than most earth books. He ran a hand over the binding. Smooth it was, untouched by time or climate. He squinted at the pages, tilting the book to catch the bright moonlight, but the writing was alien. He touched the page, ran his forefinger over the writing. Suddenly he sprang back. The book fell from his hands. "God in heaven!" he exclaimed. He had heard a voice. He looked around at the old buildings, down the length of the ancient street. Something strange about the voice. Not Maota. Not his tones. Not his words. Satisfied that no one was near, he stooped and picked up the book again. "Good God!" he said aloud. It was the book talking. His fingers had touched the writing again. It was not a voice, exactly, but a stirring in his mind, like a strange language heard for the first time. A talking book. What other surprises were in the city? Tall, fragile buildings laughing at time and weather. A clock measuring God knows what. If such wonders remained, what about those already destroyed? One could only guess at the machines, the gadgets, the artistry, already decayed and blown away to mix forever with the sand. I must preserve it, he thought, whether Mayotta likes it or not. They say these people lived 500,000 years ago. A long time. Let's see now. A man lives 100 years on the average, 5,000 lifetimes. And all you do is touch a book, and a voice jumps across all those years. He started off toward the tall building he had examined upon discovery of the city. His left eyelid began to twitch, and he laid his forefinger against the eye, pressing until it stopped. Then he stooped and entered the building. He laid the book down and tried to take the clock off the wall. It was dark in the building and his fingers felt along the wall, looking for it. Then he touched it. His fingers moved over the smooth surface. Then suddenly he jerked his hand back with an exclamation of amazement. Fear ran up his spine. The clock was warm. He felt like running, like flicking back to the settlement where there were people and familiar voices, for here was a thing that should not be. 500,000 years, and here was warmth. He touched it again, curiosity overwhelming his fear. It was warm. No mistake. And there was a faint vibration, a suggestion of power. He stood there in the darkness, staring off into the darkness, trembling. Fear built up in him until it was a monstrous thing, drowning reason. He forgot the power of the cylinder behind his ear. He scrambled through the doorway. He got up and ran down the ancient sandy street until he came to the edge of the city. Here he stopped, gasping for air, feeling the pain throb in his head. Common sense said that he should go home, that nothing worthwhile could be accomplished at night, that he was tired, that he was weak from loss of blood and fright and running. But when Michelson was on the trail of important discoveries, he had no common sense. He sat down in the darkness, meaning to rest a moment. When he awoke, dawn was red against thin clouds in the east. Old Mayotta stood in the street with webbed feet planted far apart in the sand, a weapon in the crook of his arm. It was a long tube affair, familiar to Michelson. Michelson asked, "Did you sleep well?" "No." "I'm sorry to hear that." "How do you feel?" "Fine, but my head aches a little." "Sorry," Mayotta said. "For what?" "For hitting you. Pain is not for gods like you." Michelson relaxed somewhat. "What kind of man are you? First you try to break my skull, then you apologize." "I abhor pain. I should have killed you outright." He thought about that for a moment, eyeing the weapon. It looked in good working order, slim and shiny and innocent. It looked like a glorified African blowgun. But he was not deceived by its appearance. It was a deadly weapon. "Well," he said, "before you kill me, tell me about the book." He held it up for Mayotta to see. "What about the book?" "What kind of book is it?" "What does Mr. Earth God mean? What kind of book?" "You have seen it. It is like any other book, except for the material and the fact that it talks." "No, no. I mean, what's in it?" "Poetry." "Poetry? For God's sake, why poetry? Why not mathematics or history? Why not tell how to make the metal of the book itself? Now there is a subject worthy of a book." Mayotta shook his head. "One does not study a dead culture to learn how they made things, but how they thought. But we are wasting time. I must kill you now, so I can get some rest." The old man raised the gun. "Wait! You forgot that I also have a weapon." He pointed to the spot behind his ear where the cylinder was buried. "I can move faster than you can fire the gun." Mayotta nodded. "I have heard how you travel. It does not matter. I will kill you anyway." "I suggest we negotiate." "No." "Why not?" Mayotta looked off toward the hills. Old eyes filmed from years of sand and wind, leather skin lined and pitted. The hills stood immobile, brown gray, already shimmering with heat, impotent. "Why not?" Michelson repeated. "Why not what?" Mayotta dragged his eyes back. "Negotiate." "No." Mayotta's eyes grew hard as steel. They stood there in the sun, not 20 feet apart, hating each other. The two moons, very pale and far away on the western horizon, stared like two bottomless eyes. "All right, then. At least it's a quick death. I hear that thing just disintegrates a man. Phtt! And that's that." Michelson prepared himself to move if the old man's finger slid closer toward the firing stud. The old man raised the gun. "Wait!" "Now what?" "At least read some of the book to me before I die, then." The gun wavered. "I am not an unreasonable man," the webfoot said. Michelson stepped forward, extending his arm with the book. "No, stay where you are. Throw it." "This book is priceless. You just don't go throwing such valuable items around." "It won't break. Throw it." Michelson threw the book. It landed at Mayotta's feet, spouting sand against his leg. He shifted the weapon, picked up the book and leafed through it, raising his head in a listening attitude, searching for a suitable passage. Michelson heard the thin, metallic pages rustle softly. He could have jumped and seized the weapon at that moment, but his desire to hear the book was strong. Old Mayotta read. Michelson listened. The cadence was different, the syntax confusing, but the thoughts were there. It might have been a professor back on Earth reading to his students. Keats, Shelley, Browning. These people were human, with human thoughts and aspirations. The old man stopped reading. He squatted slowly, keeping Michelson in sight, and laid the book face up in the sand. Wind moved the pages. "See," he said, "the spirits read. They must have been great readers, these people. They drink the book, as if it were an elixir. See how gentle. They lap at the pages like a new kitten tasting milk." Michelson laughed. "You certainly have an imagination." "What difference does it make?" Mayotta cried, suddenly angry. "You want to close up all these things in boxes for a posterity who may have no slightest feeling or appreciation. I want to leave the city as it is, for spirits whose existence I cannot prove." The old man's eyes were furious now, deadly. The gun came down directly in line with the Earthman's chest. The gnarled finger moved. Michelson, using the power of the cylinder behind his ear, jumped behind the old webfoot. To Mayotta it seemed that he had flicked out of existence like a match blown out. The next instant Michelson spun him around and hit him. It was an inexpert fist, belonging to an archaeologist, not a fighter. But Mayotta was an old man. He dropped in the sand, momentarily stunned. Michelson bent over to pick up the gun, and the old man, feeling it slip from his fingers, hung on and was pulled to his feet. They struggled for possession of the gun, silently, gasping, kicking sand. Faces grew red, lips drew back, over Michelson's white teeth, over Mayotta's pink, toothless gums. The dead city's fragile spires threw impersonal shadows down where they fought. Then quite suddenly a finger or hand, neither knew whose finger or hand, touched the firing stud. There was a hollow whooshing sound. Both stopped still, realizing the total destruction they might have caused. "It only hit the ground," Michelson said. A black, charred hole, 2 feet in diameter, and, they could not see how deep, stared at them. Mayotta let go and sprawled in the sand. "The book!" he cried. "The book is gone!" "No, we probably covered it with sand while we fought." Both men began scooping sand in their cupped hands, digging frantically for the book. Saliva dripped from Mayotta's mouth, but he didn't know or care. Finally they stopped, exhausted. They had covered a substantial area around the hole. They had covered the complete area where they had been. "We killed it," the old man moaned. "It was just a book. Not alive, you know." "How do you know?" The old man's pale eyes were filled with tears. "It talked and it sang. In a way it had a soul. Sometimes on long nights I used to imagine it loved me for taking care of it." "There are other books. We'll get another." Mayotta shook his head. "There are no more." "But I've seen them down there in the square building." "Not poetry. Books, yes, but not poetry. That was the only book with songs." "I'm sorry." "You killed it." Mayotta suddenly sprang for the weapon, lying forgotten in the sand. Michelson put his foot on it, and Mayotta was too weak to tear it loose. He could only weep out his rage. When he could talk again, Mayotta said, "I am sorry, Mr. Earth god. I've disgraced myself." "Don't be sorry." Michelson helped him to his feet. "We fight for some reasons, cry for others. A priceless book is a good reason for either." "Not for that. For not winning. I should have killed you last night when I had the chance. The gods give us chances and if we don't take them we lose forever." "I told you before. We are on the same side. Negotiate. Have you never heard of negotiation?" "You are a god," Mayotta said. "One does not negotiate with gods. One either loves them or kills them." "That's another thing. I am not a god. Can't you understand?" "Of course you are." Mayotta looked up, very sure. "Mortals cannot step from star to star like crossing a shallow brook." "No, no, I don't step from one star to another. An invention does that. Just an invention. I carry it with me. It's a tiny thing. No one would ever guess it has such power. So you see, I'm human, just like you. Hit me and I hurt. Cut me and I bleed. I love, I hate. I was born. Some day I'll die. See, I'm human. Just a human with a machine. No more than that." Mayotta laughed, then sobered quickly. "You lie." "No." "If I had this machine, could I travel as you?" "Yes." "Then I'll kill you and take yours." "It would not work for you." "Why?" "Each machine is tailored for each person." The old man hung his head. He looked down into the black, charred hole. He walked all around the hole. He kicked at the sand, looking half-heartedly again for the book. "Look," Michelson said, "I'm sure I've convinced you that I'm human. Why not have a try at negotiating our differences?" He looked up. His expressive eyes, deep, resigned, studied Michelson's face. Finally he shook his head sadly. "When we first met, I hoped we could think the ancient thoughts together, but our paths diverge. We have finished, you and I." He turned and started off. Shoulders slumped dejectedly. Michelson caught up to him. "Are you leaving the city?" "No." "Where are you going?" "Away. Far away." Mayotta looked off toward the hills, eyes distant. "Don't be stupid, old man. How can you go far away and not leave the city?" "There are many directions you would not understand." "East, west, north, south, up, down?" "No, no. There is another direction. Come, if you must see." Michelson followed him far down the street. They came to a section of the city he had not seen before. Buildings were smaller, spires dwarfed against larger structures. Here a path was packed in the sand, leading to a particular building. Michelson said, "This is where you live?" "Yes." Mayotta went inside. Michelson stood in the entrance and looked around. The room was clean, furnished with hand-made chairs and a bed. Who is this old man, he thought, far from his people, living alone, choosing a life of solitude among ancient ruins, but not touching them? Above the bed a clock was fastened to the wall. Michelson remembered his fright, thinking of the warmth where warmth should not be. Mayotta pointed to it. "You asked about this machine," he said. "Now I will tell you." He laid his hand against it. "Here is power to follow another direction." Michelson tested one of the chairs to see if it would hold his weight, then sat down. His curiosity about the instrument was colossal, but he forced a short laugh. "Mayotta, you are complex. Why not stop all this mystery nonsense and tell me about it? You know more about it than I." "Of course." Mayotta smiled a toothless, superior smile. "What do you suppose happened to this race?" "You tell me." "They took the unknown direction. The books speak of it. I don't know how the instrument works, but one thing is certain. The race did not die out, as a species becomes extinct." Michelson was amused, but interested. "Something like a fourth dimension?" "I don't know. I only know that with this instrument there is no death. I have read the books that speak of this race, this wonderful people who conquered all disease, who explored all the mysteries of science, who devised this machine to cheat death. See this button here on the face of the instrument? Press the button and—" "And what?" "I don't know exactly, but I have lived many years. I have walked the streets of this city and wondered and wanted to press the button. Now I will do so." Quickly the old man, still smiling, pressed the button. A high-pitched whine filled the air, just within audio range. Steady for a moment, it then rose in pitch, passing beyond hearing quickly. The old man's knees buckled. He sank down, fell over the bed, lay still. Michelson touched him cautiously, then examined him more carefully. No question about it. The old man was dead. Feeling depressed and alone, Michelson found a desert knoll outside this city, overlooking the tall spires that shone in the sunlight and gleamed in the moonlight. He made a stretcher, rolled the old man's body onto it, and dragged it down the long, ancient street and up the knoll. Here he buried him. But it seemed a waste of time. Somehow he knew beyond any doubt that the old native and his body were completely disassociated, in some sense more complete than death. In the days that followed he gave much thought to the clock. He came to the city every day. He spent long hours in the huge square building with the books. He learned the language by sheer bulldog determination. Then he searched the books for information about the instrument. Finally, after many weeks, long after the winds had obliterated all evidence of Mayotta's grave on the knoll, Michelson made a decision. He had to know if the machine would work for him. And so one afternoon, when the ancient spires threw long shadows over the sand, he walked down the long street and entered the old man's house. He stood before the instrument, trembling, afraid, but determined. He pinched his eyes shut tight like a child and pressed the button. The high-pitched whine started. Complete, utter silence. Void, darkness, awareness and memory, yes. Nothing else. Then Mayotta's chuckle came. No sound, an impression only, like the voice from the ancient book. Where was he? There was no left or right, up or down. Mayotta was everywhere, nowhere. "Look." Mayotta's thought was directed at him in this place of no direction. "Think of the city and you will see it." Michelson did, and he saw the city beyond, as if he were looking through a window. And yet he was in the city, looking at his own body. Mayotta's chuckle again. "The city will remain as it is. You did not win after all." "Neither did you." "But this existence has compensations," Mayotta said. "You can be anywhere, see anywhere on this planet, even on your Earth." Michelson felt a great sadness, seeing his body lying across the old home-made bed. He looked closer. He sensed a vibration or life force, he didn't stop to define it, in his body. Why was his dead body different from old Mayotta's? Could it be that there was some thread stretching from the reality of his body to his present state? No one can go back. "I don't like your thoughts," Mayotta said. "No one can go back. I tried. I have discussed it with many who are not presently in communication with you. No one can go back." Michelson decided he'd try. "No, no." Mayotta's thought was prickled with fear and anger. Michelson did not know how to try, but he remembered the cylinder and gathered all the force of his mind, in spite of Mayotta's protests, and gave his most violent command. At first he thought it didn't work. He got up and looked around. Then it struck him. He was standing up. The cylinder. He knew it was the cylinder. That was the difference between himself and Mayotta. When he used the cylinder, that was where he went, the place where Mayotta was now. It was a door of some kind, leading to a path of some kind where distance was non-existent. But the clock was a mechanism to transport only the mind to that place. To be certain of it, he pressed the button again, with the same result as before. He saw his own body fall down. He felt Mayotta's presence. "You devil!" Mayotta's thought scream was a sword of hate and anger, irrational, suddenly, like a person who knows his loss is irrevocable. "I said you were a god! I said you were a god! I said you were a god!" End of A City Near Centaurus by Bill Doig. Man of Distinction by Michael Shaara. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Man of Distinction by Michael Shaara. Being unique is a matter of pride, but being a complete mathematical impossibility? The remarkable distinction of Thacher Blitt did not come to the attention of a bemused world until late in the year 2180. Although Thacher Blitt was, by the standards of his time, an extremely successful man financially, this was not considered real distinction. Unfortunately for Blitt, it never has been. The history books do not record the names of the most successful merchants of the past, unless they happen by chance to have been connected with famous men of the time. Thus Croesus is remembered largely for his contributions to famous Romans and successful armies, and Haym Salomon, a similarly wealthy man, would have been long forgotten had he not also been a financial mainstay of the American Revolution, and consorted with famous if impoverished statesmen. So, if Thacher Blitt was distinct among men, the distinction was not immediately apparent. He was a small, gaunt, fragile man who had kind face and bearing that are perfect for movie crowd scenes, absolutely forgettable. Yet Thacher Blitt was one of the most foremost businessmen of his time, for he was president and founder of that noble institution, Genealogy Incorporated. Thacher Blitt was not yet 25 when he made the discovery which was to make him among the richest men of his time. His discovery was, like all great ones, obvious, yet profound. He observed that every person had a father. Carrying on with this thought, it followed inevitably that every father had a father, and so on. In fact, thought Blitt, when you considered the matter rightly, everyone alive was the direct descendant of untold numbers of fathers, down through the ages, all descending, one after another, father to son, and so backward, unquestionably, into the unrecognizable and perhaps simian fathers of the past. This thought, on the face of it, not particularly profound, struck young Blitt like a blow. He saw that since each man had a father, and so on, and so on, it ought to be possible to construct the genealogy of every person now alive. In short, it should be possible to trace your family back, father by father, to the beginning of time. And of course it was, for that was the era of the time scanner. And with a time scanner it would be possible to document your family tree with perfect accuracy. You could find out exactly from whom you had sprung. And so Thacher Blitt made his fortune. He saw clearly at the beginning what most of us see only now, and he patented it. He was aware not only of the deep-rooted sense of snobbishness that exists in many people, but also of the simple yet profound force of curiosity. Who exactly, one says to oneself, was my 40 times great-great-grandfather? A Roman legionary? A Viking? A pyramid builder? One of Xenophon's 10,000? Or was he, perhaps, for it is always possible, Alexander the Great? Thacher Blitt had a product to sell, and sell he did, for other reasons that he alone had noted at the beginning. The races of mankind have twisted and turned with incredible complexity over the years. The numbers of people have been enormous. With 30,000 years in which to work, it was impossible that there was not, somewhere along the line, a famous ancestor for everybody. A minor king would often suffice, or even a general in some forgotten army. And if these direct ancestors were not enough, it was fairly simple to establish close blood kinship with famous men. The blood lines of man, you see, begin with a very few people. In all of ancient Greece, in the time of Pericles, there were only a few thousand families. Seeing all this, Thacher Blitt became a busy man. It was necessary not only to patent his idea, but to produce the enormous capital needed to found a large organization. The cost of the time scanner was at first prohibitive, but gradually that obstacle was overcome, only for Thacher to find that the government for many years prevented him from using it. Yet Blitt was indomitable, and eventually, after years of heart-rending waiting, Genealogy, Inc. began operations. It was a tremendous success. Within months the very name of the company and its taut slogan, "An ancestor for everybody," became household words. There was but one immediate drawback. It soon became apparent, without going back very far into the past, it was sometimes impossible to tell who was really the next father in line. The mothers were certain, but the fathers were something else again. This was a ponderable point. But Blitt refused to be discouraged. He set various electronic engineers to work on the impasse, and a solution was found. An ingenious device which tested blood electronically through the scanner, based on the different sine waves of the blood groups, saved the day. That invention was the last push Genealogy, Inc. was ever to need. It rolled on to become one of the richest and, for a long time, most exclusive corporations in the world. Yet it was still many years before Thacher Blitt himself had time to rest. There were patent infringements to be fought, new developments in the labs to be watched, new ways to be found to make the long and arduous task of father tracing easier and more economical. Hence he was well past 60 when he at last had time to begin considering himself. He had become by this time a moderately offensive man. Surrounded as he had been all these years by pomp and luxury, by impressive names and extraordinary family trees, he had succumbed at last. He became unbearably name-conscious. He began by regrouping his friends according to their ancestries. His infrequent parties were characterized by his almost parliamentarian system of seating. No doubt all this had been in Thacher Blitt to begin with. It may well be, in perhaps varying quantities, in all of us. But it grew with him, prospered with him. Yet in all those years he never once inspected his own forebears. You may well ask, was he afraid? One answers, one does not know. But at any rate, the fact remains that Thacher Blitt, at the age of 67, was one of the few rich men in the world who did not know who exactly their ancestors had been. And so, at last, we come to the day when Thacher Blitt was sitting alone in his office, one languid hand draped vacantly over his brow, listening with deep satisfaction to the hum and click of the enormous operations which were going on in the building around him. What moved him that day remains uncertain. Perhaps it was that, from where he was sitting, he could see row upon row of action pictures of famous men which had been taken from his time scanners. Or perhaps it was simply that this profound question had been growing at him, had been gnawing at him all these years, deeper and deeper, and on this day broke out into the light. But whatever the reason, at 11:02 that morning he leapt vitally from his chair. He summoned Cathcart, his chief assistant, and gave him the immortal command. "Cathcart," he grated, stung to the core of his being, "who am I?" Cathcart rushed off to find out. There followed some of the most taut and fateful days in the brilliant history of Genealogy, Inc. Father tracing is, of course, a painstaking business, but it was not long before word had begun to filter out to interested people. The first interesting discovery made was a man called Blot, in 18th century England. No explanation was ever given for the name's alteration from Blot to Blit. Certain snide individuals took this to mean that the name had been changed as a means to avoid prosecution, or some such, and immediately began making light remarks about the blots on old Blit's escutcheon. This Blot had the distinction of having been a wine seller of considerable funds. This reputedly did not sit well with Thacher Blit. Merchants, he snapped, however successful, are not worthy of note. He wanted empire builders. He wanted, at the very least, a name he had heard about, a name that appeared in the histories. His workers furiously scanned, backed into the past. Months went by before the next name appeared. In 9th century England there was a wandering minstrel named John, last name unprintable, who achieved considerable notoriety as a ballad singer before dying an unnatural death in the boudoir of a lady of high fashion. Although the details of this man's life were of extreme interest, they did not impress the old man. He was, on the contrary, rather shaken. A minstrel, and a rogue to boot. There were shake-ups in Genealogy, Inc. Cathcart was replaced by a man named Jukes, a highly competent man despite his interesting family name. Jukes forged ahead full steam past the birth of Christ, no relation. But he was well into ancient Egypt before the search began to take on the nature of a crisis. Up until then there was simply nobody, or to be more precise, nobody but nobodies. It was incredible. All the laws of chance were against it, but there was, actually, not a single ancestor of note. And no way of faking one, for Thacher Blit couldn't be fooled by his own methods. What there was simply an unending line of peasants, serfs, an occasional foot soldier or leather worker. Past John, the ballad singer, there was no one at all worth reporting to the old man. This situation would not continue, of course. There were so few families for men to spring from. The entire Gallic nation, for example, a great section of present-day France, sprang from the family of one lone man in the north of France in the days before Christ. Every native Frenchman, therefore, was at least the son of a king. It was impossible for Thacher Blit to be less. So the hunt went on from day to day, past ancient Greece, past Jarmo, past the wheel and metals and farming, and on even past all civilization, outward and backward into the cold primordial wastes of northern Germany. And still there was nothing. Though Jukes lived in daily fear of losing his job, there was nothing to do but press on. In Germany he reduced Blit's ancestor to a slovenly little man who was one of only 3 men in the entire tribe, or family, one of 3 in an area which now contains millions. But Blit's ancestor, true to form, was simply a member of the tribe, as was his father before him. Yet onward it went, westward back into the French caves, southward into Spain, and across the unrecognizable Mediterranean into a verdant North Africa, backward in time, past even the Cro-Magnons, and yet ever backward, 30,000 years, 35,000, with old Blit reduced now practically to gibbering, and still never an exceptional forebear. There came a time when Jukes had at last, inevitably, to face the old man. He had scanned back as far as he could. The latest ancestor he had unearthed for Blit was a hairy creature who did not walk erect. And yet, even here, Blit refused to concede. "It may be," he howled, "it must be that my ancestor was the first man to walk erect, or light a fire, to do something." It was not until Jukes pointed out that all those things had been already examined and found hopeless, that Blit finally gave in. Blit was a relative, of course, of the first man to stand erect, the man with the first human brain. But so was everybody else on the face of the earth. There was truly nowhere else to explore. What would be found now would be only the common history of mankind. Blit retired to his chambers and refused to be seen. The story went the rounds, as such stories will, and it was then, at last, after 40,000 years of insignificance, that the name of Blit found everlasting distinction. The story was picked up, fully documented, by psychologists and geneticists of the time, and inserted into textbooks as a profound commentary on the forces of heredity. The name of Thacher Blit, in particular, has become famous, has persisted until this day. For he is the only man yet discovered, or ever likely to be discovered, with this particular distinction. In 40,000 years of scanner recorded history, the blood line of Blit, or Blot, never once produced an exceptional man. That record is unsurpassed. End of Man of Distinction by Michael Shara. The Other Now by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perord. The Other Now by Murray Leinster. He knew his wife was dead, because he'd seen her buried, but it was only one possibility out of infinitely many. It was self-evident nonsense. If Jimmy Patterson had told anybody but Haines, calm men in white jackets would have taken him away for psychiatric treatment, which undoubtedly would have been effective. He'd have been restored to sanity and common sense, and he'd probably have died of it. So to anyone who liked Jimmy and Jane, it is good that things worked out as they did. The facts are patently impossible, but they are satisfying. Haines, though, would like very much to know exactly why it happened in the case of Jimmy and Jane, and nobody else. There must have been some specific reason, but there's absolutely no clue to it. It began about 3 months after Jane was killed in that freak accident. Jimmy had taken her death hard. This night seemed no different from any other. He came home just as usual, and his throat tightened a little. Just as usual, as he went up to the door. It was still intolerable to know that Jane wouldn't be waiting for him. The hurt in his throat was a familiar sensation which he was doggedly hoping would go away. But it was extra strong tonight, and he wondered rather desperately if he'd sleep, or, if he did, whether he would dream. Sometimes he had dreams of Jane and was happy until he woke up, and then he wanted to cut his throat. But he wasn't at that point tonight, not yet. As he explained it to Haines later, he simply put his key in the door and opened it, and started to walk in. But he kicked the door instead, so he absently put his key in the door and opened it, and started to walk in. Yes, that is what happened. He was halfway through before he realized. He stared blankly. The door looked perfectly normal. He closed it behind him, feeling queer. He tried to reason out what had happened. Then he felt a slight draught, The door wasn't shut. It was wide open. He had to close it again. That was all that happened to mark this night off from any other, and there is no explanation why it began, rather, this night instead of another. Jimmy went to bed with a taut feeling. He'd had the conviction that he opened the door twice. The same door. Then he had the conviction that he had had to close it twice. He'd heard of that feeling. Queer, but no doubt commonplace. He slept blessedly, without dreams. He woke next morning and found his muscles tense. That was an acquired habit. Before he opened his eyes, every morning, he reminded himself that Jane wasn't beside him. It was necessary. If he forgot and turned contentedly to emptiness, the ache of being alive when Jane wasn't was unbearable. This morning he lay with his eyes closed to remind himself, and instead found himself thinking about that business of the door. He'd kicked the door between the two openings, so it wasn't only an illusion of repetition. He was puzzling over that repetition after closing the door, when he found he had to close it again. That proved to him it wasn't a standard mental vagary. It looked like a delusion, but his memory insisted that it had happened that way, whether it was possible or not. Frowning, he went out and got his breakfast at a restaurant and rode to work. Work was blessed, because he had to think about it. The main trouble was that sometimes something turned up which Jane would have been amused to hear, and he had to remind himself that there was no use making a mental note to tell her Jane was dead. Today he thought a good deal about the door, but when he went home he knew that he was going to have a black night. He wouldn't sleep, and oblivion would seem infinitely tempting, because the ache of being alive when Jane wasn't was horribly tedious, and he could not imagine an end to it. Tonight would be a very bad one indeed. He opened the door and started in. He went crashing into the door. He stood still for an instant, and then fumbled for the lock. But the door was open. He'd opened it. There hadn't been anything for him to run into. Yet his forehead hurt where he bumped into the door, which wasn't closed at all. There was nothing he could do about it, though. He went in. He hung up his coat. He sat down wearily. He filled his pipe and grimly faced a night that was going to be one of the worst. He struck a match and lighted his pipe, and put the match in an ash tray. And he glanced in the tray. There were the stubs of cigarettes in it, Jane's brand, freshly smoked. He touched them with his fingers. They were real. Then a furious anger filled him. Maybe the cleaning woman had had the intolerable insolence to smoke Jane's cigarettes. He got up and stormed through the house, raging as he searched for signs of further impertinence. He found none. He came back, seething, to his chair. The ash tray was empty, and there'd been nobody around to empty it. It was logical to question his own sanity, and the question gave him a sort of grim cheer. The matter of the recurrent oddities could be used to fight the abysmal depression ahead. He tried to reason them out, and always they added up to delusions only. But he kept his mind resolutely on the problem. Work, during the day, was a godsend. Sometimes he was able to thrust aside for whole half hours the fact that Jane was dead. Now he grappled relievedly with the question of his sanity or lunacy. He went to the desk where Jane had kept her household accounts. He'd set the whole thing down on paper and examine it methodically, checking this item against that. Jane's diary lay on the desk blotter, with a pencil between two of its pages. He picked it up with a tug of dread. Some day he might read it. An absurd chronicle Jane had never offered him. But not now. Not now. That was when he realized that it shouldn't be here. His hands jumped, and it fell open. He saw Jane's angular writing, and it hurt. He closed it quickly, aching all over. But the printed date at the top of the page registered on his brain even as he snapped the cover shut. He sat still for minutes, every muscle taut. It was a long time before he opened the book again. And by that time he had a perfectly reasonable explanation. It must be that Jane hadn't restricted herself to assigned spaces. When she had something extra to write, she wrote it on past the page allotted for a given date. Of course. Jimmy fumbled back to the last written page, where the pencil had been, with a tense matter-of-factness. It was, as he'd noticed, today's date. The page was filled. The writing was fresh. It was Jane's handwriting. "Went to the cemetery," said the sprawling letters. "It was very bad. 3 months since the accident and it doesn't get any easier. I'm developing a personal enmity to chance. It doesn't seem like an abstraction any more. It was chance that killed Jimmy. It could have been me instead, or neither of us. I wish—" Jimmy went quietly mad for a moment or two. When he came to himself he was staring at an empty desk blotter. There wasn't any book before him. There wasn't any pencil between his fingers. He remembered picking up the pencil and writing desperately under Jane's entry. "Jane," he'd written, and he could remember the look of his scrawled script under Jane's. "Where are you? I'm not dead. I thought you were. In God's name, where are you?" But certainly nothing of the sort could have happened. It was delusion. That night was particularly bad, but curiously not as bad as some other nights had been. Jimmy had a normal man's horror of insanity, yet this wasn't, so to speak, normal insanity. A lunatic has always an explanation for his delusions. Jimmy had none. He noted the fact. Next morning he bought a small camera with a flashbulb attachment, and carefully memorized the directions for its use. This was the thing that would tell the story. And that night, when he got home, as usual after dark, he had the camera ready. He unlocked the door and opened it. He put his hand out tentatively. The door was still closed. He stepped back and quickly snapped the camera. There was a sharp flash of the bulb. The glare blinded him. But when he put out his hand again, the door was open. He stepped into the living room without having to unlock and open it a second time. He looked at the desk as he turned the film and put in a new flash bulb. It was as empty as he'd left it in the morning. He hung up his coat and settled down tensely with his pipe. Presently he knocked out the ashes. There were cigarette butts in the tray. He quivered a little. He smoked again, carefully not looking at the desk. It was not until he knocked out the second pipeful of ashes that he let himself look where Jane's diary had been. It was there again. The book was open. There was a ruler laid across it to keep it open. Jimmy wasn't frightened, and he wasn't hopeful. There was absolutely no reason why this should happen to him. He was simply desperate and grim when he went across the room. He saw yesterday's entry and his own hysterical message, and there was more writing beyond that. In Jane's hand. "Darling, maybe I'm going crazy, but I think you wrote me as if you were alive. Maybe I'm crazy to answer you, but please, darling, if you are alive somewhere, and somehow—" There was a tear blot here. The rest was frightened and tender and as desperate as Jimmy's own sensations. He wrote, with trembling fingers, before he put the camera into position and pressed the shutter control for the second time. When his eyes recovered from the flash, there was nothing on the desk. He did not sleep at all that night, nor did he work the next day. He went to a photographer with the film and paid an extravagant fee to have the film developed and enlarged at once. He got back 2 prints, quite distinct, even very clear, considering everything. One looked like a trick shot, showing a door twice, once open and once closed, in the same photograph. The other was a picture of an open book, and he could read every word on its pages. It was inconceivable that such a picture should have come out. He walked around practically at random for a couple of hours, looking at the pictures from time to time. Pictures or no pictures, the thing was nonsense. The facts were preposterous. It must be that he only imagined seeing these prints, but there was a quick way to find out. He went to Haines. Haines was his friend and reluctantly a lawyer. Reluctantly because law practice interfered with a large number of unlikely hobbies. "Haines," said Jimmy quietly, "I want you to look at a couple of pictures and see if you see what I do. I may have gone out of my head." He passed over the picture of the door. It looked to Jimmy like two doors, nearly at right angles, in the same door frame and hung from the same hinges. Haines looked at it and said tolerantly: "Didn't know you went in for trick photography." He picked up a reading glass and examined it in detail. "A futile but highly competent job. You covered half the film and exposed with the door closed, and then exposed for the other half of the film with the door open. A neat job of matching, though. You've a good tripod." "I held the camera in my hand," said Jimmy, with restraint. "You couldn't do it that way, Jimmy," objected Haines. "Don't try to kid me." "I'm trying not to fool myself," said Jimmy. He was very pale. He handed over the other enlargement. "What do you see in this?" Haines looked. Then he jumped. He read through what was so plainly photographed on the pages of a diary that hadn't been before the camera. Then he looked at Jimmy in palpable uneasiness. "Got any explanation?" asked Jimmy. He swallowed. "I haven't any." He told what had happened to date, baldly and without any attempt to make it reasonable. Haines gaped at him. But before long the lawyer's eyes grew shrewd and compassionate. As noted hitherto, he had a number of unlikely hobbies, among which was a loud insistence on a belief in a fourth dimension and other esoteric ideas, because it was good fun to talk authoritatively about them. But he had common sense, had Haines, and a good and varied law practice. Presently he said gently: "If you want it straight, Jimmy, I had a client once. She accused a chap of beating her up. It was very pathetic. She was absolutely sincere. She really believed it. But her own family admitted that she'd made the marks on herself. And the doctors agreed that she'd unconsciously blotted it out of her mind afterward." "You suggest," said Jimmy composedly, "that I might have forged all that to comfort myself with, as soon as I could forget the forging? I don't think that's the case, Haines. What possibilities does that leave?" Haines hesitated a long time. He looked at the pictures again, scrutinizing especially the one that looked like a trick shot. "This is an amazingly good job of matching," he said wryly. "I can't pick the place where the two exposures join. Some people might manage to swallow this, and the theoretic explanation is a lot better. The only trouble is that it couldn't happen." Jimmy waited. Haines went on awkwardly: "The accident in which Jane was killed. You were in your car. You came up behind a truck carrying structural steel. There was a long, slim girder sticking way out behind with a red rag on it. The truck had air brakes. The driver jammed them on just after he'd passed over a bit of wet pavement. The truck stopped. Your car slid. Even the brakes locked. It's nonsense, Jimmy." "I'd rather you continued," said Jimmy, white. "You ran into the truck, your car swinging a little as it slid. The girder came through the windshield. It could have hit you. It could have missed both of you. By pure chance, it happened to hit Jane." "And killed her," said Jimmy very quietly. "Yes, but it might have been me. That diary entry is written as if it had been me. Did you notice?" There was a long pause in Haines' office. The world outside the windows was highly prosaic and commonplace and normal. Haines wriggled in his chair. "I think," he said unhappily, "you did the same as my girl client. Forged that writing and then forgot it. Have you seen a doctor yet?" "I will," said Jimmy. "Systematize my lunacy for me first, Haines, if it can be done." "It's not accepted science," said Haines. "In fact, it's considered eyewash. But there have been speculations." He grimaced. "First point is that it was pure chance that Jane was hit. It was just as likely to be you instead, or neither of you. If it had been you " "Jane," said Jimmy, "would be living in our house alone, and she might very well have written that entry in the diary." "Yes," agreed Haines, uncomfortably. "I shouldn't suggest this, but there are a lot of possible futures. We don't know which one will come about for us. Nobody except fatalists can argue with that statement. When today was in the future, there were a lot of possible todays. The present moment, now, is only one of any number of nows that might have been. So it's been suggested, mind you, this isn't accepted science, but pure charlatanry. It's been suggested that there may be more than one actual now. Before the girder actually hit, there were three nows in the possible future. One in which neither of you was hit, one in which you were hit, and one " He paused, embarrassed. "So some people would say, how do we know that the one in which Jane was hit is the only now? They'd say that the others could have happened, and that maybe they did." Jimmy nodded. "If that were true," he said detachedly, "Jane would be in a present moment, a now, where it was me who was killed, as I'm in a now where she was killed. Is that it?" Haines shrugged. Jimmy thought, and said gravely, "Thanks. Queer, isn't it?" He picked up the two pictures and went out. Haines was the only one who knew about the affair, and he worried. But it is not easy to denounce someone as insane, when there is no evidence that he is apt to be dangerous. He did go to the trouble to find out that Jimmy acted in a reasonably normal manner, working industriously and talking quite sanely in the daytime. Only Haines suspected that of nights he went home and experienced the impossible. Sometimes Haines suspected that the impossible might be the fact, that that had been an amazingly good bit of trick photography, but it was too preposterous. Also, there was no reason for such a thing to happen to Jimmy. For a week after Haines' pseudo-scientific explanation, however, Jimmy was almost light-hearted. He no longer had to remind himself that Jane was dead. He had evidence that she wasn't. She wrote to him in the diary which he found on her desk, and he read her messages and wrote in return. For a full week the sheer joy of simply being able to communicate with each other was enough. The second week was not so good. To know that Jane was alive was good, but to be separated from her without hope was not. There was no meaning in a cosmos in which one could only write love letters to one's wife or husband in another now which only might have been. But for a while both Jimmy and Jane tried to hide this new hopelessness from each other. Jimmy explained this carefully to Haines before it was all over. Their letters were tender and very natural, and presently there was even time for gossip and actual bits of choice scandal. Haines met Jimmy on the street one day, after about 2 weeks. Jimmy looked better, but he was drawn very fine. Though he greeted Haines without constraint, Haines felt awkward. After a little he said, Jimmy, that matter we were talking about the other day, those photographs " "Yes, you were right," said Jimmy casually. "Jane agrees. There is more than one now. In the now I'm in, Jane was killed. In the now she's in, I was killed." Haines fidgeted. "Would you let me see that picture of the door again?" he asked. "A trick film like that simply can't be perfect. I'd like to enlarge that picture a little more. May I?" "You can have the film," said Jimmy. "I don't need it any more." Haines hesitated. Jimmy, quite matter-of-factly, told him most of what had happened to date. But he had no idea what had started it. Haines almost wrung his hands. "The thing can't be," he said desperately. "You have to be crazy, Jimmy." But he would not have said that to a man whose sanity he really suspected. Jimmy nodded. "Jane told me something, by the way. Did you have a near accident night before last? Somebody almost ran into you out on the Sawmill Road?" Haines started and went pale.
I went around a curve and a car plunged out of nowhere on the wrong side of the road. We both swung hard. He smashed my fender and almost went off the road himself. But he went racing off without stopping to see if I'd gone in the ditch and killed myself. If I'd been 5 feet nearer the curve when he came out of it—" "Where Jane is," said Jimmy. "You were. Just about 5 feet nearer the curve. It was a bad smash. Tony Shields was in the other car. It killed him. Where Jane is." Haines licked his lips. It was absurd. But he said, "How about me?" "Where Jane is," Jimmy told him, "you're in the hospital." Haines swore in unreasonable irritation. There wasn't any way for Jimmy to know about that near accident. He hadn't mentioned it, because he'd no idea who'd been in the other car. "I don't believe it." But he said pleadingly, "Jimmy, it isn't so, is it? How in hell could you account for it?" Jimmy shrugged. "Jane and I were rather fond of each other." The understatement was so patent that he smiled faintly. "Chance separated us. The feeling we have for each other draws us together. There is a saying about two people becoming one flesh. If such a thing could happen, it would be Jane and me. After all, maybe only a tiny pebble or a single extra drop of water made my car swerve enough to get her killed. Where I am, that is. That's a very little thing. So with such a trifle separating us and so much pulling us together, why, sometimes the barrier wears thin. She leaves a door closed in the house where she is. I open that same door where I am. Sometimes I have to open the door she left closed too. That's all." Haines didn't say a word, but the question he wouldn't ask was so self-evident that Jimmy answered it. "We're hoping," he said. "It's pretty bad being separated, but the phenomena keep up. So we hope. Her diary is sometimes in the now where she is, and sometimes in this now of mine. Cigarette butts, too. Maybe." That was the only time he showed any sign of emotion. He spoke as if his mouth were dry. "If ever I'm in her now, or she's in mine, even for an instant, all the devils in hell couldn't separate us again. We hope." Which was insanity. In fact, it was the third week of insanity. He told Haines quite calmly that Jane's diary was on her desk every night, and there was a letter to him in it, and he wrote one to her. He said quite calmly that the barrier between them seemed to be growing thinner. That, at least once, when he went to bed, he was sure that there was one more cigarette stub in the ash tray than had been there earlier in the evening. They were very near indeed. They were separated only by the difference between what was and what might have been. In one sense the difference was a pebble or a drop of water. In another the difference was that between life and death. But they hoped. They convinced themselves that the barrier grew thinner. Once it seemed to Jimmy that they touched hands, but he was not sure. He was still sane enough not to be sure. And he told all this to Haines in a matter-of-fact fashion, and speculated mildly on what had started it all. Then, one night, Haines called Jimmy on the telephone. Jimmy answered. He sounded impatient. "Jimmy," said Haines. He was almost hysterical. "I think I'm insane. You know you said Tony Shields was in the car that hit me?" "Yes," said Jimmy politely. "What's the matter?" "It's been driving me crazy," wailed Haines feverishly. "You said he was killed there, but I hadn't told a soul about the incident. So just now I broke down and phoned him. And it was Tony Shields. That near crash scared him to death, and I gave him hell, and he's paying for my fender. I didn't tell him he was killed." Jimmy didn't answer. It didn't seem to matter to him. "I'm coming over," said Haines feverishly. "I've got to talk." "No," said Jimmy. "Jane and I are pretty close to each other. We've touched each other again. We're hoping. The barrier's wearing through." We hope it's going to break." "But it can't," protested Haines, shocked at the idea of improbabilities in the preposterous. "It can't. What'd happen if you turned up where she is, or if she turned up here?" "I don't know," said Jimmy. "But we'd be together. You're crazy. You mustn't." "Good bye," said Jimmy politely. "I'm hoping, Haines. Something has to happen. It has to." His voice stopped. There was a noise in the room behind him. Haines heard it. Only two words, and those faintly and over a telephone, but he swore to himself that it was Jane's voice, throbbing with happiness. The two words Haines thought he heard were, "Jimmy, darling." Then the telephone crashed to the floor, and Haines heard no more. Even though he called back frantically again, Jimmy didn't answer. Haines sat up all that night, practically gibbering, and he tried to call Jimmy again next morning, and then he tried his office, and at last went to the police. He explained to them that Jimmy had been in a highly nervous state since the death of his wife. So finally the police broke into the house. They had to break in because every door and window was carefully fastened from the inside, as if Jimmy had been very careful to make sure nobody could interrupt what he and Jane hoped would occur. But Jimmy wasn't in the house. There was no trace of him. It was exactly as if he had vanished into the air. Ultimately the police dragged pawns and such things for his body. But they never found any clues. Nobody ever saw Jimmy again. It was recorded that Jimmy simply left town, and everybody accepted that obvious explanation. The thing that really bothered Haines was the fact that Jimmy had told him who'd almost crashed into him on the Saw Mill Road, and it was true. That was, to understate, hard to take. And there was the double exposure picture of Jimmy's front door, which was much more convincing than any other trick picture Haines had ever seen. But on the other hand, if it did happen, why did it happen only to Jimmy and Jane? What set it off? What started it? Why, in effect, did those oddities start at that particular time, to those particular people, in that particular fashion? In fact, did anything happen at all? Now, after Jimmy's disappearance, Haines wished he could talk with him once more, talk sensibly, quietly, without fear and hysteria and this naggingly demanding wonderment. For he had sketched to Jimmy, and Jimmy had accepted, hadn't he, the possibility of the other now. But with that acceptance came still others. In one, Jane was dead. In one, Jimmy was dead. It was between these two that the barrier had grown so thin. If he could talk to Jimmy about it! There was also a now in which both had died, and another in which neither had died. And if it was togetherness that each wanted so desperately, which was it? These were things that Haines would have liked very much to know, but he kept his mouth shut, or calm men in white coats would have come and taken him away for treatment, as they would have taken Jimmy. The only thing really sure was that it was all impossible. But to someone who liked Jimmy and Jane, and doubtless to Jimmy and to Jane themselves, no matter which barrier had been broken, it was a rather satisfying impossibility. Haynes's car had been repaired. He could easily have driven out to the cemetery. For some reason, he never did. End of The Other Now by Murray Leinster.
Part 1 of The Eyes Have It by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Nelson. The Eyes Have It. Part 1. Sir Pierre Morlaix, Chevalier of the Angevin Empire, Knight of the Golden Leopard, and Secretary in Private to my Lord the Count Devereux, pushed back the lace at his cuff for a glance at his wrist watch. 3 minutes of 7. The Angelus had rung at 6, as always, and my Lord Devereux had been awakened by it, as always. At least, Sir Pierre could not remember any time in the past 17 years when my lord had not awakened at the Angelus. Once, he recalled, the sacristan had failed to ring the bell, and the Count had been furious for a week. Only the intercession of Father Bright, backed by the bishop himself, had saved the sacristan from doing a turn in the dungeons of Castle Devereux. Sir Pierre stepped out into the corridor, walked along the carpeted flagstones, and cast a practised eye around him as he walked. These old castles were difficult to keep clean, and my lord the Count was fussy about nitre collecting in the seams between the stones of the walls. All appeared quite in order, which was a good thing. My lord the Count had been making a night of it last evening, and that always made him the more peevish in the morning. Though he always woke at the Angelus, he did not always wake up sober. Sir Pierre stopped before a heavy, polished, carved oak door, selected a key from one of the many at his belt, and turned it in the lock. Then he went into the elevator, and the door locked automatically behind him. He pressed the switch and waited in patient silence as he was lifted up 4 floors to the Count's personal suite. By now my lord the Count would have bathed, shaved, and dressed. He would also have poured down an eye-opener consisting of half a water-glass of fine champagne brandy. He would not eat breakfast until 8. The Count had no valet in the strict sense of the term. Sir Reginald Boway held that title, but he was never called upon to exercise the more personal functions of his office. The Count did not like to be seen until he was thoroughly presentable. The elevator stopped. Sir Pierre stepped out into the corridor and walked along it toward the door at the far end. At exactly 7 o'clock he rapped briskly on the great door which bore the gilt and polychrome arms of the House Devereux. For the first time in 17 years there was no answer. Sir Pierre waited for the growled command to enter for a full minute, unable to believe his ears. Then, almost timidly, he rapped again. There was still no answer. Then, bracing himself for the verbal onslaught that would follow if he had erred, Sir Pierre turned the handle and opened the door just as if he had heard the Count's voice telling him to come in. "Good morning, my lord," he said, as he always had for 17 years. But the room was empty, and there was no answer. He looked around the huge room. The morning sunlight streamed in through the high mullioned windows and spread a diamond-checkered pattern across the tapestry on the far wall, lighting up the brilliant hunting scene in a blaze of color. "My lord?" Nothing. Not a sound. The bedroom door was open. Sir Pierre walked across to it and looked in. He saw immediately why my lord the Count had not answered, and that, indeed, he would never answer again. My lord the Count lay flat on his back, his arms spread wide, his eyes staring at the ceiling. He was still clad in his gold and scarlet evening clothes, but the great stain on the front of his coat was not the same shade of scarlet as the rest of the cloth, and the stain had a bullet hole in its centre. Sir Pierre looked at him without moving for a long moment. Then he stepped over, knelt, and touched one of the Count's hands with the back of his own. It was quite cool. He had been dead for hours. "I knew someone would do you in sooner or later, my lord," said Sir Pierre, almost regretfully. Then he rose from his kneeling position and walked out without another look at his dead lord. He locked the door of the suite, pocketed the key, and went back downstairs in the elevator. Mary Lady Duncan stared out of the window at the morning sunlight and wondered what to do. The Angelus bell had awakened her from a fitful sleep in her chair, and she knew that, as a guest at Castle Devereux, she would be expected to appear at Mass again this morning. But how could she? How could she face the sacramental Lord on the altar, to say nothing of taking the Blessed Sacrament itself? Still, it would look all the more conspicuous if she did not show up this morning after having made it a point to attend every morning with Lady Alice during the first 4 days of this visit. She turned and glanced at the locked and barred door of the bedroom. He would not be expected to come. Laird Duncan used his wheelchair as an excuse, but since he had taken up black magic as a hobby, he had, she suspected, been actually afraid to go anywhere near a church. If only she hadn't lied to him! But how could she have told the truth? That would have been worse, infinitely worse. And now, because of that lie, he was locked in his bedroom doing only God and the devil knew what. If only he would come out! If he would only stop doing whatever it was he'd been doing for all these long hours, or at least finish it. Then they could leave Évreux, make some excuse, any excuse, to get away. One of them could feign sickness. Anything to get them out of France, across the Channel, and back to Scotland, where they would be safe. She looked back out of the window, across the courtyard, at the towering stone walls of the great keep, and at the high window that opened into the suite of Edouard, Count d'Évreux. Last night she had hated him, but no longer. Now there was only room in her heart for fear. She buried her face in her hands and cursed herself for a fool. There were no tears left for weeping, not after the long night. Behind her she heard the sudden noise of the door being unlocked, and she turned. Laird Duncan of Duncan opened the door and wheeled himself out. He was followed by a malodorous gust of vapour from the room he had just left. Lady Duncan stared at him. He looked older than he had last night, more haggard and worn, and there was something in his eyes she did not like. For a moment he said nothing. Then he wet his lips with the tip of his tongue. When he spoke, his voice sounded dazed. "There is nothing to fear any more," he said. "Nothing to fear at all." The Reverend Father James Valois Bright, vicar of the chapel of Saint Esprit, had at his flock the several hundred inhabitants of the Castle d'Évreux. As such, he was the ranking priest, socially, not hierarchically, in the country. Not counting the bishop and the chapter at the cathedral, of course. But such knowledge did little good for the father's peace of mind. The turnout of the flock was abominably small for its size, especially for week-day masses. The Sunday masses were well attended, of course. Count d'Évreux was there punctually at 9 every Sunday, and he had a habit of counting the house. But he never showed up on weekdays, and his laxity had allowed a certain further laxity to filter down through the ranks. The great consolation was Lady Alice d'Évreux. She was a plain, simple girl, nearly 20 years younger than her brother the Count, and quite his opposite in every way. She was quiet where he was thundering, self-effacing where he was flamboyant, temperate where he was drunken, and chaste where he was— Father Bright brought his thoughts to a full halt for a moment. He had, he reminded himself, no right to make judgments of that sort. He was not, after all, the Count's confessor. The bishop was. Besides, he should have his mind on his prayers just now. He paused, and was rather surprised to notice that he had already put on his alb, amice, and girdle, and he was aware that his lips had formed the words of the prayer as he had donned each of them. Habit, he thought, can be destructive to the contemplative faculty. He glanced around the sacristy. His server, the young son of the Count of Saint-Brieuc, sat there to complete his education as a gentleman who would some day be the king's governor of one of the most important counties in Brittany, was pulling his surplice down over his head. The clock said 7:11. Father Bright forced his mind heavenward and repeated silently the vesting prayers that his lips had formed meaninglessly, this time putting his full intentions behind them. Then he added a short mental prayer asking God to forgive him for allowing his thoughts to stray in such a manner. He opened his eyes and reached for his chasuble just as the sacristy door opened, and Sir Pierre, the Count's privy secretary, stepped in. "I must speak to you, Father," he said in a low voice. And, glancing at the young de Saint-Brieuc, he added, "Alone." Normally, Father Bright would have reprimanded anyone who presumed to break into the sacristy as he was vesting for Mass, but he knew that Sir Pierre would never interrupt without good reason. He nodded and went outside in the corridor that led to the altar. "What is it, Pierre?" he asked. "My lord the Count is dead. Murdered." After the first momentary shock, Father Bright realized that the news was not, after all, totally unexpected. Somewhere in the back of his mind it seemed he had always known that the Count would die by violence long before debauchery ruined his health. "Tell me about it," he said quietly. Sir Pierre reported exactly what he had done and what he had seen. "Then I locked the door and came straight here," he told the priest. "Who else has the key to the Count's suite?" Father Bright asked. "No one but my lord himself," Sir Pierre answered. "At least as far as I know." "Where is his key?" "Still in the ring at his belt. I noticed that particularly." "Very good. We'll leave it locked. You're certain the body was cold?" "Cold and waxy, Father." "Then he's been dead many hours." "Lady Alice will have to be told," Sir Pierre said. Father Bright nodded. "Yes, the Countess Devereux must be informed of her succession to the county seat." He could tell by the sudden momentary blank look that came over Sir Pierre's face that the Privy Secretary had not yet realized fully the implications of the Count's death. "I'll tell her, Pierre. She should be in her pew by now. Just step into the church and tell her quietly that I want to speak to her. Don't tell her anything else." "I understand, Father," said Sir Pierre. There were only 25 or 30 people in the pews, most of them women, but Alice, Countess Devereux, was not one of them. Sir Pierre walked quietly and unobtrusively down the side aisle and out into the narthex. She was standing there, just inside the main door, adjusting the black lace mantilla about her head, as though she had just come in from outside. Suddenly Sir Pierre was very glad he would not have to be the one to break the news. She looked rather sad, as always, her plain face unsmiling. The jutting nose and squared chin, which had given her brother the Count a look of aggressive handsomeness, only made her look very solemn and rather sexless, although she had a magnificent figure. "My lady," Sir Pierre said, stepping towards her, "the Reverend Father would like to speak to you before Mass. He's waiting at the sacristy door." She held her rosary clutched tightly to her breast and gasped. Then she said, "Oh, Sir Pierre, I'm sorry. You quite surprised me. I didn't see you." "My apologies, my lady." "It's all right. My thoughts were elsewhere. Will you take me to the good Father?" Father Bright heard their footsteps coming down the corridor before he saw them. He was a little fidgety because Mass was already a minute overdue. It should have started promptly at 7:15. The new Countess Devereux took the news calmly, as he had known she would. After a pause, she crossed herself and said, "May his soul rest in peace. I will leave everything in your hands, Father, Sir Pierre. What are we to do?" "Pierre must get on the telephone to Rouen immediately and report the matter to His Highness. I will announce your brother's death and ask for prayers for his soul, but I think I need say nothing about the manner of his death. There is no need to arouse any more speculation and fuss than necessary." "Very well," said the Countess. "Come, Sir Pierre. I will speak to the Duke, my cousin, myself." "Yes, my lady." Father Bright returned to the sacristy, opened the missal, and changed the placement of the ribbons. Today was an ordinary feria. A votive Mass would not be forbidden by the rubrics. The clock said 7:17. He turned to young de Saint-Brieuc, who was waiting respectfully. "Quickly, my son, go and get the unbleached beeswax candles and put them on the altar. Be sure you light them before you put out the white ones. Hurry now. I will be ready by the time you come back. Oh, yes, and change the altar frontal. Put on the black." "Yes, Father." And the lad was gone. Father Bright folded the green chasuble and returned it to the drawer, then took out the black one. He would say a requiem for the souls of all the faithful departed, and hoped that the Count was among them. His Royal Highness, the Duke of Normandy, looked over the official letter his secretary had just typed for him. It was addressed to Serenissimissimus Dominus Nostris Ioannis Quartus, de Gratia Angliae, Franciae, Scotiae, Hiberniae et Novae Angliae, Rex Imperator, Fide Defensor. Our most serene Lord John IV, by the grace of God, King and Emperor of England, France, Scotland, Ireland, and New England, defender of the faith. It was a routine matter, simple notification to his brother the King that His Majesty's most faithful servant Edward, Count of Evreux, had departed this life, and asking His Majesty's confirmation of the Count's heir-at-law, Alice, Countess of Evreux, as his lawful successor. His Highness finished reading, nodded, and scrawled his signature at the bottom, Richard Dux, Normanier. Then, on a separate piece of paper, he wrote, "Dear John, may I suggest you hold up on this for a while? Edward was a lecher and a slob, and I have no doubt he got everything he deserved, but we have no notion who killed him. For any evidence I have to the contrary, it might have been Alice who pulled the trigger. I will send you full particulars as soon as I have them. With much love, your brother and servant, Richard." He put both papers into a prepared envelope and sealed it. He wished he could have called the King on the telephone, but no one had yet figured out how to get the wires across the channel. He looked absently at the sealed envelope, his handsome blond features thoughtful. The house of Plantagenet had endured for 8 centuries, and the blood of Henry of Anjou ran thin in its veins, but the Norman strain was as strong as ever, having been replenished over the centuries by fresh infusions from Norwegian and Danish princesses. Richard's mother, Queen Helga, wife to his late Majesty Henry X, spoke very few words of Anglo-French, and those with a heavy Norse accent. Nevertheless, there was nothing Scandinavian in the language, manner, or bearing of Richard, Duke of Normandy. Not only was he a member of the oldest and most powerful ruling family of Europe, but he bore a Christian name that was distinguished even in that family. 7 kings of the empire had borne the name, and most of them had been good kings, if not always good men in the nicey-nicey sense of the word. Even old Richard I, who'd been pretty wild during the first 40-odd years of his life, had settled down to do a magnificent job of kinging for the next 20 years. The long and painful recovery from the wound he'd received at the siege of Chaluz had made a change in him for the better. There was a chance that Duke Richard might be called upon to uphold the honor of that name as king. By law, Parliament must elect a Plantagenet as king in the event of the death of the present sovereign, and while the election of one of the king's 2 sons, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Lancaster, was more likely than the election of Richard, he was certainly not eliminated from the succession. Meantime, he would uphold the honor of his name as Duke of Normandy. Murder had been done. Therefore, justice must be done. The Count d'Evreux had been known for his stern but fair justice, almost as well as he had been known for his profligacy. And just as his pleasures had been without temperance, so his justice had been untempered by mercy. Whoever had killed him would find both justice and mercy, in so far as Richard had it within his power to give it. Although he did not formulate it in so many words, even mentally, Richard was of the opinion that some debauched woman or cuckolded man had fired the fatal shot. Thus he found himself inclining toward mercy before he knew anything substantial about the case at all. Richard dropped the letter he was holding into the special mail pouch that would be placed aboard the evening trans-channel packet, and then turned in his chair to look at the lean, middle-aged man working at a desk across the room. "My Lord Marquis," he said thoughtfully. "Yes, your Highness?" said the Marquis of Rouen, looking up. "How true are the stories one has heard about the late Count?" "True, your Highness?" the Marquis said thoughtfully. "I would hesitate to make any estimate of percentages. Once a man gets a reputation like that, the number of his reputed sins quickly surpasses the number of actual ones. Doubtless many of the stories one hears are of whole cloth. Others may have only a slight basis in fact. On the other hand, it is highly likely that there are many of which we have never heard. It is absolutely certain, however, that he has acknowledged 7 illegitimate sons, and I dare say he has ignored a few daughters, and these, mind you, with unmarried women. His adulteries would be rather more difficult to establish, but I think your Highness can take it for granted that such escapades were far from uncommon." He cleared his throat, and then added, "If your Highness is looking for motive, I fear there is a superabundance of persons with motive." "I see," the Duke said. "Well, we will wait and see what sort of information Lord Darcy comes up with." He looked up at the clock. "They should be there by now." Then, as if brushing further thoughts on the subject from his mind, he went back to work, picking up a new sheaf of state papers from his desk. The Marquis watched him for a moment and smiled a little to himself. The young Duke took his work seriously, but was well balanced about it. A little inclined to be romantic, but aren't we all at 19? There was no doubt of his ability, nor of his nobility. The royal blood of England always came through. End of Part 1. Part 2 of The Eyes Have It by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eyes Have It. Part 2. "My lady," said Sir Pierre gently, "the Duke's investigators have arrived." My Lady Alice, Countess Devereux, was seated in a gold brocade upholstered chair in the small receiving room off the great hall. Standing near her, looking very grave, was Father Bright. Against the blaze of color on the walls of the room, the two of them stood out like ink blots. Father Bright wore his normal clerical black, unrelieved except for the pure white lace at collar and cuffs. The Countess wore unadorned black velvet, a dress which she had had to have altered hurriedly by her dressmaker. She had always hated black, and owned only the mourning she had worn when her mother died 8 years before. The somber looks on their faces seemed to make the black blacker. "Show them in, Sir Pierre," the Countess said calmly. Sir Pierre opened the door wider, and 3 men entered. One was dressed as one gently born. The other 2 wore the livery of the Duke of Normandy. The gentleman bowed. "I am Lord Darcy, Chief Criminal Investigator for His Highness the Duke, and your servant, my lady." He was a tall, brown-haired man in his 30s, with a rather handsome, lean face. He spoke Anglo-French with a definite English accent. "My pleasure, Lord Darcy," said the Countess. "This is our vicar, Father Bright." "Your servant, reverend sir." Then he presented the 2 men with him. The first was a scholarly-looking, graying man wearing pince-nez glasses with gold rims, Dr. Pateley, physician. The second, a tubby, red-faced, smiling man, was Master Sean O'Loughlin, sorcerer. As soon as Master Sean was presented, he removed a small leather-bound folder from his belt-pouch and proffered it to the priest. "My license, Reverend Father." Father Bright took it and glanced over it. It was the usual thing, signed and sealed by the Archbishop of Rouen. The law was rather strict on that point. No sorcerer could practice without the permission of the Church, and a license was given only after careful examination for orthodoxy of practice. "It seems to be quite in order, Master Sean," said the priest, handing the folder back. The tubby little sorcerer bowed his thanks and returned the folder to his belt pouch. Lord Darcy had a notebook in his hand. "Now, unpleasant as it may be, we shall have to check on a few facts." He consulted his notes, then looked up at Sir Pierre. "You, I believe, discovered the body?" "That is correct, your lordship." "How long ago was this?" Sir Pierre glanced at his wrist watch. It was 9:55. "Not quite 3 hours ago, your lordship." "At what time precisely?" "I rapped on the door precisely at 7, and went in a minute or two later, say 7:01 or 7:02. "How do you know the time so exactly?" "My lord the Count," said Sir Pierre with some stiffness, "insisted upon exact punctuality. I have formed the habit of referring to my watch regularly." "I see. Very good. Now, what did you do then?" Sir Pierre described his actions briefly. "The door to his suite was not locked, then?" Lord Darcy asked. "No, sir." "You did not expect it to be locked?" "No, sir. It has not been for 17 years." Lord Darcy raised one eyebrow in a polite query. "Never?" "Not at 7 o'clock, your lordship. My lord the Count always rose promptly at 6, and unlocked the door before 7. "He did lock it at night, then?" "Yes, sir." Lord Darcy looked thoughtful and made a note, but he said nothing more on that subject. "When you left, you locked the door?" "That is correct, your lordship." "And it has remained locked ever since?" Sir Pierre hesitated and glanced at Father Bright. The priest said, "At 8:15 Sir Pierre and I went in. I wished to view the body. We touched nothing. We left at 8:20. Master Sean O'Loughlin looked agitated. Excuse me, reverend sir. You didn't give him holy unction, I hope?" "No," said Father Bright. "I thought it would be better to delay that until after the authorities had seen the scene of the crime. I wouldn't want to make the gathering of evidence any more difficult than necessary." "Quite right," murmured Lord Darcy. "No blessings, I trust, reverend sir?" Master Sean persisted. "No exorcisms or—" "Nothing," Father Bright interrupted somewhat testily. "I believe I crossed myself when I saw the body, but nothing more." "Crossed yourself, sir? Nothing else?" "No." "Well, that's all right, then. Sorry to be so persistent, reverend sir, but any miasma of evil that may be left around is a very important clue, and it shouldn't be dispersed until it's been checked, you see." "Evil?" My lady the Countess looked shocked. "Sorry, my lady, but—" Master Sean began contritely. But Father Bright interrupted by speaking to the Countess. "Don't distress yourself, my daughter. These men are only doing their duty." "Of course. I understand. It's just that it's so—" She shuddered delicately. Lord Darcy cast Master Sean a warning look, then asked politely, "Has my lady seen the deceased?" "No," she said. "I will, however, if you wish." "We'll see," said Lord Darcy. "Perhaps it won't be necessary. May we go up to the suite now?" "Certainly," the Countess said. "Sir Pierre, if you will." "Yes, my lady." As Sir Pierre unlocked the emblazoned door, Lord Darcy said, "Who else sleeps on this floor?" "No one else, your lordship," Sir Pierre said. "The entire floor was reserved for my lord the Count." "Is there any way up besides that elevator?" Sir Pierre turned and pointed toward the other end of the short hallway. "That leads to the staircase," he said, pointing to a massive oaken door. "But it's kept locked at all times, and, as you can see, there is a heavy bar across it. Except for moving furniture in and out or something like that, it's never used." "No other way up or down, then?" Sir Pierre hesitated. "Well, yes, your lordship, there is. I'll show you." "A secret stairway?" "Yes, your lordship." "Very well. We'll look at it after we've seen the body." Lord Darcy, having spent an hour on the train down from Rouen, was anxious to see the cause of the trouble at last. He lay in the bedroom just as Sir Pierre and Father Bright had left him. "If you please, Dr. Pateley," said his lordship. He knelt on one side of the corpse and watched carefully while Pateley knelt on the other side and looked at the face of the dead man. Then he touched one of the hands and tried to move an arm. "Rigor has set in, even to the fingers. Single bullet hole. Rather small caliber. I should say a 28 or 34. Hard to tell until I've probed out the bullet. Looks like it went right through the heart, though. Hard to tell about powder burns. The blood has soaked the clothing and dried. Still, these specks. Yes. Lord Darcy's eyes took in everything, but there was little enough to see on the body itself. Then his eye was caught by something that gave off a golden gleam. He stood up and walked over to the great canopied four-poster bed. Then he was on his knees again, peering under it. A coin? No. He picked it up carefully and looked at it. A button. Gold, intricately engraved in an arabesque pattern, and set in the center with a single diamond. How long had it lain there? Where had it come from? Not from the Count's clothing, for his buttons were smaller, engraved with his arms, and had no gems. Had a man or a woman dropped it? There was no way of knowing at this stage of the game. Darcy turned to Sir Pierre. "When was this room last cleaned?" "Last evening, your lordship," the secretary said promptly. "My lord was always particular about that. The suite was always to be swept and cleaned during the dinner hour." "Then this must have rolled under the bed at some time after dinner. Do you recognize it? The design is distinctive." The Privy Secretary looked carefully at the button in the palm of Lord Darcy's hand without touching it. I hesitate to say," he said at last. "It looks like, but I'm not sure. Come, Chevalier, where do you think you might have seen it? Or one like it?" There was a sharpness in the tone of his voice. "I'm not trying to conceal anything, your lordship," Sir Pierre said with equal sharpness. "I said I was not sure. I still am not, but it can be checked easily enough. If your lordship will permit me." He turned and spoke to Dr. Pateley, who was still kneeling by the body. "May I have my lord the Count's keys, doctor?" Pateley glanced up at Lord Darcy, who nodded silently. The physician detached the keys from the belt and handed them to Sir Pierre. The Privy Secretary looked at them for a moment, then selected a small gold key. "This is it," he said, separating it from the others on the ring. "Come with me, your lordship." Darcy followed him across the room to a broad wall covered with a great tapestry that must have dated back to the 16th century. Sir Pierre reached behind it and pulled a cord. The entire tapestry slid aside like a panel, and Lord Darcy saw that it was supported on a track some 10 feet from the floor. Behind it was what looked at first like ordinary oak paneling, but Sir Pierre fitted the small key into an inconspicuous hole and turned, or rather tried to turn. "That's odd," said Sir Pierre. "It's not locked." He took the key out and pressed on the panel, shoving sideways with his hand to move it aside. It slid open to reveal a closet. The closet was filled with women's clothing of all kinds and styles. Lord Darcy whistled soundlessly. "Try that blue robe, your lordship," the Privy Secretary said. "The one with the— Yes, that's the one." Lord Darcy took it off its hanger. The same buttons. They matched. And there was one missing from the front. Torn off. "Master Sean," he called without turning. Master Sean came with a rolling walk. He was holding an oddly shaped bronze thing in his hands that Sir Pierre didn't quite recognize. The sorcerer was muttering, "Evil, that there is. Faith, and the vibrations are all over the place. Yes, my lord?" "Check this dress and the button when you get round to it. I want to know when the two parted company." "Yes, my lord." He draped the robe over one arm and dropped the button into a pouch at his belt. "I can tell you one thing, my lord. You talk about an evil miasma. This room has got it." He held up the object in his hand. "There's an underlying background, something that has been here for years, just seeping in. But on top of that, there's a hellish big blast of it superimposed. Fresh it is, and very strong." "I shouldn't be surprised, considering there was murder done here last night, or very early this morning," said Lord Darcy. Yes, yes, my lord, the death is there. But there's something else, something I can't place." "You can tell that just by holding that bronze cross in your hand?" Sir Pierre asked interestedly. Master Sean gave him a friendly scowl. "'Tisn't quite a cross, sir. This is what is known as a crux ansata. The ancient Egyptians called it an ankh. Notice the loop at the top instead of the straight piece your true cross has. Now, your true cross, if it were properly energized, blessed, you see, your true cross would tend to dissipate the evil. The ankh merely vibrates to evil because of the closed loop at the top, which makes a return circuit. And it's not energized by blessing, but by another, spell." "Master Sean, we have a murder to investigate," said Lord Darcy. The sorcerer caught the tone of his voice and nodded quickly. "Yes, my lord," and he walked rollingly away. "Now, where's that secret stairway you mentioned, Sir Pierre?" Lord Darcy asked. "This way, your lordship." He led Lord Darcy to a wall at right angles to the outer wall, and slid back another tapestry. "Good heavens!" Darcy muttered. "Does he have something concealed behind every arras in the place?" But he didn't say it loud enough for the Privy Secretary to hear. This time what greeted them was a solid-seeming stone wall. But Sir Pierre pressed in on one small stone, and a section of the wall swung back, exposing a stairway. "Oh, yes," Darcy said. "I see what he did. This is the old spiral stairway that goes round the inside of the keep. There are two doorways at the bottom. One opens into the courtyard, the other is a postern gate through the curtain wall to the outside. But that was closed up in the 16th century, so the only way out is into the courtyard." "Your lordship knows Castle Devereux, then?" Sir Pierre said. The knight himself was nearly 50, while Darcy was only in his 30s, and Sir Pierre had no recollection of Darcy's having been in the castle before. "Only by means in the royal archives, but I have made it a point to—" He stopped. "Dear me," he interrupted himself mildly, "what is that?" That was something that had been hidden by the arras until Sir Pierre had slid it aside, and was still showing only a part of itself. It lay on the floor a foot or so from the secret door. Darcy knelt down and pulled the tapestry back from the object. "Well, well, a 28 caliber 2-shot pocket gun. Gold chased, beautifully engraved, mother of pearl handle. A regular gem." He picked it up and examined it closely. One shot fired. He stood up and showed it to Sir Pierre. "Ever seen it before?" The Privy Secretary looked at the weapon closely. Then he shook his head. "Not that I recall, your lordship. It certainly isn't one of the Count's guns." "You're certain?" "Quite certain, your lordship. I'll show you the gun collection if you want. My lord the Count didn't like tiny guns like that. He preferred a larger caliber. He would never have owned what he considered a toy." "Well, we'll have to look into it." He called over Master Sean again and gave him the gun into his keeping. "And keep your eyes open for anything else of interest, Master Sean. So far, everything of interest besides the late Count himself has been hiding under beds or behind arrases. Check everything. Sir Pierre and I are going for a look down this stairway." The stairway was gloomy, but enough light came in through the arrow slits spaced at intervals along the outer way to illuminate the interior. It spiraled down between the inner and outer walls of the great keep, making 4 complete circuits before it reached ground level. Lord Darcy looked carefully at the steps, the walls, and even the low, arched overhead as he and Sir Pierre went down. After the first circuit, on the floor beneath the Count's suite, he stopped. "There was a door here," he said, pointing to a rectangular area in the inner wall. "Yes, your lordship, there used to be an opening at every floor, but they were all sealed off. It's quite solid, as you can see." "Where would they lead if they were open?" "The county offices. My own office, the clerk's offices, the constabulary on the first floor. Below are the dungeons. My lord the Count was the only one who lived in the keep itself. The rest of the household live above the great hall." "What about guests?" "They're usually housed in the east wing. We have only 2 house guests at the moment. Laird and Lady Duncan have been with us for 4 days." "I see." They went down perhaps 4 more steps before Lord Darcy asked quietly, "Tell me, Sir Pierre, were you privy to all of Count Devereux's business?" Another 4 steps down before Sir Pierre answered. "I understand what your lordship means," he said. Another 2 steps. "No, I was not. I was aware that my lord the Count engaged in certain, shall we say, liaisons with members of the opposite sex. However—" He paused, and in the gloom Lord Darcy could see his lips tighten. "However," he continued, "I did not procure for my lord, if that is what you're driving at. I am not, and never have been, a pimp." "I didn't intend to suggest that you had, good knight," said Lord Darcy, in a tone that strongly implied that the thought had actually never crossed his mind. "Not at all. But certainly there is a difference between aiding and abetting and simple knowledge of what is going on." "Oh, yes, yes, of course. Well, one cannot, of course, be the secretary in private of a gentleman such as my lord the Count for 17 years, without knowing something of what is going on. You're right. Yes, yes. Hmm." Lord Darcy smiled to himself. Not until this moment had Sir Pierre realized how much he actually did know. In loyalty to his lord, he had literally kept his eyes shut for 17 years. "I realize," Lord Darcy said smoothly, "that a gentleman would never implicate a lady nor besmirch the reputation of another gentleman without due cause and careful consideration. However—" Like the knight, he paused a moment before going on. "Although we are aware that he was not discreet, was he particular?" "If you mean by that, did he confine his attentions to those of gentle birth, your lordship, then I can say, no, he did not. If you mean did he confine his attentions to the gentler sex, then I can only say that, as far as I know, he did." "I see. That explains the closet full of clothes." "Beg pardon, your lordship?" "I mean that if a girl or woman of the lower classes were to come here, he would have proper clothing for them to wear, in spite of the sumptuary laws to the contrary." "Quite likely, your lordship. He was most particular about clothing. Couldn't stand a woman who was sloppily dressed or poorly dressed." "In what way?" "Well, for instance, I recall once when he saw a very pretty peasant girl. She was dressed in the common style, of course, but she was dressed neatly and prettily. My lord took a fancy to her. He said, 'Now there's a lass who knows how to wear clothes. Put her in decent apparel, and she'd pass for a princess.' But a girl who had a pretty face and a fine figure made no impression on him unless she wore her clothing well, if you see what I mean, your lordship." "Did you ever know him to fancy a girl who dressed in an off-hand manner?" Lord Darcy asked. "Only among the gently born, your lordship. He'd say, 'Look at Lady So-and-so. Nice wench, if she'd let me teach her how to dress.' You might say, your lordship, that a woman could be dressed commonly or sloppily, but not both." "Judging by the stuff in that closet," Lord Darcy said, "I should say that the late Count had excellent taste in feminine dress." Sir Pierre considered. Well, now, I wouldn't exactly say so, your lordship. He knew how clothes should be worn, yes, but he couldn't pick out a woman's gown of his own accord. He could choose his own clothing with impeccable taste, but he'd not any real notion of how a woman's clothing should go, if you see what I mean. All he knew was how good clothing should be worn, but he knew nothing about design for women's clothing." "Then how did he get that closet full of clothes?" Lord Darcy asked, puzzled. Sir Pierre chuckled. "Very simply, your lordship. He knew that the Lady Alice had good taste, So he secretly instructed that each piece that Lady Alice ordered should be made in duplicate, with small variations, of course. I'm certain my lady wouldn't like it if she knew." "I dare say not," said Lord Darcy thoughtfully. "Here is the door to the courtyard," said Sir Pierre. "I doubt that it has been opened in broad daylight for many years." He selected a key from the ring of the late Count and inserted it in the keyhole. The door swung back, revealing a large crucifix attached to its outer surface. Lord Darcy crossed himself. "Lord in heaven," he said softly, "what is this?" He looked out into a small shrine. It was walled off from the courtyard, and had a single small entrance some 10 feet from the doorway. There were 4 prie-dieux, small kneeling benches, ranged in front of the doorway. "If I may explain, your lordship," Sir Pierre began. "No need to," Lord Darcy said in a hard voice. "It's rather obvious. My lord the Count was quite ingenious. This is a relatively newly built shrine. 4 walls and a crucifix against the castle wall. Anyone could come in here, day or night, for prayer. No one who came in would be suspected." He stepped out into the small enclosure and swung around to look at the door. "And when that door is closed, there is no sign that there is a door behind the crucifix. If a woman came in here, it would be assumed that she came for prayer. But if she knew of that door—" His voice trailed off. "Yes, your lordship," said Sir Pierre. "I did not approve, but I was in no position to disapprove." "I understand." Lord Darcy stepped out to the doorway of the little shrine and took a quick glance about. "Then anyone within the castle walls could come in here," he said. "Yes, your lordship." "Very well. Let's go back up." End of Part 2. Part 3 of The Eyes Have It by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eyes Have It. Part 3. In the small office which Lord Darcy and his staff had been assigned while conducting the investigation, 3 men watched while a 4th conducted a demonstration on a table in the center of the room. Master Sean O'Loughlin held up an intricately engraved gold button with an arabesque pattern and a diamond set in the center. He looked at the other 3. "Now, my lord, your reverence, and colleague doctor, I call your attention to this button." Dr. Paley smiled, and Father Bright looked stern. Lord Darcy merely stuffed tobacco, imported from the southern New England counties on the Gulf, into a German-made porcelain pipe. He allowed Master Sean a certain amount of flamboyance. Good sorcerers were hard to come by. "Will you hold the robe, Dr. Paley? Thank you. Now stand back. That's it. Thank you. Now, I place the button on the table, a good 10 feet from the robe." Then he muttered something under his breath and dusted a bit of powder on the button. He made a few passes over it with his hands, paused, and looked up at Father Bright. "If you will, Reverend Sir." Father Bright solemnly raised his right hand, and, as he made the sign of the cross, said, "May this demonstration, O God, be in strict accordance with the truth, and may the evil one not in any way deceive us who are witnesses thereto. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen." "Amen," the other 3 chorused. Master Sean crossed himself, then muttered something under his breath. The button leaped from the table, slammed itself against the robe which Dr. Paley held before him, and stuck there as though it had been sewed on by an expert. "Ha!" said Master Sean. "As I thought." He gave the other 3 men a broad, beaming smile. "The 2 were definitely connected." Lord Darcy looked bored. "Time?" he asked. "In a moment, my lord," Master Sean said apologetically. "In a moment." While the other 3 watched, the sorcerer went through more spells with the button and the robe, although none were quite so spectacular as the first demonstration. Finally Master Sean said, "About 11:30 last night they were torn apart, my lord. but I shouldn't like to make it any more definite than to say between 11 and midnight. The speed with which it returned to its place shows that it was ripped off very rapidly, however." "Very good," said Lord Darcy. "Now the bullet, if you please." "Yes, my lord. This will have to be a bit different." He took more paraphernalia out of his large, symbol-decorated carpet-bag. "The law of contagion, gently born sirs, is a tricky thing to work with. If a man doesn't know how to handle it, he can get himself killed. We had an apprentice of the guild back in Cork who might have made a good sorcerer in time. He had the talent. Unfortunately, he didn't have the good sense to go with it. According to the law of contagion, any two objects which have ever been in contact with each other have an affinity for each other, which is directly proportional to the product of the degree of relevancy of the contact and the length of time they were in contact, and inversely proportional to the length of time since they have ceased to be in contact." He gave a smiling glance to the priest. "That doesn't apply strictly to relics of the saints, reverend sir. There's another factor enters in there, as you know." As he spoke, the sorcerer was carefully clamping the little handgun into the padded vise, so that its barrel was parallel to the surface of the table. "Anyhow," he went on, "this apprentice, all on his own, decided to get rid of the cockroaches in his house. A simple thing, if one knows how to go about it. So he collected dust from various cracks and crannies about the house, dust which contained, of course, the droppings of the pests. The dust, with the appropriate spells and ingredients, he boiled. It worked fine. The roaches all came down with a raging fever and died. Unfortunately, the clumsy lad had poor laboratory technique. He allowed 3 drops of his own perspiration to fall into the steaming pot over which he was working, and the resulting fever killed him too." By this time he had put the bullet which Dr. Paley had removed from the Count's body on a small pedestal, so that it was exactly in line with the muzzle of the gun. "There now," he said softly. Then he repeated the incantation and the powdering that he had used on the button. As the last syllable was formed by his lips, the bullet vanished with a ping. In its vise the little gun vibrated. "Ah," said Master Sean, "no question there, eh? That's the death weapon all right, my lord. Yes, time's almost exactly the same as that of the removal of the button. Not more than a few seconds later. Forms a picture, don't it, my lord? His lordship the Count jerks a button off the girl's gown, she outs the gun and plugs him." Lord Darcy's handsome face scowled. "Let's not jump to any hasty conclusions, my good Sean. There is no evidence whatever that he was killed by a woman." "Would a man be wearing that gown, my lord?" "Possibly," said Lord Darcy. "But who says that anyone was wearing it when the button was removed?" "Oh!" Master Sean subsided into silence. Using a small ramrod, he forced the bullet out of the chamber of the little pistol. "Father Bright," said Lord Darcy, "will the Countess be serving tea this afternoon?" The priest looked suddenly contrite. "Good heavens! None of you has eaten yet. I'll see that something is sent up right away, Lord Darcy. In the confusion—" Lord Darcy held up a hand. "I beg your pardon, Father. That wasn't what I meant. I'm sure Master Sean and Dr. Paley would appreciate a little something, but I can wait until tea-time. What I was thinking was that perhaps the Countess would ask her guests to tea. Does she know Laird and Lady Duncan well enough to ask for their sympathetic presence on such an afternoon as this?" Father Bright's eyes narrowed a trifle. "I dare say it could be arranged, Lord Darcy. Will you be there?" "Yes, but I may be a trifle late." "That will hardly matter at an informal tea." The priest glanced at his watch. 4 o'clock? "I should think that would do it," said Lord Darcy. Father Bright nodded wordlessly and left the room. Dr. Paley took off his pince-nez and polished the lenses carefully with a silk handkerchief. "How long will your spell keep the body incorrupt, Master Sean?" he asked. "As long as it's relevant. As soon as the case is solved, or we have enough data to solve the case, as the case may be, he'll start to go. I'm not a saint, you know. It takes powerful motivation to keep a body incorrupt for years and years." Sir Pierre was eyeing the gown that Pateley had put on the table. The button was still in place, as if held there by magnetism. He didn't touch it. "Master Sean, I don't know much about magic," he said, "but can't you find out who was wearing this robe just as easily as you found out that the button matched?" Master Sean wagged his head in a firm negative. "No, sir. 'Tisn't relevant, sir. The relevancy of the integrated dress as a whole is quite strong. So is that of the seamstress or tailor who made the garment, and that of the weaver who made the cloth. But, except in certain circumstances, the person who wears or wore the garment has little actual relevancy to the garment itself." "I'm afraid I don't understand," said Sir Pierre, looking puzzled. "Look at it like this, sir. That gown wouldn't be what it is if the weaver hadn't made the cloth in that particular way. It wouldn't be what it is if the seamstress hadn't cut it in a particular way and sewed it in a specific manner. You follow, sir? Yes. Well, then, the connections between garment and weaver and garment and seamstress are strongly relevant. But this dress would still be pretty much what it is if it had stayed in the closet instead of being worn. No relevance, or very little. Now, if it were a well-worn garment, that would be different. That is, if it had always been worn by the same person. Then, you see, sir, the garment as a whole is what it is because of the wearing, and the wearer becomes relevant." He pointed at the little handgun he was holding in his hand. "Now, you take your gun here, sir. "It isn't my gun," Sir Pierre interrupted firmly. "I was speaking rhetorically, sir," said Master Sean with infinite patience. "This gun, or any other gun in general, if you see what I mean, sir. It's even harder to place the ownership of a gun. Most of the wear on a gun is purely mechanical. It don't matter who pulls the trigger, you see. The erosion by the gases produced in the chamber and the wear caused by the bullet passing through the barrel will be the same. You see, sir, 'tisn't relevant to the gun who pulled its trigger or what it's fired at. The bullet's a slightly different matter. To the bullet it is relevant which gun it was fired from and what it hit. All these things simply have to be taken into account, Sir Pierre." "I see," said the knight. "Very interesting, Master Sean." Then he turned to Lord Darcy. "Is there anything else, your lordship? There's a great deal of county business to be attended to." Lord Darcy waved a hand. "Not at the moment, Sir Pierre. I understand the pressures of government. Go right ahead." "Thank you, your lordship. If anything further should be required, I shall be in my office." As soon as Sir Pierre had closed the door, Lord Darcy held out his hand toward the sorcerer. "Master Sean, the gun." Master Sean handed it to him. "Ever see one like it before?" he asked, turning it over in his hands. "Not exactly like it, my lord." "Come, come, Sean, don't be so cautious. I'm no sorcerer, but I don't need to know the laws of similarity to be able to recognize an obvious similarity." "Edinburgh," said Master Sean flatly. "Exactly. Scottish work. The typical Scot gold work. Remarkable beauty. And look at that lock. It has Scots written all over it, and more. Edinburgh, you said." Dr. Pateley, having replaced his carefully polished glasses, leaned over and peered at the weapon in Lord Darcy's hand. "Couldn't it be Italian, my lord? Or Moorish? In Moorish Spain they do work like that." "No Moorish gunsmith would put a hunting scene on the butt," Lord Darcy said flatly. "And the Italians wouldn't have put heather and thistles in the field surrounding the huntsman." "But the FDM engraved on the barrel," said Dr. Pateley, "indicates the—" "Ferrari of Milan," said Lord Darcy. "Exactly. But the barrel is of much newer work than the rest. So are the chambers. This is a fairly old gun, 50 years old, I'd say. The lock and the butt are still in excellent condition, indicating that it has been well cared for. But frequent usage, or a single accident, could ruin the barrel and require the owner to get a replacement. It was replaced by Ferrari." "I see," said Dr. Paley, somewhat humbled. "If we open the lock— Master Sean, hand me your small screwdriver. Thank you. If we open the lock, we will find the name of one of the finest gunsmiths of half a century ago, a man whose name has not yet been forgotten. Hamish Graw of Edinburgh. Ah, there, you see?" They did. Having satisfied himself on that point, Lord Darcy closed the lock again. "Now, men, we have the gun located. We also know that a guest in this very castle is Laird Duncan of Duncan, the Duncan of Duncan himself, a Scots laird who was, 15 years ago, His Majesty's Minister Plenipotentiary to the Free Grand Duchy of Milan. That suggests to me that it would be indeed odd if there were not some connection between Laird Duncan and this gun. Eh?" "Come, come, Master Sean," said Lord Darcy, rather impatiently. "We haven't all the time in the world." "Patience, my lord, patience," said the little sorcerer calmly. "Can't hurry these things, you know." He was kneeling in front of a large, heavy travelling chest in the bedroom of the guest apartment occupied temporarily by Laird and Lady Duncan, working on the lock. "One position of a lock is just as relevant as the other, so you can't work with the bolt. But the pin tumblers on the cylinder now, that's a different matter. A lock's built so that the brakes and the tumblers are not related to the surface of the cylinder when the key is out, but there is a relation when the key's in. So, by taking advantage of that relevancy— Ah!" The lock clicked open. Lord Darcy raised the lid gently. "Carefully, my lord," Master Sean said in a warning voice. "He's got a spell on the thing. Let me do it." He made Lord Darcy stand back, and then lifted the lid of the heavy trunk himself. When it was leaning back against the wall, gaping open widely on its hinges, Master Sean took a long look at the trunk and its lid, without touching either of them. There was a second lid on the trunk, a thin one, obviously operated by a simple bolt. Master Sean took his sorcerer's staff, a 5-foot heavy rod made of the wood of the quicken tree or mountain ash, and touched the inner lid. Nothing happened. He touched the bolt. Nothing. Master Sean murmured thoughtfully. He glanced around the room, and his eyes fell on a heavy stone doorstop. "That ought to do it." He walked over, picked it up, and carried it back to the chest. Then he put it on the rim of the chest in such a position that if the lid were to fall, it would be stopped by the doorstop. Then he put his hand in as if to lift the inner lid. The heavy outer lid swung forward and down of its own accord, moving with a blurring speed, and slammed viciously against the doorstop. Lord Darcy massaged his right wrist gently, as if he felt where the lid would have hit if he had tried to open the inner lid. "Trigger to slam if a human being sticks a hand in there, eh?" "Or a head, my lord. Not very effectual if you know what to look for. There are better spells than that for guarding things. Now we'll see what his lordship wants to protect so badly that he practices sorcery without a license." He lifted the lid again, and then opened the inner lid. "It's safe now, my lord. Look at this." Lord Darcy had already seen. Both men looked in silence at the collection of paraphernalia on the first tray of the chest. Master Sean's busy fingers carefully opened the tissue paper packing of one after another of the objects. "A human skull," he said. "Bottles of graveyard earth. This one is labelled Virgin's Blood. And this, a Hand of Glory." It was a mummified human hand, stiff and dry and brown, with the fingers partially curled, as though they were holding an invisible ball 3 inches or so in diameter. On each of the fingertips was a short candle stub. When the hand was placed on its back, it would act as a candelabra. "That pretty much settles it, eh, Master Sean?" Lord Darcy said. "Indeed, my lord. At the very least, we can get him for possession of materials. Black magic is a matter of symbolism and intent." "Very well. I want a complete list of the contents of that chest. Be sure to replace everything as it was, and relock the trunk." He tugged thoughtfully at an earlobe. "So Laird Duncan has the talent, eh? Interesting. Aye, but not surprising, my lord," said Master Sean without looking up from his work. "It's in the blood. Some attribute it to the Danannans, who passed through Scotland before they conquered Ireland 3,000 years ago, but, however that may be, the talent runs strong in the sons of Gael. It makes me boil to see it misused." While Master Sean talked, Lord Darcy was prowling around the room, reminding one of a lean tomcat who was certain that there was a mouse concealed somewhere. "It'll make Laird Duncan boil if he isn't stopped," Lord Darcy murmured absently. "Aye, my lord," said Master Sean. "The mental state necessary to use the talent for black sorcery is such that it invariably destroys the user. But if he knows what he's doing, a lot of other people are hurt before he finally gets his." Lord Darcy opened the jewel box on the dresser. The usual travelling jewellery, enough but not a great choice. "A man's mind turns in on itself when he's taken up with hatred and thoughts of revenge," Master Sean droned on. "Or if he's the type who enjoys watching others suffer, or the type who doesn't care, but is willing to do anything for gain, then his mind is already warped, and the misuse of the talent just makes it worse." Lord Darcy found what he was looking for in a drawer, just underneath some neatly folded lingerie. A small holster, beautifully made of Florentine leather, gilded and tooled. He didn't need Master Sean's sorcery to tell him that the little pistol fitted like a hand in a glove. Father Bright felt as though he had been walking a tightrope for hours. Laird and Lady Duncan had been talking in low, controlled voices that betrayed an inner nervousness, but Father Bright realized that he and the Countess had been doing the same thing. The Duncan of Duncan had offered his condolences on the death of the late Count with the proper air of suppressed sorrow, as had Mary Lady Duncan. The Countess had accepted them solemnly and with gratitude. But Father Bright was well aware that no one in the room, possibly he thought no one in the world, regretted the Count's passing. Laird Duncan sat in his wheelchair, his sharp Scots features set in a sad smile that showed an intent to be affable even though great sorrow weighed heavily upon him. Father Bright noticed it and realized that his own face had the same sort of expression. No one was fooling anyone else, of that the priest was certain, but for anyone to admit it would be the most boorish breach of etiquette. But there was a haggardness, a look of increased age about the laird's countenance that Father Bright did not like. His priestly intuition told him clearly that there was a turmoil of emotion in the Scotsman's mind that was, well, evil was the only word for it. Lady Duncan was, for the most part, silent. In the past 15 minutes, since she and her husband had come to the informal tea, she had spoken scarcely a dozen words. Her face was mask-like, but there was the same look of haggardness about her eyes as there was in her husband's face. But the priest's emphatic sense told him that the emotion here was fear, simple and direct. His keen eyes had noticed that she wore a shade too much makeup. She had almost succeeded in covering up the faint bruise on her right cheek, but not completely. My lady the Countess Devereux was all sadness and unhappiness, but there was neither fear nor evil there. She smiled politely and talked quietly. Father Bright would have been willing to bet that not one of the four of them would remember a word that had been spoken. Father Bright had placed his chair so that he could keep an eye on the open doorway and the long hall that led in from the great keep. He hoped Lord Darcy would hurry. Neither of the guests had been told that the Duke's investigator was here, and Father Bright was just a little apprehensive about the meeting. The Duncans had not even been told that the Count's death had been murder, but he was certain that they knew. Father Bright saw Lord Darcy coming through the door at the far end of the hall. He murmured a polite excuse and rose. The other three accepted his excuses with the same politeness and went on with their talk. Father Bright met Lord Darcy in the hall. "Did you find what you were looking for, Lord Darcy?" the priest asked in a low tone. "Yes," Lord Darcy said. "I'm afraid we shall have to arrest Laird Duncan." "Murder?" "Perhaps. I'm not yet certain of that. But the charge will be black magic. He has all the paraphernalia in a chest in his room. Master Sean reports that a ritual was enacted in the bedroom last night. Of course, that's out of my jurisdiction. You, as a representative of the Church, will have to be the arresting officer." He paused. "You don't seem surprised, Reverence." "I'm not," Father Bright admitted. "I felt it. You and Master Sean will have to make out a sworn deposition before I can act." "I understand. Can you do me a favor?" "If I can." "Get my lady the Countess out of the room on some pretext or other. Leave me alone with her guests. I do not wish to upset my lady any more than absolutely necessary." "I think I can do that. Shall we go in together?" "Why not? But don't mention why I'm here. Let them assume I am just another guest." "Very well." All three occupants of the room glanced up as Father Bright came in with Lord Darcy. The introductions were made. Lord Darcy humbly begged the pardon of his hostess for his lateness. Father Bright noticed the same sad smile on Lord Darcy's handsome face as the others were wearing. Lord Darcy helped himself from the buffet table and allowed the Countess to pour him a large cup of hot tea. He mentioned nothing about the recent death. Instead, he turned the conversation toward the wild beauty of Scotland and the excellence of the grouse shooting there. Father Bright had not sat down again. Instead, he left the room once more. When he returned, he went directly to the Countess and said, in a low but clearly audible voice, "My lady, Sir Pierre Morlaix has informed me that there are a few matters that require your attention immediately. It will require only a few moments." My lady the Countess did not hesitate, but made her excuses immediately. "Do finish your tea," she said. "I don't think I shall be long." Lord Darcy knew the priest would not lie, and he wondered what sort of arrangement had been made with Sir Pierre. Not that it mattered, except that Lord Darcy had hoped it would be sufficiently involved for it to keep the Countess busy for at least 10 minutes. The conversation, interrupted but momentarily, returned to grouse. "I haven't done any shooting since my accident," said Lord Duncan, "but I used to enjoy it immensely. I still have friends up every year for the season." "What sort of weapon do you prefer for grouse?" Lord Darcy asked. "A 1-inch bore with a modified choke," said the Scot. "I have a pair that I favour. Excellent weapons." "Of Scottish make?" "No, no, English. Your London gunsmiths can't be beat for shotguns." "Oh, I thought perhaps your lordship had had all your guns made in Scotland." As he spoke, he took out the little pistol out of his coat pocket and put it carefully on the table. There was a sudden silence. Then Laird Duncan said in an angry voice, "What is this? Where did you get that?" Lord Duncan glanced at Lady Duncan, who had turned suddenly pale. "Perhaps," he said coolly, "Lady Duncan can tell us." She shook her head and gasped. For a moment she had trouble in forming words or finding her voice. Finally, "No, no, I know nothing, nothing." But Laird Duncan looked at her oddly. "You do not deny that is your gun, my lord?" Lord Darcy asked. "Or your wife's, as the case may be." "Where did you get it?" There was a dangerous quality in the Scotsman's voice. He had once been a powerful man, and Lord Darcy could see his shoulder muscles bunching. "From the late Count Devereux's bedroom." "What was it doing there?" There was a snarl in the Scot's voice, but Lord Darcy had the feeling that the question was as much directed toward Lady Duncan as it was to himself. "One of the things it was doing there was shooting Count Devereux through the heart." Lady Duncan slumped forward in a dead faint, overturning her teacup. Laird Duncan made a grab at the gun, ignoring his wife. Lord Darcy's hand snaked out and picked up the weapon before the Scot could touch it. "No, no, my lord," he said mildly. "This is evidence in a murder case. We mustn't tamper with the King's evidence." He wasn't prepared for what happened next. Laird Duncan roared something obscene in Scots Gaelic, put his hands on the arms of his wheelchair, and, with a great thrust of his powerful arms and shoulders, shoved himself up and forward toward Lord Darcy, across the table from him. His arm swung up toward Lord Darcy's throat as the momentum of his body carried him toward the investigator. He might have made it, but the weakness of his legs betrayed him. His waist struck the edge of the massive oaken table, and most of his forward momentum was lost. He collapsed forward, his hand still grasping toward the surprised Englishman. His chin came down hard on the tabletop. Then he slid back, taking the tablecloth and the china and the silverware with him. He lay unmoving on the floor. His wife did not even stir, except when the tablecloth tugged at her head. Lord Darcy had jumped back, overturning his chair. He stood on his feet, looking at the two unconscious forms. End of Part 3. Part 4 of The Eyes Have It by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eyes Have It, Part 4. "I don't think there's any permanent damage done to either," said Dr. Paley an hour later. "Lady Duncan was suffering from shock, of course, but Father Bright brought her round in a hurry. She's a devout woman, I think, even if a sinful one." "What about Laird Duncan?" Lord Darcy asked. "Well, that's a different matter. I'm afraid that his back injury was aggravated, and that crack on the chin didn't do him any good. I don't know whether Father Bright can help him or not. Healing takes the cooperation of the patient. I did all I could for him, but I'm just a surgeon, not a practitioner of the healing art. Father Bright has quite a good reputation in that line, however, and he may be able to do his lordship some good." Master Sean shook his head dolefully. "His Reverence has the talent, there's no doubt of that, but now he's pitted against another man who has it, a man whose mind is bent on self-destruction in the long run." "Well, that's none of my affair," said Dr. Paley. "I'm just a technician. I'll leave the healing up to the Church, where it belongs." "Master Sean," said Lord Darcy, "there is still a mystery here. We need more evidence. What about the eyes?" Master Sean blinked. "You mean the picture test, my lord?" "I do." "It won't stand up in court, my lord," said the sorcerer. "I'm aware of that," said Lord Darcy testily. "Eye test?" Dr. Paley asked blankly. "I don't believe I understand." "It's not often used," said Master Sean. "It's a psychic phenomenon that sometimes occurs at the moment of death, especially a violent death. The violent emotional stress causes a sort of backfiring of the mind, if you see what I mean. As a result, the image in the mind of the dying person is returned to the retina. By using the proper sorcery, this image can be developed, and the last thing the dead man saw can be brought out. But it's a difficult process, even under the best of circumstances, and usually the conditions aren't right. In the first place, it doesn't always occur. It never occurs, for instance, when the person is expecting the attack. A man who is killed in a duel, or is shot after facing the gun for several seconds, has time to adjust to the situation. Also, death must occur almost instantly. If he lingers, even for a few minutes, the effect is lost. And naturally, if the person's eyes are closed at the instant of death, nothing shows up." "Count Devereux's eyes were open," Dr. Paley said. "They were still open when we found him. How long after death does the image remain?" "Until the cells of the retina die and lose their identity. Rarely more than 24 hours, usually much less." "It hasn't been 24 hours yet," said Lord Darcy. "And there is a chance that the Count was taken completely by surprise." "I must admit, my lord," Master Sean said thoughtfully, "that the conditions seem favourable. I shall attempt it, but don't put any hopes on it, my lord." "I shan't. Just do your best, Master Sean. If there is a sorcerer in practice who can do the job, it is you." "Thank you, my lord. I'll get busy on it right away," said the sorcerer with a subdued glow of pride. 2 hours later, Lord Darcy was striding down the corridor of the great hall, Master Sean following up as best he could, his Quirhin wood staff in one hand and his big carpet-bag in the other. He had asked Father Bright and the Countess Devereux to meet him in one of the smaller guest-rooms, but the Countess came to meet him. "My Lord Darcy," she said, her plain face looking worried and unhappy, "is it true that you suspect Laird and Lady Duncan of this murder? Because, if so, I must—" "No longer, my lady," Lord Darcy cut her off quickly. "I think we can show that neither is guilty of murder, although, of course, the black magic charge must still be held against Laird Duncan." "I understand," she said. "But—" "Please, my lady," Lord Darcy interrupted again, "let me explain everything. Come." Without another word, she turned and led the way to the room where Father Bright was waiting. The priest stood waiting, his face showing tenseness. "Please," said Lord Darcy, "sit down, both of you. This won't take long. My lady, may Master Sean make use of that table over there?" "Certainly, my lord," the Countess said softly. "Certainly." "Thank you, my lady. Please, please, sit down. This won't take long. Please." With apparent reluctance, Father Bright and my lady the Countess sat down in 2 chairs facing Lord Darcy. They paid little attention to what Master Sean O'Loughlin was doing. Their eyes were on Lord Darcy. "Conducting an investigation of this sort is not an easy thing," he began carefully. "Most murder cases could be easily solved by your chief man-at-arms. We find that well-trained county police, in by far the majority of cases, can solve the mystery easily, and in most cases there is very little mystery. But by His Imperial Majesty's law, the chief man-at-arms must call in a Duke's investigator if the crime is insoluble, or if it involves a member of the aristocracy. For that reason, you were perfectly correct to call His Highness the Duke as soon as murder had been discovered." He leaned back in his chair. "And it has been clear from the first that my lord the late Count was murdered." Father Bright started to say something, but Lord Darcy cut him off before he could speak. "By murder, Reverend Father, I mean that he did not die a natural death, by disease or heart trouble or accident or what have you. I should perhaps use the word homicide. Now, the question we have been called upon to answer is simply this: who was responsible for the homicide?" The priest and the Countess remained silent, looking at Lord Darcy as though he were some sort of divinely inspired oracle. "As you know, pardon me, my lady, if I am blunt, the late Count was somewhat of a playboy. No, I will make that stronger. He was a satyr, a lecher. He was a man with a sexual obsession. For such a man, if he indulges in his passions, which the late Count most certainly did, there is usually but one end. Unless he is a man who has a winsome personality, which he did not, there will be someone who will hate him enough to kill him. Such a man inevitably leaves behind him a trail of wronged women and wronged men. One such person may kill him. One such person did. But we must find the person who did, and determine the extent of his or her guilt. That is my purpose. Now, as to the facts. We know that Edward has a secret stairway which led directly to his suite. Actually, the secret was poorly kept. There were many women, common and noble, who knew of the existence of that stairway and knew how to enter it. If Edward left the lower door unlocked, anyone could come up that stairway. He has another lock in the door of his bedroom, so only someone who was invited could come in, even if she, or he, could get into the stairway. He was protected. Now, here is what actually happened that night. I have evidence, by the way, and I have the confessions of both Laird and Lady Duncan. I will explain how I got those confessions in a moment. Primus. Lady Duncan had an assignation with Count Devereux last night. She went up the stairway to his room. She was carrying with her a small pistol. She had had an affair with Edward, and she had been rebuffed. She was furious. but she went to his room. He was drunk when she arrived, in one of the nasty moods with which both of you are familiar. She pleaded with him to accept her again as his mistress. He refused. According to Lady Duncan, he said, "I don't want you. You're not fit to be in the same room with her." The emphasis is Lady Duncan's, not my own. Furious, she drew a gun, the little pistol which killed him. The Countess gasped. "But Mary couldn't have—" "Please!" Lord Darcy slammed the palm of his hand on the arm of his chair with an explosive sound. "My lady, you will listen to what I have to say." He was taking a devil of a chance, he knew. The Countess was his hostess, and had every right to exercise her prerogatives. But Lord Darcy was counting on the fact that she had been under Count Devereux's influence so long that it would take her a little time to realize that she no longer had to knuckle under to the will of a man who shouted at her. He was right. She became silent. Father Bright turned to her quickly and said, "Please, my daughter, wait." "Your pardon, my lady," Lord Darcy continued smoothly. "I was about to explain to you why I know Lady Duncan could not have killed your brother. There is the matter of the dress. We are certain that the gown that was found in Edward's closet was worn by the killer, and that gown could not possibly have fit Lady Duncan. She is much too—hefty. She has told me her story, and for reasons I will give you later, I believe it. When she pointed the gun at your brother, she really had no intention of killing him. She had no intention of pulling the trigger. Your brother knew this. He lashed out and slapped the side of her head. She dropped the pistol and fell, sobbing, to the floor. He took her roughly by the arm and escorted her down the stairway. He threw her out. Lady Duncan, hysterical, ran to her husband. And then, when he had succeeded in calming her down a bit, she realized the position she was in. She knew that Laird Duncan was a violent, a warped man, very similar to Edward Count Devereux. She dared not tell him the truth, but she had to tell him something. So she lied. She told him that Edward had asked her up in order to tell her something of importance, that something of importance concerned Laird Duncan's safety, that the Count told her that he knew of Laird Duncan's dabbling in black magic, that he threatened to inform church authorities on Laird Duncan unless she submitted to his desires, that she had struggled with him and ran away. Lord Darcy spread his hands. This was, of course, a tissue of lies, but Laird Duncan believed everything. So great was his ego that he could not believe in her infidelity, although he has been paralyzed for 5 years. "How can you be certain that Lady Duncan told the truth?" Father Bright asked warily. "Aside from the matter of the gown, which Count Devereux kept only for women of the common class, not the aristocracy, we have the testimony of the actions of Laird Duncan himself. We come then to secundus. Laird Duncan could not have committed the murder physically. How could a man who was confined to a wheelchair go up that flight of stairs? I submit to you that it would have been physically impossible. The possibility that he has been pretending all these years, and that he is actually capable of walking, was disproved 3 hours ago, when he actually injured himself by trying to throttle me. His legs are incapable of carrying him even 1 step, much less carrying him to the top of that stairway." Lord Darcy folded his hands complacently. "There remains," said Father Bright, "the possibility that Laird Duncan killed Count Devereux by magical means." Lord Darcy nodded. "That is indeed possible, reverend sir, as we both know, but not in this instance. Master Sean assures me, and I am certain that you will concur, that a man killed by sorcery, by black magic, dies of internal malfunction, not of a bullet through the heart. In effect, the black sorcerer induces his enemy to kill himself by psychosomatic means. He dies by what is technically known as psychic induction. Master Sean informs me that the commonest and crudest method of doing this is by the so-called simulacrum induction method. That is, by the making of an image, usually but not necessarily of wax, and using the law of similarity, inducing death. The law of contagion is also used, since the fingernails, hair, spittle, and so on of the victim are usually incorporated into the image. Am I correct, Father?" The priest nodded. "Yes, and, contrary to the heresies of certain materialists, it is not at all necessary that the victim be informed of the operation, although, admittedly, it can, in certain circumstances, aid the process." "Exactly," said Lord Darcy. "But it is well known that material objects can be moved by a competent sorcerer, black or white. Would you explain to my lady the Countess why her brother could not have been killed in that manner?" Father Bright touched his lips with the tip of his tongue, and then turned to the girl sitting next to him. "There is a lack of relevancy. In this case, the bullet must have been relevant either to the heart or to the gun. To have travelled with a velocity great enough to penetrate, the relevancy to the heart must have been much greater than the relevancy to the gun. Yet the test, witnessed by myself, that was performed by Master Sean, indicates that this was not so. The bullet returned to the gun, not to your brother's heart. The evidence, my dear, is conclusive that the bullet was propelled by purely physical means, and was propelled from the gun." "Then what was it Laird Duncan did?" the Countess asked. "Tertius," said Lord Darcy. "Believing what his wife had told him, Laird Duncan flew into a rage. He determined to kill your brother. He used an induction spell, but the spell backfired and almost killed him." "There are analogies on a material plane. If one adds mineral spirits and air to a fire, the fire will be increased. But if one adds ash, the fire will be put out. In a similar manner, if one attacks a living being psychically, it will die. But if one attacks a dead thing in such a manner, the psychic energy will be absorbed, to the detriment of the person who has used it. In theory, we could charge Laird Duncan with attempted murder, for there is no doubt that he did attempt to kill your brother, my lady. But your brother was already dead at the time." The resultant dissipation of psychic energy rendered Laird Duncan unconscious for several hours, during which Lady Duncan waited in suspenseful fear. Finally, when Laird Duncan regained consciousness, he realized what had happened. He knew that your brother was already dead when he attempted the spell. He thought, therefore, that Lady Duncan had killed the Count. On the other hand, Lady Duncan was perfectly well aware that she had left Edward alive and well. So she thought the black magic of her husband had killed her erstwhile lover. "Each was trying to protect the other," Father Bright said. "Neither is completely evil, then. There may be something we can do for Laird Duncan." "I wouldn't know about that, Father," Lord Darcy said. "The healing art is the Church's business, not mine." He realized with some amusement that he was paraphrasing Dr. Paley. "What Laird Duncan had not known," he went on quickly, "was that his wife had taken a gun up to the Count's bedroom. That put a rather different light on her visit, you see. That's why he flew into such a towering rage at me, not because I was accusing him or his wife of murder, but because I had cast doubt on his wife's behaviour." He turned his head to look at the table where the Irish sorcerer was working. "Ready, Master Sean?" "Aye, my lord. All I have to do is set up the screen and light the lantern in the projector." "Go ahead, then." He looked back at Father Bright and the Countess. "Master Sean has a rather interesting lantern slide I want you to look at." "The most successful development I've ever made, if I may say so, my lord," the sorcerer said. "Proceed." Master Sean opened the shutter on the projector, and a picture sprang into being on the screen. There were gasps from Father Bright and the Countess. It was a woman. She was wearing the gown that had hung in the Count's closet. A button had been torn off, and the gown gaped open. Her right hand was almost completely obscured by a dense cloud of smoke. Obviously, she had just fired a pistol directly at the onlooker. But that was not what had caused the gasps. The girl was beautiful, gloriously, ravishingly beautiful. It was not a delicate beauty. There was nothing flower-like or peaceful in it. It was a beauty that could have but one effect on a normal human male. She was the most physically desirable woman one could imagine. Retro mia Sathanas, Father Bright thought wryly. She's almost obscenely beautiful. Only the Countess was unaffected by the desirability of the image. She saw only the startling beauty. "Has neither of you seen that woman before?" "I thought not," said Lord Darcy. "Nor had Laird or Lady Duncan, nor Sir Pierre. Who is she? We don't know, but we can make a few deductions. She must have come to the Count's room by appointment. This is quite obviously the woman Edward mentioned to Lady Duncan, the woman, the she, that the Scots noblewoman could not compare with. It is almost certain she is a commoner, otherwise she would not be wearing a robe from the Count's collection. She must have changed right there in the bedroom. Then she and the Count quarrelled. About what, we do not know. The Count had previously taken Lady Duncan's pistol away from her, and had evidently carelessly let it lay on the table you see behind the girl. She grabbed it and shot him. Then she changed clothes again, hung up the robe, and ran away. No one saw her come or go. The Count had designed the stairway for just that purpose. Oh, we'll find her, never fear, now that we know what she looks like. At any rate," Lord Darcy concluded, "the mystery is now solved to my complete satisfaction, and I shall so report to His Highness." Richard, Duke of Normandy, poured 2 liberal portions of excellent brandy into a pair of crystal goblets. There was a smile of satisfaction on his youthful face as he handed one of the goblets to Lord Darcy. "Very well done, my lord," he said. "Very well done." "I am gratified to hear your Highness say so," said Lord Darcy, accepting the brandy. "But how were you so certain that it was not someone from outside the castle? Anyone could have come in through the main gate. That's always open." "True, your Highness. But the door at the foot of the stairway was locked. Count Devereux locked it after he threw Lady Duncan out. There was no way of locking or unlocking it from the outside. The door had not been forced. No one could have come in that way, nor left that way, after Lady Duncan was so forcibly ejected. The only other way into the Count's suite was by the other door, and that door was unlocked." "I see," said Duke Richard. "I wonder why she went up there in the first place." "Probably because he asked her to. Any other woman would have known what she was getting into if she accepted an invitation to Count Devereux's suite." The Duke's handsome face darkened. "No, one would hardly expect that sort of thing from one's own brother. She was perfectly justified in shooting him." "Perfectly, your Highness. And had she been anyone but the heiress, she would undoubtedly have confessed immediately. Indeed, it was all I could do to keep her from confessing to me when she thought I was going to charge the Duncans with the killing. But she knew that it was necessary to preserve the reputation of her brother and herself, not as private persons, but as Count and Countess, as officers of the government of His Imperial Majesty the King. For a man to be known as a rake is one thing. Most people don't care about that sort of thing in a public official so long as he does his duty and does it well, which, as your Highness knows, the Count did. But to be shot to death while attempting to assault his own sister, that is quite another thing. She was perfectly justified in attempting to cover it up, and she will remain silent unless someone else is accused of the crime." "Which, of course, will not happen," said Duke Richard. He sipped at the brandy, then said, "She will make a good countess. She has judgment, and she can keep cool under duress. After she had shot her own brother, she might have panicked, but she didn't. How many women would have thought of simply taking off the damaged gown and putting on its duplicate from the closet?" "Very few," Lord Darcy agreed. "That's why I never mentioned that I knew the Count's wardrobe contained dresses identical to her own. By the way, your Highness, if any good healer, like Father Bright, had known of those duplicate dresses, he would have realized that the Count had a sexual obsession about his sister. he would have known that all the other women the Count went after were sister substitutes. Yes, of course, and none of them measure up. He put his goblet on the table. I shall inform the king my brother that I recommend the new countess wholeheartedly. No word of this must be put down in writing, of course. You know, and I know, and the king must know. No one else must know. One other knows, said Lord Darcy. Who? Father Bright. Duke Richard looked relieved. Naturally. He won't tell her that we know, will he? I think Father Bright's discretion can be relied upon. In the dimness of the confessional, Alice, Countess Devereux, knelt and listened to the voice of Father Bright. I shall not give you any penance, my child, for you have committed no sin, that is, in so far as the death of your brother is concerned. For the rest of your sins, you must read and memorize the 3rd chapter of The Soul and the World by St. James Huntington. He started to pronounce the absolution, but the Countess said, I don't understand one thing. That picture, that wasn't me. I never saw such a gorgeously beautiful girl in my life, and I'm so plain. I don't understand. Had you looked more closely, my child, you would have seen that the face did look like yours, only it was idealized. When a subjective reality is made objective, distortions invariably show up. That is why such things cannot be accepted as evidence of objective reality in court. He paused. To put it another way, my child, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The end of The Eyes Have It, by Randall Garrett.
Beyond Lies the Wub, by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan McAdam. The slovenly wub might well have said, Many men talk like philosophers, and live like fools. They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. What's the matter? He said. You're getting paid for all this. The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. Just a minute. Don't go off. I'm not finished. Oh? The Optus turned with dignity. I am going back to the village. He looked towards the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship. I must organize new hunts. Franco lit a cigarette. Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth... The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. How's it coming? He said. He looked at his watch. We got a good bargain here. The mate glanced at him sourly. How do you explain that? What's the matter with you? We need it more than they do. I'll see you later, Captain. The mate threaded his way up the plank, between the long-legged Martian go-birds into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank towards the port, when he saw it. My God! He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. I'm sorry, Captain, he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked towards him. What is it? The wub stood sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it switched its tail. It sat. There was silence. It's a wub, Peterson said. I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected. This? Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. It's a pig. A huge dirty pig. Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub. A huge pig. Must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped. Its eyes opened, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed onto the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat?" Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of his ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs so that he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord," French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it gonna be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went to go get some water. French shook his head. "No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations." Peter came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared at the door. "Let's have a look at it," he advanced, squinting critically. "You got this for 50 cents?" "Yes, sir," Peterson said. "It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain and it liked that, and then potatoes and mash and scraps from the table and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep." "I see," Captain Franco said. "Now, as to taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up anymore. It seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out." The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain. "Really, Captain," the wub said, "I suggest we talk of other matters." The room was silent. "What was that?" Franco said. "Just now." "The wub, sir," Peterson said. "It spoke." They all looked at the wub. "What did it say? What did it say?" "It suggested we talk about other things." Franco walked towards the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back over and stood with the men. "I wonder if there's a native inside it," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe we should open it up and have a look." "Oh, goodness," the wub cried. "Is that all you people can think of? Killing and cutting?" Franco clenched his fists. "Come out of there! Whoever you are, come out!" Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly. "I beg your pardon," the wub said. "I don't think there's anyone in there," Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in. "You wanted me, Captain?" he said. "What's this thing?" "This is a wub," Franco said. "It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out—" "I think we should have a talk," the wub said. "I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues." The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. "Come into my office," the captain said at last. He turned and walked out of the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go out. They heard it climbing the stairs. "I wonder what the outcome will be," the cook said. "Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you hear." "Sure," Jones said. "Sure." The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh. "You must forgive me," it said. "I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I—" The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands. "All right," he said. "Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct?" The wub shrugged. "I suppose so. That's what they call us. The natives, I mean. We have our own term." "And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before?" "No." "Then how do you do it?" Speak English? Am I speaking English? I'm not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind. My mind? I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it. I see, the captain said. Telepathy, of course. We are a very old race, the wub said. Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game. How do you live? Plants, vegetables, we can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic, tolerant, eclectic, Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along. The wub eyed the captain. And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image in your mind. Most of me frozen in the food locker, some of me in the kettle, a bit for your pet cat. So you read minds, the captain said. How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines? A few odds and ends, the wub said absently, staring around the room. A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them. Indeed, the captain nodded. But to get back to the problem. Quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I am told, is good. A little fatty, but tender. But how can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me? Rather, you should discuss questions with me. Philosophy, the arts. The captain stood up. Philosophy? It might interest you to know that we will be hard put to find something to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage. I know, the wub nodded. But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws, or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from just such infringements. Now, if each of us casts one vote... The captain walked to the door. Nuts to you, he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain, and went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet. So you see, the wub said, we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols. Ishtar, Odysseus. Peterson sat silently, staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. Go on, he said. Please go on. I find your Odysseus a figure common to mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation. But Odysseus returns to his home. Peterson looked out the port window, at the stars, endless stars, burning intently in the empty universe. Finally he goes home. As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race. The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door. "You all right?" French said. "Do you mean me?" Peterson said, surprised. Why me? Franco lowered his gun. Come over here, he said to Peterson. Get up and come here. There was silence. Go ahead, the wub said. It doesn't matter. Peterson stood up. What for? It's an order. Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm. What's going on? Peterson wrenched loose. What's the matter with you? Captain Franco moved towards the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall. It is interesting, the wub said, that you're obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why. Get up, Franco said. If you wish. The wub rose, grunting. Be patient. It is difficult for me. It stood gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly. Shoot it now, French said. For God's sake, Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes gray with fear. You didn't see him, like a statue, standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there. Who, the captain? Peterson stared around. But he's all right now. They looked at the wub, standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. Come on, Franco said. Out of the way. The men pulled aside toward the door. You are quite afraid, aren't you? The wub said. Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I have done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native. The gun jerked. See, Franco said. I thought so. The wub settled down, panting. It put its paws out, pulling its tail around it. It is very warm, the wub said. I understand we are close to the jets. Atomic power. You have done many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently, your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical. Franco turned to the men, crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. I'll do it. You can watch. French nodded. Try to hit the brains. It's no good for eating. Don't hit it in the chest. If the rib cage shatters, we'll have to pick the bones out. Listen, Peterson said, licking his lips. Has it done anything to you? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you. Franco raised his gun. I'm going out, Jones said, his face white and sick. I don't want to see it. Me too, French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door. It was talking to me about Miss, he said. It wouldn't hurt anyone. He went outside. Franco walked toward the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed. A very foolish thing, it said. I am sorry that you want to do it. There was a parable that your Savior related. It stopped, staring at the gun. Can you look me in the eye and do it? The wub said. Can you do that? The captain gazed down. I can look you in the eye, he said. Back on the farm we had hogs. Dirty razorback hogs. I can do it. Staring down at the wub, into the gleaming, moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. More? He said, looking around. More? And some wine, perhaps. Not me, French said. I think I'll go back to the chart room. Me too. Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. I'll see you later. The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. What do you suppose the matter is? The captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. "It is only organic matter now," he said. "The life essence is gone." He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. "I, myself, love to eat. It is one of the greatest things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things." Peterson nodded. 2 more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. "Well," he said, "I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I had heard were quite true. The taste of wub, very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past." He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. "Come, come," he said. "Cheer up. Let's discuss things." He smiled. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths." Peterson jerked up, staring. "To go on," the captain said, "Odysseus, as I understand him." End of The Wub by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Dan McAdam.
I'll Kill You Tomorrow by Helen Huber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Nelson. I'll Kill You Tomorrow by Helen Huber. It was not a sinister silence. No silence is sinister until it acquires a background of understandable menace. Here there was only the night quiet of maternity, the silence of noiseless rubber heels on the hospital corridor floor, the faint brush of starched white skirts brushing through doorways into darkened and semi-darkened rooms. But there was something wrong with the silence in the basket room of maternity, the glass-walled room containing row on row the tiny hopes of tomorrow. The curtain was drawn across the window through which, during visiting hours, peered the proud fathers who did the hoping. The night light was dim. The silence should not have been there. Laurie Kane, standing in the doorway, looked out over the rows of silent baskets and felt her blonde hair tighten at the roots. The tightening came from instinct, even before her brain had a chance to function, from the instincts and training of a registered nurse. 30-odd babies grouped in one room and complete silence. Not a single whimper, not one tiny cry of protest against the annoying phenomenon of birth. 30 babies dead? That was the thought that flashed unbidden into Laurie's pretty head. The absurdity of it followed swiftly, and Laurie moved on rubber soles between a line of baskets. She bent down and explored with practiced fingers. A warm, living bundle in a white basket. The feeling of relief was genuine. Relief, even from an absurdity, is a welcome thing. Laurie smiled and bent closer. Staring up at Laurie from the basket were 2 clear blue eyes. 2 eyes, steady and fixed in a round baby face. An immobile pink baby face, housing 2 blue eyes that stared up into Laurie's with a quiet concentration that was chilling. Laurie said, "What's the matter with you?" She spoke in a whisper and was addressing herself. She'd gone short on sleep lately, the only way, really, to get a few hours with Pete. Pete was an intern at General Hospital, and the kind of a homely grinning carrot top a girl like Laurie could put into dreams as the center of a satisfactory future. But all this didn't justify a case of jitters in the basket room. Laurie said, "Hi, short stuff," and lifted Baby Newcomb, male, out of his crib for a cuddling. Baby Newcomb didn't object. The blue eyes came closer, the weak old eyes with the 100-year-old look. Laurie laid the bundle over her shoulder and smiled into the dimness. "You want to be president, Shorty?" Laurie felt the warmth of a new life, felt the little body wriggle in snug contentment. "I wouldn't advise it. Tough job." Baby Newcomb twisted in his blanket. Laurie stiffened. Snug contentment? Laurie felt two tiny hands clutch and dig into her throat. Not just pawing baby hands, little fingers that reached and explored for the windpipe. She uncuddled the soft bundle, held it out. There were the eyes. She chilled. No imagination here. No specter from lack of sleep. Ancient murder-hatred glowing in new-born eyes. "Careful, you fool! You'll drop this body!" A thin piping voice. A shrill symphony in malevolence. Fear weakened Laurie. She found a chair and sat down. She held the boy baby in her hands. Training would not allow her to drop baby Newcomb. Even if she had fainted, she would not have let go. The shrill voice. "It was stupid of me. Very stupid." Laurie was cold, sick, mute. "Very stupid. These hands are too fragile. There are no muscles in the arms. I couldn't have killed you." "Please, dreaming? No, I'm surprised at your surprise. You have a trained mind. You should have learned long ago to trust your senses." "I don't understand." "Don't look at the doorway. Nobody's coming in. Look at me. Give me a little attention, and I'll explain." "Explain?" Laurie pulled her eyes down to the cherubic little face as she parroted dully. "I'll begin by reminding you that there are more things in existence than your obscene medical books tell you about." "Who are you? What are you?" "One of those things." "You're not a baby." "Of course I'm not. I'm—" The beastly, brittle voice drifted into silence as though halted by an intruding thought. Then the thought voiced with a yearning at once pathetic and terrible. "It would be nice to kill you. Someday I will. Someday I'll kill you if I can find you." "Why? Why?" Insane words in an insane world. But life had not stopped even though madness had taken over. "Why?" The voice was matter-of-fact again. No more time for pleasant daydreams. "I'm something your books didn't tell you about. Naturally, you're bewildered. Did you ever hear of a bodiless entity?" Laurie shuddered in silence. "You've heard of bodiless entities, of course, but you denied their existence in your smug world of precise, tidy detail. I'm a bodiless entity. I'm one of a swarm. We come from a dimension your mind wouldn't accept even if I explained it, so I'll save words. We of the swarm seek unfoldment, fulfillment, even as you in your stupid, blind world. Do you want to hear more?" "You're a fool, but I enjoy practicing with these new vocal cords just as I enjoyed flexing the fingers and muscles. That's why I revealed myself. We are basically, of course, parasites. In the dimension where we exist in profusion, evolution has provided for us. There we seek out and move into a dimensional entity far more intelligent than yourself. We destroy it in a way you wouldn't understand, and it is not important that you should. In fact, I can't see what importance there is in your existing at all." "You plan to kill all these babies?" "Let me congratulate you. You finally managed to voice an intelligent question. The answer is no. We aren't strong enough to kill them. We dwelt in a far more delicate dimension than this one, and all was in proportion. That was our difficulty when we came here. We could find no entities weak enough to take possession of until we came upon this roomful of infants." "Then, if you're helpless—" "What do we plan to do? That's quite simple. These material entities will grow. We will remain attached, ingrained, so to speak. When the body's enlarged sufficiently— 30 potential assassins. Lori spoke again to herself, then hurled the words back into her own mind as her sickness deepened. The shrill chirping. What do you mean, potential? The word expresses a doubt. Here there is none. The entity's chuckle sounded like a baby, content over a full bottle. 30 certain assassins. But why must you kill? Lori was sure the tiny shoulders shrugged. Why? I don't know. I never thought to wonder. Why must you join with a man and propagate some day? Why do you feel sorry for what you term an unfortunate? Explain your instincts, and I'll explain mine. Lori felt herself rising. Stiffly, she put Baby Newcomb back into his basket. As she did so, a ripple of shrill, jerky laughter crackled through the room. Lori put her hands to her ears. You know I can't say anything. You'd keep quiet. They'd call me mad. Precisely. Malicious laughter, like driven sleet, cut into her ears as she fled from the room. Peter Larchmont, M.D., was smoking a quick cigarette by an open fire-escape door on the 3rd floor. He turned as Lori came down the corridor, flipped his cigarette down into the alley, and grinned. "Women shouldn't float on rubber heels," he said. "A man should have warning." Lori came close. Kiss me hard." Pete kissed her, then held her away. "You're trembling. Anticipation, pet?" He looked into her face, and the grin faded. "Lori, what is it?" Pete, I'm crazy. I've gone mad. Hold me." He could have laughed, but he had looked closely into her eyes, and he was a doctor. He didn't laugh. "Tell me. Just stand here. I'll hang on to you, and you tell me." "The babies, they've gone mad." She clung to him. "Not exactly that. Something's taken them over. Something terrible. Oh, Pete, nobody would believe me." "I believe the end result," he said quietly. "That's what I'm for, Angel. When you shake like this, I'll always believe. But I'll have to know more, and I'll hunt for an answer." "There isn't any answer, Pete. I know." "We'll still look. Tell me more first." "There isn't any more." Her eyes widened as she stared into his with the shock of a new thought. "Oh, Lord, one of them talked to me, but maybe he, or it, won't talk to you. Then you'll never know for sure. You'll think I'm— Stop it. Quit predicting what I'll do. Let's go to the nursery." They went to the nursery and stayed there for 3/4 of an hour. They left with the tinny laughter filling their minds, and the last words of the monstrous entity. "We'll say no more, of course. Perhaps even this incident has been indiscreet. But it's in the form of a celebration. Never before has a whole swarm gotten through. Only a single entity on rare occasions." Pete leaned against the corridor wall and wiped his face with the sleeve of his jacket. "We're the only ones who know," he said. "Or ever will know." Lori pushed back a lock of his curly hair. She wanted to kiss him, but this didn't seem to be the place or the time. "We can never tell anyone. We'd look foolish. We've got a horror on our hands, and we can't pass it on." "What are we going to do?" Lori asked. "I don't know. Let's recap a little. Got a cigarette?" They went to the fire door and dragged long and deep on 2 from Lori's pack. "They'll be quiet from now on. No more talking, just baby squalls. And 30 little assassins will go into 30 homes," Lori said. "All dressed in soft pink and blue, all filled with hatred. Waiting, biding their time, growing more clever." She shuddered. The electric chair will get them all eventually. But how many will they get in the meantime? Pete put his arms around her and drew her close and whispered into her ear. There's nothing we can do. Nothing. We've got to do something. Laurie heard again the thin, brittle laughter following her, taunting her. It was a bad dream. It didn't happen. We'll just have to sleep it off. She put her cheek against his. The rising stubble of his beard scratched her face. She was grateful for the rough touch of solid reality. Pete said, The shock will wear out of our minds. Time will pass. After a while, we won't believe it ourselves. That's what I'm afraid of. It's got to be that way. We've got to do something. Pete lowered his arms wearily. Yeah, we've got to do something. Where there's nothing that can be done. What are we, miracle workers? We've got to do something. Sure, finish out the watch and then get some sleep. Laurie awoke with the lowering sun in her window. It was a blood-red sun. She picked up the phone by her bedside. Room 307, residence extension. Pete answered drowsily. Laurie said, Tell me, did I dream or did it really happen? I was going to ask you the same thing. I guess it happened. What are you doing? Lying in bed. So am I, but 2 different beds. Things are done all wrong. Want to take a chance and sneak over? I've got an illegal coffee pot. Leave the door unlocked. Laurie put on the coffee. She showered and got into her slip. She was brushing her hair when Pete came in. He looked at her and extended, beckoning, clutching fingers. The hell with phantoms. Come here. After a couple of minutes, Laurie pulled away and poured the coffee. She reached for her uniform. Pete said, Don't put it on yet. Too dangerous leaving it off. He eyed her dreamily. I'll dredge up willpower. I'll also get scads of fat rich clients. Then we'll get married so I can assault you legally. Laurie studied him. You're not even listening to yourself. What is it, Pete? What have you dreamed up? Okay, I've got an idea. You said something would have to be done. What? A drastic cure for a drastic case, with maybe disaster as the end product. Tell me. I'll tell you a little, but not too much. Why not all? Because if we ever land in court, I want to be able to say under oath, he didn't tell me what he planned to do. I don't like that. I don't care if you like it or not. Tell me, what's the one basic thing that stands out in your mind about these entities? That they're fragile? Yes, fragile. Give me some more coffee. Laurie demanded to know what was in Pete's mind. All she got was kissed, and she did not see Pete again until 11 o'clock that night. He found her in the corridor in maternity and motioned her toward the nursery. He carried a tray under a white towel. He said, You watch the door. I'm going inside. I'll be about a half an hour. What are you going to do? You stay out here and mind your business. Your business will be to steer any nosy party away. If you can't, make noise coming in. Doc Pete turned away and entered the nursery. Laurie stood at the doorway, in the silence under the brooding nightlight, and prayed. 25 minutes later, Pete came out. His face was white and drawn. He looked like a man who had lately had a preview of hell's inverted pleasures. His hands trembled. The towel still covered the tray. He said, Watch them close. Don't move 10 steps from here. He started away, turned back. All hell is scheduled to break loose in this hospital shortly. Let's hope God remains in charge. Larry saw the sick dread of his heart underneath his words. It could have been a major scandal. An epidemic of measles on the maternity floor of a modern hospital indicates the unforgivable medical sin, carelessness. It was hushed up as much as possible, pending the time when the top people could shake off the shock and recover their wits. The ultimate recovery of 30 babies was a tribute to everyone concerned. Wan, done-in, Doc Pete drank coffee in Laurie's room. Laurie gave him 3 lumps of sugar and said, "But are you sure the sickness killed the entities?" "Quite sure. Somehow they knew when I made the injections. They screamed. They knew they were done for." "It took courage. Tell me, why are you so strong, so brave? Why are you so wonderful?" "Cut it out. I was scared stiff. If one baby had died, I'd have gone through life weighing the cure against the end. It isn't easy to risk doing murder, however urgent the need." She leaned across and kissed him. "And you were all alone. You wouldn't let me help. Was that fair?" He grinned, then sobered. "But I can't help remembering what that invisible monster said. Never before has a whole swarm gotten through. Only a single entity on rare occasions." "I can't help wondering what happens to those single entities. I think of the newspaper headlines I've seen. Child kills parents in sleep. Youth slays father. I'll probably always wonder, and I'll always remember." Laurie got up and crossed to him and put her arms around him. "Not always," she whispered. "There will be times when I'll make you forget. For a little while, anyhow." The end of I'll Kill You Tomorrow by Helen Huber. A World is Born by Lee Brackett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A World is Born by Lee Brackett. Nell Gray flung down his hoe with a sudden tigerish fierceness and stood erect. Tom Ward, working beside him, glanced at Gray's Indian-esque profile, the youth of it hardened by war and the hells of the Eros prison blocks. A quick flash of satisfaction crossed Ward's dark eyes. Then he grinned and said mockingly, "Hell of a place to spend the rest of your life, ain't it?" Mel Gray stared with slitted blue eyes down the valley. The huge sun of Mercury seared his naked body. Sweat channeled the dust on his skin. His throat ached with thirst, and the bitter landscape mocked him more than Wade's dark face. "The rest of my life," he repeated softly. "The rest of my life." He was 28. Wade spat in the damp black earth. "You ought to be glad. Helping the unfortunate, building a haven for the derelict." "Shut up!" Fury rose in Gray, hotter than the boiling springs that ran from the sunside to water the valleys. He hated Mercury. He hated John Moulton and his daughter Jill, who had conceived this plan of building a new world for the destitute and desperate veterans of the Second Interplanetary War. "I've had enough unselfish service," he whispered. "I'm serving myself from now on." Escape. That was all he wanted. Escape from these stifling valleys, from the snarl of the wind in barren crags that towered higher than Everest into airless space. Escape from the surveillance of the 20 guards, the forced companionship of the 99 other veteran convicts. Wade poked at the furrows between the sturdy hybrid tubers. "It ain't possible, kid. Not even for Duke Gray, the light-fingered genius who held the interstellar police at a standstill for 5 years." He laughed. "I read your publicity." Gray stroked slow, earth-stained fingers over his sleek cap of yellow hair. "You think so?" he asked softly. Dio the Martian came down the furrow, his lean, wiry figure silhouetted against the upper panorama of the valley. The neat rows of vegetables and the green riot of Venusian wheat dotted with toiling men and their friendly guards. Dio's green, narrowed eyes studied Gray's hard face. "What's the matter, Gray? Trying to start something?" "Suppose I were?" asked Gray silkily. Dio was the unofficial leader of the convict veterans. There was about his thin body and hatchet face some of the grim determination that had made the Martians cling to their dying world and bring life to it again. "You volunteered like the rest of us," said the Martian. "Haven't you the guts to stick it?" "The hell I volunteered. The IPA sent me. And what's it to you?" "Only this." Dio's green eyes were slitted and ugly. "You've only been here a month. The rest of us came nearly a year ago, because we wanted to. We've worked like slaves because we wanted to. In 3 weeks the crops will be in. The Moulton Project will be self-supporting. Moulton will get his permanent charter, and we'll be on our way. There are 99 of us, Gray, who want the Moulton Project to succeed. We know that louse Karen of Mars doesn't want it to, since pitchblende was discovered. We don't know whether you're working for him or not, but you're a troublemaker. There isn't to be any trouble, Gray. We're not giving the Interplanetary Prison Authority any excuse to revoke its decision and give Karen of Mars a free hand here. We'll see to anyone who tries it. Understand?" Mel Gray took one slow step forward, but Ward's sharp, "Stow it! A guard!" stopped him. The Martian worked back up the furrow. The guard, reassured, strolled back up the valley, squinting at the jagged streak of pale gray sky that was going black as low clouds formed, only a few 100 feet above the copper cables that ran from cliff to cliff high over their heads. "Another storm," growled Ward. "It gets worse as Mercury enters perihelion. Lovely world, ain't it?" "Why did you volunteer?" asked Gray, picking up his hoe. Ward shrugged. "I had my reasons." Gray voiced the question that had troubled him since his transfer. "There were hundreds on the waiting list to replace the man who died. Why did they send me instead?" "Some fool blunder," said Ward carelessly, and then, in the same casual tone, "You mean it about escaping?" Gray stared at him. "What's it to you?" Ward moved closer. "I can help you." A stab of mingled hope and wary suspicion transfixed Gray's heart. Ward's dark face grinned briefly into his, with a flash of secretive black eyes, and Gray was conscious of distrust. "What do you mean, help me?" Dio was working closer, watching them. The first growl of thunder rattled against the cliff faces. It was dark now, the pink flames of the dark side aurora visible beyond the valley mouth. "I've got connections," returned Ward cryptically. "Interested?" Gray hesitated. There was too much he couldn't understand. Moreover, he was a lone wolf. Had been, since the Second Interplanetary War wrenched him from the quiet backwater of his country home an eternity of 8 years before, and hammered him into hardness, a cynic who trusted nobody and nothing but Mel Duke Gray. "If you have connections," he said slowly, "why don't you use 'em yourself?" "I got my reasons." Again that secretive grin. "But it's no hide off you, is it? All you want is to get away." That was true. It would do no harm to hear what Ward had to say. Lightning burst overhead, streaking down to be caught and grounded by the copper cables. The livid flare showed Dio's face, hard with worry and determination. Gray nodded. "Tonight, then," whispered Ward, "in the barracks." Out from the cleft where Mel Gray worked, across the flat plain of rock stripped naked by the wind that raved across it, lay the deep valley that sheltered the heart of the Moulton Project. Hot springs joined to form a steaming river. Vegetation grew savagely under the huge sun. The air, kept at almost constant temperature by the blanketing effect of the hot springs, was stagnant and heavy. But up above, high over the copper cables that crossed every valley where men ventured, the eternal wind of Mercury screamed and snarled between the naked cliffs. 3 concrete domes crouched on the valley floor, housing barracks, tool shops, kitchens, storehouses, and executive quarters, connected by underground passages. Beside the smallest dome, joined to it by a heavily barred tunnel, was an insulated hangar containing the only spaceship on Mercury. In the small dome, John Moulton leaned back from a pile of reports, took a pinch of Martian snuff, sneezed lustily, and said, "Jill, I think we've done it." The gray-eyed, black-haired young woman turned from the quartzite window through which she had been watching the gathering storm overhead. The thunder from other valleys reached them as a dim barrage, which, at this time of Mercury's year, was never still. "I don't know," she said. "It seems that nothing can happen now, and yet it's been too easy." "Easy?" snorted Moulton. "We've broken our backs fighting these valleys, and our nerves fighting time. But we've licked 'em." He rose, shaggy gray hair tousled, gray eyes alight. "I told the IPA those men weren't criminals. And I was right. They can't deny me the charter now, no matter how much Charon of Mars would like to get his claws on this radium." He took Jill by the shoulders and shook her, laughing. 3 weeks, girl, that's all. First crops ready for harvest. First pay ore coming out of the mines. In 3 weeks, my permanent charter will have to be granted, according to the agreement, and then... Jill," he added solemnly, "we are seeing the birth of a world." "That's what frightens me." Jill glanced upward as the first flare of lightning struck down, followed by a crash of thunder that shook the dome. "So much can happen at a birth. I wish the 3 weeks were over." "Nonsense, girl! What could possibly happen?" She looked at the copper cables, burning with the electricity running along them, and thought of the 122 souls in that narrow twilight belt, with the fierce heat of the sun side before them and the spatial cold of the shadow side at their backs, fighting against wind and storm and heat to build a world to replace the ones the war had taken from them. "So much could happen," she whispered. "An accident, an escape." The interdome telescreen buzzed its signal. Jill, caught in a queer mood of premonition, went to it. The face of Dio the Martian appeared on the screen, still wet and dirty from the storm-soaked fields, disheveled from his battle across the plain in the chaotic winds. "I want to see you, Miss Moulton," he said. "There's something funny I think you ought to know." "Of course," said Jill, and met her father's eyes. "I think we'll see now which one of us is right." The barracks were quiet, except for the mutter of distant thunder and the heavy breathing of exhausted men. Tom Ward crouched in the darkness by Mel Gray's bunk. "You ain't gonna go soft at the last minute, are you?" he whispered. "Because I can't afford to take chances." "Don't worry," Gray returned grimly. "What's your proposition?" "I can give you the combination to the lock of the hangar passage. All you have to do is get into Moulton's office, where the passage door is, and go to it. The ship's a 2-seater. You can get her out of the valley easy." Gray's eyes narrowed in the dark. "What's the catch?" "There ain't none. I swear it." "Look, Ward, I'm no fool. Who's behind this, and why?" "That don't make no difference. All you want—" "Ow!" Gray's fingers had fastened like steel claws on his wrist. "I get it now," said Gray slowly. "That's why I was sent here. Somebody wanted me to make trouble for Moulton." His fingers tightened agonizingly, and his voice sank to a slow drawl. "I don't like being a pawn in somebody else's chess game." Okay. It ain't my fault. Let me go." Ward rubbed his bruised wrist. "Sure, somebody, I ain't saying who, sent you here, knowin' you'd want to escape. I'm here to help you. You get free, I get paid, the big boy gets what he wants. Okay?" Gray was silent, scowling in the darkness. Then he said, "All right, I'll take a chance." "Then listen. You tell Moulton you have a complaint. I'll—" Light flooded the dark as the door clanged open. Ward leaped like a startled rabbit, but the light speared him, held him. Ward felt a pulse of excitement beat up in him. The long, ominous shadows of the guards raised elongated guns. The barracks stirred and muttered like a vast aviary waking. "Ward and Gray," said one of the guards. "Moulton wants you." Gray rose from his bunk with the lithe, delicate grace of a cat. The monotony of sleep and labor was ended. Something had broken. Life was once again a moving thing. John Moulton sat behind the untidy desk. Dio the Martian sat grimly against the wall. There was a guard beside him, watching. Mel Gray noted all this as he and Ward came in. But his cynical blue eyes went beyond, to a door with a ponderous combination lock. Then they were attracted by something else, the tall, slim figure standing against the black quartz panes of the far wall. It was the first time he had seen Jill Moulton. She looked the perfect, sober apostle of righteousness he'd learned to mock. And then he saw the soft cluster of black curls, the curve of her throat above the dark dress, the red lips that balanced her determined jaw and direct gray eyes. Moulton spoke, his shaggy head hunched between his shoulders. "Dio tells me that you, Gray, are not a volunteer." "Tattletale," said Gray. He was gauging the distance to the hangar door, the positions of the guards, the time it would take to spin out the combination, and he knew he couldn't do it. "What were you and Ward up to when the guards came?" "I couldn't sleep," said Gray amiably. "He was telling me bedtime stories." Jill Moulton was lovely, he couldn't deny that. Lovely, but not soft. She gave him an idea. Moulton's jaw clamped. "Cut the comedy, Gray. Are you working for Karen of Mars?" Karen of Mars, chairman of the board of the Interplanetary Prison Authority. Dio had mentioned him. Gray smiled in understanding. Karen of Mars had sent him, Gray, to Mercury. Karen of Mars was helping him, through Ward, to escape. Karen of Mars wanted Mercury for his own purposes, and he could have it. "In a manner of speaking, Mr. Moulton," he said gravely, "Karen of Mars is working for me." He caught Ward's sharp hiss of remonstrance. Then Jill Moulton stepped forward. "Perhaps he doesn't understand what he's doing, Father." Her eyes met Gray's. "You want to escape, don't you?" Gray studied her, grinning as the slow rose flushed her skin. The corners of her mouth tightened with anger. "Go on," he said. "You have a nice voice." Her eyes narrowed, but she held her temper. "You must know what that would mean, Gray. There are thousands of veterans in the prisons now. Their offenses are mostly trivial, but the prison authority can't let them go because they have no jobs, no homes, no money. The valleys here are fertile. There are mines rich in copper and pitchblende. The men have a chance for a home and a job, a part in building a new world. We hope to make Mercury an independent, self-governing member of the League of Worlds." "With the Moultons as rulers, of course," Gray murmured. "If they want us," answered Jill, deliberately missing the point. "Do you think you have the right to destroy all we've worked for?" Gray was silent. Rather grimly, she went on. "Karen of Mars would like to see us defeated. He didn't care about Mercury before radium was discovered. But now he'd like to turn it into a prison mining community, with convict labor, leasing mine grants to corporations, and cleaning up big fortunes for himself and his associates. Any trouble here will give him an excuse to say that we've failed, that the project is a menace to the solar system. If you try to escape, you wreck everything we've done. If you don't tell the truth, you may cost thousands of men their futures. Do you understand? Will you cooperate?" Gray said evenly, "I'm my own keeper now. My brother will have to take care of himself." It was ridiculously easy. She was so earnest, so close to him. He had a brief kaleidoscope of impressions: Ward's sullen bewilderment, Moulton's angry roar, Dio's jerky rise to his feet as the guards grabbed for their guns. Then he had his hands around her slim, firm throat, her body pressed close to his, serving as a shield against bullets. "Don't be rash," he told them all quietly. "I can break her neck quite easily if I have to. Ward, unlock that door." In utter silence, Ward darted over and began to spin the dial. At last he said, "Okay, come on." Gray realized that he was sweating. Jill was like warm, rigid marble in his hands. And he had another idea. "I'm going to take the girl as a hostage," he announced. "If I get safely away, she'll be turned loose, her health and virtue still intact. Good night." The clang of the heavy door had a comforting sound behind them. The ship was a commercial job, fairly slow but sturdy. Gray strapped Jill Moulton into one of the bucket seats in the control room and then checked the fuel and air gauges. The tanks were full. "What about you?" he said to Ward. "You can't go back." "Nah, I'll have to go with you. Warm her up, Duke, while I open the dome." He darted out. Gray set the atmosphere motors idling. The dome slid open, showing the flicker of the auroras, where areas of intense heat and cold set up atmospheric tension by rapid fluctuation of adjoining air masses. Mercury, cutting the vast magnetic field of the sun in an eccentric orbit, tortured by the daily change from blistering heat to freezing cold in the thin atmosphere, was a powerful generator of electricity. Ward didn't come back. Swearing under his breath, tense for the sound of pursuit in spite of the girl, Gray went to look. Out beyond the hangar he saw a figure running hard up into the narrowing cleft of the valley where natural galleries in the rock of Mercury led to the places where the copper cables were anchored, and farther into the unexplored mystery of the caves. Gray scowled, his arrogant Roman profile hard against the flickering aurora. Then he slammed the lock shut. The ship roared out into the tearing winds of the plain. Gray cut in his rockets and blasted up, into the airless dark among the high peaks. Jill Moulton hadn't moved or spoken. Gray snapped on the space radio, leaving his own screen dark. Presently he picked up signals in a code he didn't know. "Listen," he said. "I knew there was some reason for Ward's running out on me." His Indian-esque face hardened. "So that's the game. They want to make trouble for you by letting me escape, and then make themselves heroes by bringing me in, preferably dead. They've got ships waiting to get me as soon as I clear Mercury, and they're getting standby instructions from somebody on the ground. The somebody that Ward was making for." Jill's breath made a small hiss. "Somebody's near the project." Gray snapped on his transmitter. "Duke Gray, calling all ships off Mercury. Will the flagship of your reception committee please come in?" His screen flickered to life. A man's face appeared, the middle-aged, soft-fleshed, almost stickily innocent face of one of the solar system's greatest crusaders against vice and crime. Jill Moulton gasped. "Karen of Mars!" "Ward gave the game away," said Gray gently. "Too bad." The face of Karen of Mars never changed expression, but behind those flesh-hooded eyes was a cunning brain, working at top speed. "I have a passenger," Gray went on. "Miss Jill Moulton. I'm responsible for her safety, and I'd hate to have her inconvenienced." The tip of a pale tongue flicked across Karen's pale lips. "That is a pity," he said, with the intonation of a preaching minister. "But I cannot stop the machinery set in motion." "And besides," finished Gray acidly, "you think that if Jill Moulton dies with me, it'll break John Moulton so he won't fight you at all." His lean hand poised on the switch. "All right, you putrid flesh tub. Try and catch us." The screen went dead. Gray hunched over the controls. If he could get past them, lose himself in the glare of the sun. He looked aside at the stony-faced girl beside him. She was studying him contemptuously out of hard gray eyes. "How," she said slowly, "can you be such a callous swine?" "Callous?" He controlled the quite unreasonable anger that rose in him. "Not at all. The war taught me that if I didn't look out for myself, no one would." "And yet you must have started out a human being." He laughed. The ship burst into searing sunlight. The sun side of Mercury blazed below them. Out toward the velvet dark of space the side of a waiting ship flashed burning silver. Even as he watched, the flare of its rockets arced against the blackness. They had been sighted. Gray's practiced eye gauged the stranger's speed against his own, and he cursed softly. Abruptly, he wheeled the ship and started down again, cutting his rockets as the shadow swallowed them. The ship was eerily silent, dropping with a rising scream as the atmosphere touched the hull. "What are you going to do?" asked Jill almost too quietly. He didn't answer. Maneuvering the ship on velocity between those stupendous pinnacles took all his attention. Karen, at least, couldn't follow him in the dark without exhaust flares as guides. They swept across the wind-torn plain, into the mouth of the valley where Gray had worked, braking hard to a stop under the cables. "You might have got past them," said Jill. "1 chance in 100. Her mouth twisted. "Afraid to take it?" He smiled harshly. "I haven't yet reached the stage where I kill women. You'll be safe here. The men will find you in the morning. I'm going back alone." "Safe," she said bitterly. "For what? No matter what happens, the project is ruined." "Don't worry," he told her brutally. "You'll find some other way to make a living." Her eyes blazed. "You think that's all it means to us? Just money and power?" She whispered, "I hope they kill you, Duke Gray." He rose lazily and opened the airlock, then turned and freed her. And sharply the valley was bathed in a burst of light. "Damn!" Gray picked up the sound of air motors overhead. "They must have had infrared search beams. Well, that does it. We'll have to run for it, since this bus isn't armed." With eerie irrelevancy, the teleradio buzzed. At this time of night, after the evening storms, some communication was possible. Gray had a hunch. He opened the switch, and the face of John Moulton appeared on the screen. It was white and oddly still. "Our guards saw your ship across the plain," said Moulton quietly. "The men of the project, led by Dio, are coming for you. I sent them, because I have decided that the life of my daughter is less important than the lives of many thousands of people. I appeal to you, Gray, to let her go. Her life won't save you, and it's very precious to me." Karen's ship swept over, low above the cables, and the grinding concussion of a bomb lifted the ship, hurled it down with the stern end twisted to uselessness. The screen went dead. Gray caught the half-stunned girl. "I wish to heaven I could get rid of you," he grated, "and I don't know why I don't." But she was with him when he set out down the valley, making for the cliff caves up where the copper cables were anchored. Karen's ship, a fast, small fighter, wheeled between the cliffs and turned back. Gray dropped flat, holding the girl down. Bombs pelted them with dirt and uprooted vegetables, started fires in the wheat. The pilot found a big enough break in the cables and came in for a landing. Gray was up and running again. He knew the way into the explored galleries. From there on, it was anybody's guess. Karen was brazen enough about it. The subtle way had failed. Now he was going all out. And he was really quite safe. With the broken cables to act as conductors, the first thunderstorm would obliterate all proof of his activities in this valley. Mercury, because of its high electrical potential, was cut off from communication with other worlds. Moulton, even if he had knowledge of what went on, could not send for help. Gray wondered briefly what Karen intended to do in case he, Gray, made good his escape. That outpost in the main valley, for which Ward had been heading, wasn't kept for fun. Besides, Karen was too smart to have only one string to his bow. Shouts, the spatter of shots around them. The narrow trail loomed above. Gray sent the girl scrambling up. The sun burst up over the high peaks, leaving the black shadow of the valley still untouched. Karen's ship roared off, but 6 of its crew came after Gray and Jill Moulton. The chill dark of the tunnel mouth swallowed them. Keeping right to avoid the great copper post that held the cables, strung through holes drilled in the solid rock of the gallery's outer wall, Gray urged the girl along. The cleft his hand was searching for opened. Drawing the girl inside, around a jutting shoulder, he stopped, listening. Footsteps echoed outside, grew louder, swept by. There was no light, but the steps were too sure to have been made in the dark. "Infrared torches and goggles," Gray said tersely. "You see, but your quarry doesn't. Useful gadget. Come on." "But where? What are you going to do?" "Escape, girl. Remember? They smashed my ship. But there must be another one on Mercury. I'm going to find it." "I don't understand." "You probably never will. Here's where I leave you. That Martian Galahad will be along any minute. He'll take you home." Her voice came soft and puzzled through the dark. "I don't understand you, Gray. You wouldn't risk my life, yet you're turning me loose, knowing that I might save you, knowing that I'll hunt you down if I can. I thought you were a hardened cynic." "What makes you think I'm not?" "If you were, you'd have kicked me out the waste tubs of the ship and gone on. You'd never have turned back." "I told you," he said roughly, "I don't kill women." He turned away, but her harsh chuckle followed him. "You're a fool, Gray. You've lost truth, and you aren't even true to your lie." He paused, in swift anger. Voices, the sound of running men, came up from the path. He broke into a silent run, following the dying echoes of Karen's men. "Run, Gray!" cried Jill. "Because we're coming after you!" The tunnels, ancient blowholes for the volcanic gases that had tortured Mercury with the raising of the Titanic mountains, sprawled in a labyrinthine network through those same vast peaks. Only the galleries lying next the valleys had been explored. Man's habitation on Mercury had been too short. Gray could hear Karen's men circling about through connecting tunnels, searching. It proved what he had already guessed. He was taking a desperate chance. But the way back was closed, and he was used to taking chances. The geography of the district was clear in his mind. The valley he had just left and the main valley, forming an obtuse angle with the apex out on the wind-torn plain, and a double range of mountains lying out between the sides of the triangle. Somewhere there was a passage through those peaks. Somewhere there was a landing place, and 10 to 1 there was a ship on it. Karen would never have left his men stranded, on the off chance that they might be discovered and used in evidence against him. The men now hunting him knew their way through the tunnels, probably with the aid of markings that fluoresced under infrared light. They were going to take him through, too. They were coming closer. He waited far up in the main gallery, in the mouth of a side tunnel. Now, behind them, he could hear Dio's men. The noise of Karen's outfit stopped, then began again softly. Gray smiled, his sense of humor pleased. He tensed, waiting. The rustle of cloth, the furtive creak of leather, the clink of metal equipment. Heavy breathing. Somebody whispered, "Who the hell's that back there?" "Must be men from the project. We'd better hurry." "We've got to find that damned Gray first," snapped the first voice grimly. "Karen'll burn us if we don't." Gray counted 6 separate footsteps, trying to allow for the echoes. When he was sure the last man was by, he stepped out. The noise of Dio's hunt was growing. There must be a good many of them. Covered by their own echoes, he stole up on the men ahead. His groping hand brushed gently against the clothing of the last man in the group. Gauging his distance swiftly, he went into action. One hand fastened over the fellow's mouth. The other, holding a good-sized rock, struck down behind the ear. Gray eased the body down with scarcely a sound. Their uniforms, he had noticed, were not too different from his prison garb. In a second he had stripped goggles, cap, and gun-belt from the body and was striding after the others. They moved like 5 eerie shadows now, in the queer light of the leader's lamp. Small fluorescent markings guided them. The last man grunted over his shoulder. "What happened to you?" "Stumbled," whispered Gray tersely, keeping his head down. A whisper is a good disguise for the voice. The other nodded. "Don't straggle. No fun getting lost in here." The leader broke in. "We'll circle again. Be careful of that project bunch. They'll be using ordinary light. And be quiet." They went through connecting passages. The noise of Dio's party grew ominously loud. Abruptly, the leader swore. "Karen or no Karen, he's gone. And we'd better go too." He turned off down a different tunnel, and Gray heaved a sigh of relief, remembering the body he'd left in the open. For a time the noise of their pursuers grew remote, and then suddenly there was an echoing clamor of footsteps and the glare of torches on the wall of a cross-passage ahead. Voices came to Gray, distorted by the rock vaults. "I'm sure I heard them just then." It was Jill's voice. "Yeah," that was Dio. "The trouble is, where?" The footsteps halted. Then, "Let's try this passage. We don't want to get too far into this maze." Karen's leader blasphemed softly and dodged into a side tunnel. The man next to Gray stumbled and cried out with pain as he struck the wall, and a shout rose behind them. The leader broke into a run, twisting, turning, diving into the maze of smaller tunnels. The sounds of pursuit faded, were lost in the tomb-like silence of the caves. One of the men laughed. "We sure lost 'em." "Yeah," said the leader. "We lost 'em all right." Gray caught the note of panic in his voice. "We lost the markers, too." "You mean—" "Yeah. Turning off like that did it. Unless we can find that marked tunnel, we're sunk." Gray, silent in the shadows, laughed a bitter, ironic laugh. They went on, stumbling down endless black halls, losing all track of branching corridors, straining to catch the first glint of saving light. Once or twice they caught the echoes of Dio's party, and knew that they too were lost and wandering. Then, quite suddenly, they came out into a vast gallery, running like a subway tube straight to left and right. A wind tore down it, hot as a draft from the burning gates of hell. It was a moment before anyone grasped the significance of that wind. Then someone shouted, "We're saved! All we have to do is walk against it!" They turned left, almost running in the teeth of that searing blast, and Gray began to notice a peculiar thing. The air was charged with electricity. His clothing stiffened and crackled. His hair crawled on his head. He could see the faint discharges of sparks from his companions. Whether it was the effect of the charged air or the reaction from the nervous strain of the past hours, Mel Gray began to be afraid. Weary to exhaustion, they struggled on against the burning wind. And then they blundered out into a cave, huge as a cathedral, lighted by a queer, uncertain bluish light. Gray caught the sharp smell of ozone. His whole body was tingling with electric tension. The bluish light seemed to be in indeterminate lumps scattered over the rocky floor. The rush of the wind under that tremendous vault was terrifying. They stopped, Gray keeping to the background. Now was the time to evade his unconscious helpers. The moment they reached daylight, he'd be discovered. Soft-footed as a cat, he was already hidden among the heavy shadows of the fluted walls, when he heard the voices. They came from off to the right, a confused shout of men under fearful strain, growing louder and louder, underscored with the tramp of footsteps. Lights blazed suddenly in the cathedral dark, and from the mouth of a great tunnel some 100 yards away, the men of the project poured into the cave. And then, sharp and high and unexpected, a man screamed. The lumps of blue light were moving. And a man had died. He lay on the rock, his flesh blackened jelly, with a rope of glowing light running from the metal of his gun butt to the metal buttons on his cap. All across the vast floor of that cavern, the slow, eerie ripple of motion grew. The scattered lumps melted and flowed together, converging in wavelets of blue flame upon the men. The answer came to Gray. Those things were some form of energy life, born of the tremendous electric tensions on Mercury. Like all electricity, they were attracted to metal. In a sudden frenzy of motion, he ripped off his metal-framed goggles, his cap and gun belt. The Moultons forbade metal because of the danger of lightning, and his boots were made of rubber, so he felt reasonably safe, but a tense fear ran in prickling waves across his skin. Guns began to bark, their feeble thunder all but drowned in the vast rush of the wind. Bullets struck the oncoming waves of light with no more effect than the eruption of a shower of sparks. Gray's attention somehow was riveted on Jill, standing with Dio at the head of her men. She wore ordinary light slippers, having been dressed only for indoors. And there were silver ornaments at waist and throat. He might have escaped then, quite unnoticed. Instead, for a reason even he couldn't understand, he ran for Jill Moulton. The first ripples of blue fire touched the ranks of Dio's men. Bolts of it leaped upward to fasten upon gun butts and the buckles of cartridge belts. Men screamed, fell, and died. An arm of the fire licked out, driving in behind Dio and the girl. The guns of Karen's 4 remaining men were silent now. Gray leaped over that hissing electric surf, running toward Jill. A hungry worm of light reared up, searching for Dio's gun. Gray's hand swept it down, to be instantly buried in a mass of glowing ropes. Dio's hatchet face snarled at him in startled anger. Jill cried out as Gray tore the silver ornaments from her dress. "Throw down the guns!" he yelled. "It's metal they want!" He heard his name shouted by men torn momentarily from their own terror. Dio cried, "Shoot him!" A few bullets whined past, but their immediate fear spoiled both aim and attention. Gray caught up Jill and began to run, toward the tube from which the wind howled in the cave. Behind him, grimly, Dio followed. The electric beasts didn't notice him. His insulated feet trampled through them, buried to the ankle in living flame, feeling queer, tenuous bodies break and reform. The wind met them like a physical barrier at the tunnel mouth. Gray put Jill down. The wind strangled him. He tore off his coat and wrapped it over the girl's head, using his shirt over his own. Jill, her black curls whipped straight, tried to fight back past him, and he saw Dio coming, bent double against the wind. He saw something else, something that made him grab Jill and point, his flesh crawling with swift, cold dread. The electric beasts had finished their pleasure. The dead were cinders on the rock. The living had run back into the tunnels, and now the blue sea of fire was flowing again, straight toward the place where they stood. It was flowing fast, and Gray sensed an urgency, an impersonal haste, as though a command had been laid upon those living ropes of flame. The first dim rumble of thunder rolled down the wind. Gripping Jill, Gray turned up the tunnel. The wind, compressed in that narrow throat of rock, beat them blind and breathless, beat them to their bellies to crawl. How long it took them, he never knew. But Gray caught glimpses of Dio the Martian crawling behind them, and behind him again the relentless flow of the fire things. They floundered out onto a rocky slope, fell away beneath the suck of the wind, and lay still, gasping. It was hot. Thunder crashed abruptly, and lightning flared between the cliffs. Gray felt a contracting of the heart. There were no cables. Then he saw it, the small, fast fighter flying below them on a flat plateau. A cave mouth beside it had been closed with a plastic door. The ship was one that had followed them. He guessed at another one behind the protecting door. Raking the tumbled blonde hair out of his eyes, Gray got up. Jill was still sitting, her black curls bowed between her hands. There wasn't much time, but Gray yielded to impulse. Pulling her head back by the silken hair, he kissed her. "If you ever get tired of virtue, sweetheart, look me up." But somehow he wasn't grinning, and he ran down the slope. He was almost to the open lock of the ship when things began to happen. Dio staggered out of the wind tunnel and sagged down beside Jill. Then, abruptly, the big door opened. 5 men came out, one in pilot's costume, 2 in nondescript apparel, 1 in expensive business clothes, and the 5th in dark prison garb. Gray recognized the last 2, Karen of Mars and the errant Ward. They were evidently on the verge of leaving, but they looked cheerful. Karen's sickly sweet face all but oozed honey, and Ward was grinning his rat's grin. Thunder banged and rolled among the rocks. Lightning flared in the cloudy murk. Gray saw the hull of a second ship beyond the door. Then the newcomers had seen him, and the 2 on the slope. Guns ripped out of holsters. Gray's heart began to pound slowly. He and Jill and Dio were caught up on that naked slope, with the flood of electric death at their backs. His Indian-esque face hardened. Bullets whined round him as he turned back up the slope, but he ran doubled over, putting all his hope in the tricky, uncertain light. Jill and the Martian crouched stiffly, not knowing where to turn. A flare of lightning showed Gray the first of the fire things, flowing out onto the ledge, hidden from the men below. "Back into the cave!" he yelled. His urgent hand fairly lifted Dio. The Martian glared at him, then obeyed. Bullets snarled against the rock. The light was too bad for accurate shooting, but luck couldn't stay with them forever. Gray glanced over his shoulder as they scrambled up on the ledge. Karen waited by his ship. Ward and the others were charging the slope. Gray's teeth gleamed in a cruel grin. Sweeping Jill into his arms, he stepped into the lapping flow of fire. Dio swore viciously, but he followed. They started toward the cave mouth, staggering in the rush of the wind. "For God's sake, don't fall," snapped Gray. "Here they come." The pilot and one of the nondescript men were the first over. They were into the river of fire before they knew it, and then it was too late. One collapsed and was buried. The pilot fell backward, and the other man died under his body of a broken neck. Ward stopped. Gray could see his face, dark and hard and calculating. He studied Gray and Dio and the dead men. He turned and looked back at Karen. Then, deliberately, he stripped off his gun belt, threw down his gun, and waded into the river. Gray remembered then that Ward too wore rubber boots and had no metal on him. Ward came on, the glowing rope sliding surf-like around his boots. Very carefully, Gray handed Jill to Dio. "If I die too," he said, "there's only Karen down there. He's too fat to stop you." Jill spoke, but he turned his back. He was suddenly confused, and it was almost pleasant to be able to lose his confusion in fighting. Ward had stopped some 5 feet away. Now he untied the length of tough cord that served him for a belt. Gray nodded. Ward would try to throw a twist around his ankle and trip him. Once his body touched those swarming creatures, he tensed watchfully. The rat's grin was set on Ward's dark face. The cord licked out. But it caught Gray's throat instead of his ankle. Ward laughed and braced himself. Cursing, Gray caught at the rope, but friction held it, and Ward pulled hard. His face purpling, Gray could still commend Ward's strategy. In taking Gray off guard, he'd more than made up what he'd lost in point of leverage. Letting his body go with the pull, Gray flung himself at Ward. Blood blinded him, his heart was pounding, but he thought he foresaw Ward's next move. He let himself be pulled almost within striking distance. Then, as Ward stepped aside, jerking the rope and thrusting out a tripping foot, Gray made a cat-like shift of balance and bent over. His hands almost touched that weird flowing surf as they clasped Ward's boot. Throwing all his strength into the lift, he hurled Ward backward. Ward screamed once and disappeared under the blue fire. Gray clawed the rope from his neck, and then suddenly the world began to sway under him. He knew he was falling. Someone's hand caught him, held him up. Fighting down his vertigo as his breath came back, he saw that it was Jill. "Why?" he gasped, but her answer was lost in a titanic roar of thunder. Lightning blasted down. Dio's voice reached him, thin and distant through the clamor. "We'll be killed! These damn things will attract the bolts!" It was true. All his work had been for nothing. Looking up into that low, angry sky, Gray knew he was going to die. Quite irrelevantly, Jill's words in the tunnel came back to him. "You're a fool, lost truth, not true to lie." Now, in this moment, she couldn't lie to him. He caught her shoulders cruelly, trying to read her eyes. Very faintly through the uproar, he heard her. "I'm sorry for you, Gray. Good man, gone to waste." Dio stifled a scream. Thunder crashed between the sounding boards of the cliffs. Gray looked up. A titanic bolt of lightning shot down, straight for them. The burning blue surf was agitated, sending up pseudopods uncannily like worshipping arms. The bolt struck. The air reeked of ozone, but Gray felt no shock. There was a hiss, a vast stirring of creatures around him. The blue light glowed, purpled. Another bolt struck down, and still they were not dead. The fire things had become a writhing, joyous tangle of tenuous bodies, glowing bright and brighter. Stunned, incredulous, the three humans stood. The light was now an ice-searing violet. Static electricity tingled through them in eerie waves. But they were not burned. "My God," whispered Gray. "They eat it. They eat lightning." Not daring to move, they stood watching that miracle of alien life, the feeding of living things on raw current. And when the last bolt had struck, the tide turned and rolled back down the wind tunnel, a blinding river of living light. Silently, the three humans went down the rocky slope to where Karen of Mars cowered in the silver ship. No bolt had come near it, and now Karen came to meet them. His face was pasty with fear, but the old cunning still lurked in his eyes. "Gray," he said, "I have an offer to make." "Well?" "You killed my pilot," said Karen suavely. "I can't fly myself. Take me off, and I'll pay you anything you want." "In bullets," retorted Gray. "You won't want witnesses to this." "Circumstances force me. Physically, you have the advantage." Jill's fingers caught his arm. "Don't, Gray. The project—" Karen faced her. "The project is doomed in any case. My men carried out my secondary instructions. All the cables in your valley have been cut. There is a storm now ready to break. In 15 minutes or so, everything will be destroyed, except the domes. Regrettable, but—" He shrugged. Jill's temper blazed, choking her so that she could hardly speak. "Look at him, Gray," she whispered. "That's what you're so proud of being. A cynic who believes in nothing but himself. Look at him." Gray turned on her. "Damn you," he grated. "Do you expect me to believe you, with a world full of hypocrites like him?" Her eyes stopped him. He remembered Moulton, pleading for her life. He remembered how she had looked back there at the tunnel, when they had been sure of death. Some of his assurance was shaken. "Listen," he said harshly. "I can save your valley. There's a chance in a million of coming out alive. Will you die for what you believe in?" She hesitated, just for a second. Then she looked at Dio and said, "Yes." Gray turned. Almost lazily, his fist snapped up and took Karen on his flabby jaw. "Take care of him, Dio," he grunted. Then he entered the ship, herding the white-faced girl before him. The ship hurtled up into airless space, where the blinding sunlight lay in sharp shadows on the rock. Over the ridge and down again, with the project hidden under a surf of storm clouds. Cutting in the air motors, Gray dropped. Black, bellowing darkness swallowed them. Then he saw the valley, with the copper cables fallen and the wheat already on fire in several places. Flying with every bit of his skill, he sought the narrowest part of the valley and flipped over in a racking loop. The stern tubes hit rock. The nose slammed down on the opposite wall, wedging the ship by sheer weight. Lightning gathered in a vast javelin and flamed down upon them. Jill flinched and caught her breath. The flame hissed along the hull and vanished into seared and blackened rock. "Still willing to die for principle?" asked Gray brutally. She glared at him. "Yes," she snapped. "But I hate having to die in your company." She looked down at the valley. Lightning struck with monotonous regularity on the hull, but the valley was untouched. Jill smiled, though her face was white, her body rigid with waiting. It was the smile that did it. Gray looked at her, her tousled black curls, the lithe young curves of throat and breast. He leaned back in his seat, scowling out at the storm. "Relax," he said. "You aren't going to die." She turned on him, not daring to speak. He went on slowly. "The only chance you took was in the landing. We're acting as a lightning rod for the whole valley, being the highest and best conductor. But as a man named Faraday proved, the charge resides on the surface of the conductor. We're perfectly safe." "How dared you?" she whispered. He faced her, almost angrily. "You knocked the props out from under my philosophy. I've had enough hypocritical eyewash. I had to prove you. Well, I have." She was quiet for some time. Then she said, "I understand, Duke. I'm glad. And now what, for you?" He shrugged wryly. "I don't know. I can still take Karen's other ship and escape, but I don't think I want to. I think perhaps I'll stick around and give virtue another whirl." Smoothing back his sleek fair hair, he shot her a sparkling look from under his hands. "I won't," he added softly, "even mind going to Sunday school, if you were the teacher." The end of A World is Born by Lee Brackett. The Spy in the Elevator by Donald E. Westlake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Spy in the Elevator by Donald E. Westlake. When the elevator didn't come, That just made the day perfect. A broken egg yolk, a stuck zipper, a feedback in the aircon exhaust, the windows sticking at full transparency. Well, I won't go through the whole sorry list. Suffice it to say that when the elevator didn't come, that put the roof on the city, as they say. It was just one of those days. Everybody gets them. Days when you're lucky and you make it to nightfall with no bones broken. But of all times for it to happen! For literally months I'd been building my courage up, and finally, just today, I had made up my mind to do it, to propose to Linda. I'd called her second thing this morning, right after the egg yolk, and invited myself down to her place. 10 o'clock, she'd said, smiling sweetly at me out of the phone. She knew why I wanted to talk to her, and when Linda said 10 o'clock, she meant 10 o'clock. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean that Linda's a perfectionist or harridan or anything like that. Far from it. But she does have a fixation on that one subject of punctuality. The result of her job, of course. She was an ore sled dispatcher. Ore sleds, being robots, were invariably punctual. If an ore sled didn't return on time, no one waited for it. They simply knew that it had been captured by some other project and had blown itself up. Well, of course, after working as an ore sled dispatcher for 3 years, Linda, quite naturally, was a bit obsessed. I remember one time, shortly after we'd started dating, when I arrived at her place 5 minutes late and found her having hysterics. She thought I'd been killed. She couldn't visualize anything less than that keeping me from arriving at the designated moment. When I told her what actually had happened, I'd broken a shoelace, she refused to speak to me for 4 days. And then the elevator didn't come. Until then, I'd managed somehow to keep the day's minor disasters from ruining my mood. Even while eating that horrible egg, I couldn't very well throw it away, broken yolk or no. It was my breakfast allotment, and I was hungry. And while hurriedly jury-rigging drapery across that gaspingly transparent window, 153 stories straight down to slag, I kept going over and over my prepared proposal speeches, trying to select the most effective one. I had a whimsical approach. "Honey, I see there's a nice little non-P apartment available up on 173. And I had a romantic approach. "Darling, I can't live without you at the moment. Temporarily, I'm madly in love with you. I want to share my life with you for a while. Will you be provisionally mine?" I even had a straightforward approach. "Linda, I'm going to be needing a wife for at least a year or two, and I can't think of anyone I would rather spend that time with than you." Actually, though I wouldn't even have admitted this to Linda, much less to anyone else, I loved her in more than a non-P way. But even if we both had been genetically desirable, neither of us were, I knew that Linda relished her freedom and independence too much to ever contract for any kind of marriage other than non-P, non-permanent, no progeny. So I rehearsed my various approaches, realizing that when the time came I would probably be so tongue-tied I'd be capable of no more than a blurted, "Will you marry me?" And I struggled with zippers and malfunctioning aircons, and I managed somehow to leave the apartment at 5 minutes to 10. Linda lived down on the 140th floor, 13 stories away. It never took more than 2 or 3 minutes to get to her place, so I was giving myself plenty of time. But then the elevator didn't come. I pushed the button, waited, and nothing happened. I couldn't understand it. The elevator had always arrived before, within 30 seconds of the button being pushed. This was a local stop, with an elevator that traveled between the 133rd floor and the 167th floor, where it was possible to make connections for either the next local or for the express. So it couldn't be more than 20 stories away. And this was a non-rush hour. I pushed the button again, and then I waited some more. I looked at my watch, and it was 3 minutes to 10. 2 minutes and no elevator. If it didn't arrive this instant, this second, I would be late. It didn't arrive. I vacillated, not knowing what to do next. Stay, hoping the elevator would come after all? Or hurry back to the apartment and call Linda to give her advance warning that I would be late? 10 more seconds, and still no elevator. I chose the second alternative, raced back down the hall, and thumbed my way into my apartment. I dialed Linda's number, and the screen lit up with white letters on black: Privacy Disconnection. Of course, Linda expected me at any moment, and she knew what I wanted to say to her, so quite naturally she had disconnected the phone to keep us from being interrupted. Frantic, I dashed from the apartment again, back down the hall to the elevator, and leaned on that blasted button with all my weight. Even if the elevator should arrive right now, I would still be almost a minute late. No matter, it didn't arrive. I would have been in a howling rage anyway, but this impossibility piled on top of all the other annoyances and breakdowns of the day was just too much. I went into a frenzy and kicked the elevator door 3 times before I realized I was hurting myself more than I was hurting the door. I limped back to the apartment, fuming, slammed the door behind me, grabbed the phone book, and looked up the number of the transit staff. I dialed, prepared to register a complaint so loud they'd be able to hear me in sub-basement 3. I got some more letters that spelled busy. It took 3 tries before I got through to a hurried-looking female receptionist. "My name is Rice," I bellowed. "Edmund Rice. I live on the 153rd floor. I just rang for the elevator, and the elevator is disconnected." She said it very rapidly, as though she were growing very used to saying it. It only stopped me for a second. "Disconnected? What do you mean, disconnected?" "Elevators don't get disconnected," I told her. "We will resume service as soon as possible," she rattled. My bellowing was bouncing off her like radiation off the Project 4 screen. I changed tactics. First I inhaled, making a production out of it, giving myself a chance to calm down a bit. And then I asked, as rationally as you could please, "Would you mind terribly telling me why the elevator is disconnected?" "I am sorry, sir, but that—" "Stop," I said. I said it quietly, too, but she stopped. I saw her looking at me. She hadn't done that before. She'd merely gazed blankly at her screen and parroted her responses. But now she was actually looking at me. I took advantage of the fact. Calmly, rationally, I said to her, "I would like to tell you something, miss. I would like to tell you just what you people have done to me by disconnecting the elevator. You have ruined my life." She blinked, open-mouthed. "Ruined your life?" "Precisely." I found it necessary to inhale again, even more slowly than before. "I was on my way," I explained, "to propose to a girl whom I dearly love. In every way but one, she is the perfect woman. Do you understand me?" She nodded, wide-eyed. I had stumbled on a romantic, though I was too preoccupied to notice it at the time. "In every way but one," I continued. "She has one small imperfection, a fixation about punctuality. And I was supposed to meet her at 10 o'clock. I'm late." I shook my fist at the screen. "Do you realize what you've done? Disconnecting the elevator. Not only won't she marry me, she won't even speak to me. Not now, not after this." "Sir," she said tremulously, "please don't shout." "I'm not shouting." "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I understand your—" "You understand?" I trembled with speechless fury. She looked all about her, and then leaned closer to the screen, revealing a cleavage that I was too distraught at the moment to pay any attention to. "We're not supposed to give you this information out, sir," she said, her voice low. "But I'm going to tell you, so you'll understand why we had to do it. I think it's perfectly awful that it had to ruin things for you this way, but the fact of the matter is—" She leaned even closer to the screen. "There's a spy in the elevator." 2. It was my turn to be stunned. I just gaped at her. A what?" "A spy. He was discovered on the 147th floor and managed to get into the elevator before the Army could catch him. He jammed it between floors, but the Army is doing everything it can think of to get him out." "Well, but why should there be any problem about getting him out?" "He plugged in the manual controls. We can't control the elevator from outside at all, and when anyone tries to get into the shaft, he aims the elevator at them." That sounded impossible. "He aims the elevator?" "He runs it up and down the shaft," she explained, "trying to crush anybody who goes after him." "Oh," I said, "so it might take a while." She leaned so close this time that even I, distracted as I was, could hardly help but take note of her cleavage. She whispered, "They're afraid they'll have to starve him out." "Oh, no!" She nodded solemnly. "I'm terribly sorry, sir," she said. Then she glanced to her right, suddenly straightened up again, and said, "We will resume service as soon as possible." Click. Blank screen. For a minute or two, all I could do was sit and absorb what I'd been told. A spy in the elevator. A spy who had managed to work his way all the way up to the 147th floor before being unmasked. What in the world was the matter with the Army? If things were getting that lax, the project was doomed, four-screen or no. Who knew how many more spies there were in the project, still unsuspected? Until that moment, the state of siege in which we all lived had had no reality for me. The project, after all, was self-sufficient and completely enclosed. No one ever left, no one ever entered. Under our roof, we were a nation 200 stories high. The ever-present threat of other projects had never been more for me, or for most other people either, I suspected, than occasional ore sleds that didn't return, occasional spies shot down as they tried to sneak into the building, occasional spies of our own leaving the project in tiny radiation-proof cars, hoping to get safely within another project and bring back news of any immediate threats and dangers that project might be planning for us. Most spies didn't return. Most ore sleds did. And within the project, life was full, the knowledge of external dangers merely lurking at the backs of our minds. After all, those external dangers had been no more than potential for decades, since what Dr. Kilbilly called the ungentlemanly gentleman's war. Dr. Kilbilly, intermediate project history when I was 15 years old, had private names for every major war of the 20th century. There was the ignoble nobleman's war, the racial non-racial war, and the ungentlemanly gentleman's war, known to the textbooks, of course, as World Wars I, II, and III. The rise of the projects, according to Dr. Kilbilly, was the result of many, many factors, but two of the most important were the population explosion and the Treaty of Oslo. The population explosion, of course, meant that there was continuously more and more people, but never any more space. So that housing, in the historically short time of 1 century, made a complete transformation from horizontal expansion to vertical. Before 1900, the vast majority of human beings lived in tiny huts of from 1 to 5 stories. By 2000, everybody lived in projects. From the very beginning, small attempts were made to make these projects more than dwelling places. By mid-century, projects, also called apartments and co-ops, already included restaurants, shopping centers, babysitting services, dry cleaners, and a host of other adjuncts. By the end of the century, the projects were completely self-sufficient, with food grown hydroponically in the sub-basements, separate floors set aside for schools and churches and factories, robot ore sleds capable of seeking out raw materials unavailable within the projects themselves, and so on. And all because of, among other things, the population explosion. And the Treaty of Oslo. It seems there was a power struggle between two sets of then existing nations. They were something like projects, only horizontal instead of vertical. And both sets were equipped with atomic weapons. The Treaty of Oslo began by stating that atomic war was unthinkable, and added that just in case anyone happened to think of it, only tactical atomic weapons could be used. No strategic atomic weapons. A tactical weapon is something you use on the soldiers, and a strategic weapon is something you use on the folks at home. Oddly enough, when somebody did think of the war, both sides adhered to the Treaty of Oslo, which meant that no projects were bombed. Of course, they made up for this as best they could by using tactical atomic weapons all over the place. After the war, almost the whole world was quite dangerously radioactive, except for the projects, or at least those of them which had in time installed the force screens which had been invented on the very eve of battle, and which deflected radioactive particles. However, what with all the other treaties which were broken during the Ungentlemanly Gentlemen's War, by the time it was finished, nobody was quite sure any more who was on whose side. That project over there on the horizon might be an ally, and then again it might not. Since they weren't sure either, it was risky to expose yourself in order to ask. And so life went on, with little to remind us of the dangers lurking outside. The basic policy of eternal vigilance and instant preparedness was left to the Army. The rest of us simply lived our lives and let it go at that. But now there was a spy in the elevator. When I thought of how deeply he had penetrated our defenses, and of how many others there might be still penetrating, I shuddered. The walls were our safeguards only so long as all potential enemies were on the other side of them. I sat shaken, digesting this news, until suddenly I remembered Linda. I leaped to my feet, reading from my watch that it was now 10:15. I dashed once more from the apartment and down the hall to the elevator, praying that the spy had been captured by now and that Linda would agree with me that a spy in the elevator was good and sufficient reason for me to be late. He was still there. At least, the elevator was still out. I sagged against the wall, thinking dismal thoughts. Then I noticed the door to the right of the elevator. Through that door was the stairway. I hadn't paid any attention to it before. No one ever uses the stairs, except adventurous young boys playing cops and robbers, running up and down from landing to landing. I myself hadn't set foot on a flight of stairs since I was 12 years old. Actually, the whole idea of stairs was ridiculous. We had elevators, didn't we? Usually, I mean, when they didn't contain spies. So what was the use of stairs? Well, according to Dr. Kilbilly, a walking library of unnecessary information, the project had been built when there still had been such things as municipal governments, something to do with cities, which were more or less grouped projects. And the local municipal government had had on its books a fire ordinance, anachronistic even then, which required a complete set of stairs in every building constructed in the city. Ergo, the project had stairs, 3,200 of them. And now, after all these years, the stairs might prove useful after all. It was only 13 flights to Linda's floor. At 16 steps a flight, that meant 208 steps. Could I descend 208 steps for my true love? I could, if the door would open. It would, though reluctantly. Who knew how many years it had been since last this door had been opened? It squeaked and wailed and groaned, and finally opened halfway. I stepped through to the musty, dusty landing, took a deep breath, and started down. 8 steps and a landing, 8 steps and a floor. 8 steps and a landing, 8 steps and a floor. On the landing between 150 and 149 there was a smallish door. I paused, looking curiously at it, and saw that at one time letters had been painted on it. The letters had long since flaked away, but they left a lighter residue of dust than that which covered the rest of the door, and so the words could still be read, if with difficulty. I read them. They said, "Emergency entrance. Elevator shaft. Authorized personnel only. Keep locked." I frowned, wondering immediately why this door wasn't being firmly guarded by at least a platoon of army men. Half a dozen possible answers flashed through my mind. The more recent maps might simply have omitted this discarded and unnecessary door. It might be sealed shut on the other side. The army might have caught the spy already. Somebody in authority might simply have goofed. As I stood there, pondering these possibilities, the door opened and the spy came out, waving a gun. 3. He couldn't have been anyone else but the spy. The gun, in the first place. The fact that he looked harried and upset and terribly nervous in the second place. And, of course, the fact that he came from the elevator shaft. Looking back, I think he must have been just as startled as I when we came face to face like that. We formed a brief tableau, both of us open-mouthed and wide-eyed. Unfortunately, he recovered first. He closed the emergency door behind him quickly but quietly. His gun stopped waving around and instead pointed directly at my middle. "Don't move," he whispered harshly. "Don't make a sound." I did exactly as I was told. I didn't move and I didn't make a sound, which left me quite free to study him. He was rather short, perhaps 3 inches shorter than me, with a bony, high-cheekboned face featuring deep-set eyes and a thin-lipped mouth. He wore gray slacks and shirt, with brown slippers on his feet. He looked exactly like a spy, which is to say that he didn't look like a spy. He looked overpoweringly ordinary. More than anything else, he reminded me of a rather taciturn milkman who used to make deliveries to my parents' apartment. His gaze darted this way and that. Then he motioned with his free hand at the descending stairs and whispered, "Where do they go?" I had to clear my throat before I could speak. "All the way down," I said. "Good," he said, just as we both heard a sudden raucous squealing from perhaps 4 flights down, a squealing which could be nothing but the opening of a hall door. It was followed by the heavy thud of ascending boots. The army. But if I had any visions of imminent rescue, the spy dashed them. He said, "Where do you live?" 153, I said. This was a desperate and dangerous man. I knew my only slim chance of safety lay in answering his questions promptly, cooperating with him until and unless I saw a chance to either escape or capture him. "All right," he whispered. "Go on." He prodded me with the gun. And so we went back up the stairs to 153, and stopped at the door. He stood close behind me, the gun pressed against my back, and grated in my ear, "I'll have this gun in my pocket. If you make one false move, I'll kill you. Now, we're going to your apartment. We're friends, just strolling along together. You got that?" I nodded. "All right, let's go." We went. I have never in my life seen that long hall quite so empty as it was right then. No one came out of any of the apartments. No one emerged from any of the branch halls. We walked to my apartment. I thumbed the door open, and we went inside. Once the door was closed behind us, he visibly relaxed, sagging against the door, his gun hand hanging limp at his side, a nervous smile playing across his lips. I looked at him, judging the distance between us, wondering if I could leap at him before he could bring the gun up again. But he must have read my intentions on my face. He straightened, shaking his head. He said, "Don't try it. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill anybody, but I will if I have to. We'll just wait here together until the hue and cry passes us. Then I'll tie you up, so you won't be able to sick your army on me too soon, and I'll leave. If you don't try any silly heroics, nothing will happen to you." "You'll never get away," I told him. "The whole project is alerted." "You let me worry about that," he said. He licked his lips. "You got any Chico coffee?" "Yes." "Make me a cup, and don't get any bright ideas about dousing me with boiling water." "I only have my day's allotment," I protested. Just enough for 2 cups, lunch and dinner." "2 cups is fine," he said. "One for each of us." And now I had yet another grudge against this blasted spy. Which reminded me again of Linda. From the looks of things, I wasn't ever going to get to her place. By now she was probably in mourning for me, and might even have the sanitation staff searching for my remains. As I made the Chico, he asked me questions. My name first, and then, "What do you do for a living?" I thought fast. "I'm an ore sled dispatcher," I said. That was a lie, of course, but I'd heard enough about ore sled dispatching from Linda to be able to maintain the fiction should he question me further about it. Actually, I was a gymnast instructor. The subjects I taught included wrestling, judo, and karate, talents I would prefer to disclose to him in my own fashion when the time came. He was quiet for a moment. "What about radiation level on the ore sleds?" I had no idea what he was talking about, and admitted as such. "When they come back," he said, "how much radiation do they pick up? Don't you people ever test them?" "Of course not," I told him. I was on secure ground now, with Linda's information to guide me. "All radiation is cleared from the sleds and their cargo before they're brought into the building." "I know that," he said impatiently, "but don't you ever check them before deradiating them?" "No. Why should we?" "To find out how far the radiation level outside has dropped." "For what? Who cares about that?" He frowned bitterly. "The same answer," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "The same answer every time. You people have crawled into your caves, and you're ready to stay in them forever." I looked around at my apartment. "Rather a well-appointed cave," I told him. "But a cave nevertheless." He leaned toward me, his eyes gleaming with a fanatical flame. "Don't you ever wish to get outside?" Incredible. I nearly poured boiling water all over myself. "Outside? Of course not." "The same thing," he grumbled, "over and over again. Always the same stupidity. Listen, you. Do you realize how long it took man to get out of the caves? The long, slow, painful creep of progress for millennia before he ever made that first step from the cave?" "I have no idea," I told him. "I'll tell you this," he said belligerently. "A lot longer than it took for him to turn around and go right back into the cave again." He started pacing the floor, waving the gun around in an agitated fashion as he talked. "Is this the natural life of man? It is not. Is this even a desirable life for man? It is definitely not." He spun back to face me, pointing the gun at me again, but this time he pointed it as though it were a finger, not a gun. "Listen, you," he snapped. "Man was progressing. For all his stupidities and excesses, he was growing up. His dreams were getting bigger and grander and better all the time. He was planning to tackle space. The moon first, and then the planets, and finally the stars. The whole universe was out there, waiting to be plucked like an apple from a tank. And man was reaching out for it." He glared as though daring me to doubt it. I decided that this man was doubly dangerous. Not only was he a spy, he was also a lunatic. So I had 2 reasons for humoring him. I nodded politely. "So, what happened?" he demanded, and immediately answered himself. "I'll tell you what happened. Just as he was about to make that first giant step, man got a hot foot. That's all it was, just a little hot foot. So what did man do? I'll tell you what he did. He turned around and he ran all the way back to the cave he started from, his tail between his legs. That's what he did." To say that all of this was incomprehensible would be an extreme understatement. I fulfilled my obligation to this insane dialogue by saying, "Here's your coffee." "Put it on the table," he said, switching instantly from raving maniac to watchful spy. I put it on the table. He drank deep, then carried the cup across the room and sat down in my favorite chair. He studied me narrowly, and suddenly said, "What did they tell you I was? A spy?" "Of course," I said. He grinned bitterly with one side of his mouth. Of course. The damn fools. Spy. What do you suppose I'm going to spy on? He asked the question so violently and urgently that I knew I had to answer quickly and well, or the maniac would return. I wouldn't know exactly, I stammered. Military equipment, I suppose? Military equipment? What military equipment? Your army is supplied with uniforms, whistles, and handguns, and that's about it. The defenses, I started. The defenses, he interrupted me, are non-existent. If you mean the rocket launchers on the roof, they're rusted through with age. And what other defenses are there? None. If you say so, I replied stiffly. The Army claimed that we had adequate defense equipment. I chose to believe the Army over an enemy spy. Your people send out spies too, don't they? He demanded. Well, of course. And what are they supposed to spy on? Well, it was such a pointless question. It seemed silly to even answer it. They're supposed to look for indications of an attack by one of the other projects. And do they find any indications, ever? I'm sure I don't know, I told him frostily. That would be classified information. You bet it would, he said with malicious glee. All right, if that's what your spies are doing, and if I'm a spy, then it follows that I'm doing the same thing, right? I don't follow you, I admitted. If I'm a spy, he said impatiently, then I'm supposed to look for indications of an attack by you people on my project. I shrugged. If that's your job, I said, then that's your job. He got suddenly red-faced and jumped to his feet. That's not my job, you blatant idiot, he shouted. I'm not a spy. If I were a spy, then that would be my job. The maniac had returned in full force. All right, I said hastily. All right, whatever you say. He glowered at me a moment longer, then shouted, Bah! And dropped back into the chair. He breathed rather heavily for a while, glaring at the floor, then looked at me again. All right, listen. What if I were to tell you that I had found indications that you people were planning to attack my project? I stared at him. That's impossible, I cried. We aren't planning to attack anybody. We just want to be left in peace. How do I know that? He demanded. It's the truth. What would we want to attack anybody for? Aha! He sat forward, tensed, pointing the gun at me like a finger again. Now then, he said, if you know it doesn't make any sense for this project to attack any other project, then why in the world should you think they might see some advantage in attacking you? I shook my head, dumbfounded. I can't answer a question like that, I said. How do I know what they're thinking? They're human beings, aren't they? He cried. Like you, like me, like all the other people in this mausoleum? Now wait a minute. No, he shouted. You wait a minute. I want to tell you something. You think I'm a spy. That blundering army of yours thinks I'm a spy. That fathead who turned me in thinks I'm a spy. But I'm not a spy, and I'm going to tell you what I am. I waited, looking as attentive as possible. I come, he said, from a project about 80 miles north of here. I came here by foot, without any sort of radiation shield at all to protect me. The maniac was back. I didn't say a word. I didn't want to set off the violence that was so obviously in this lunatic. The radiation level, he went on, is way down. It's practically as low as it was before the atom war. I don't know how long it's been that low, but I would guess about 10 years at the very least. He leaned forward again, urgent and serious. The world is safe out there now. Man can come back out of the cave again. He can start building the dreams again. And this time he can build better, because he has the horrible example of the recent past to guide him away from the pitfalls. There's no need any longer for the projects. And that was like saying there's no need any longer for stomachs, but I didn't say so. I didn't say anything at all. I'm a trained atomic engineer, he went on. In my project, I worked on the reactor. Theoretically, I believed that there was a chance the radiation outside was lessening by now, though we had no idea exactly how much radiation had been released by the atomic war. But I wanted to test the theory, and the Commission wouldn't let me. They claimed public safety, but I knew better. If the outside were safe and the projects were no longer needed, then the Commission was out of a job, and they knew it. Well, I went ahead with the test anyway, and I was caught at it. For my punishment, I was banned from the project. They kicked me out, telling me if I thought it was safe outside, I could live outside. And if it really was safe, I could come back and tell them. Except that they also made it clear that I would be shot if I tried to get back in, because I would be carrying deadly radiation. He smiled bitterly. They had it all their own way, he said. But it is safe out there. I'm living proof of it. I lived outside for 5 months, and gradually I realized I had to tell others. I had to spread the word that man could have his world back. I didn't dare try to get back into my own project. I would have been recognized and shot before I could say a word. So I came here. He paused to finish the cup of Chico that I should have had with lunch. I knew better, he continued, than to simply walk into the building and announce that I came from outside. Man has an instinctive distrust for strangers anyway. The projects only intensify it. Once again, I would have been shot. So I've been working in a more devious way. I snuck into the project. Not a difficult thing for a man with no metal on his person, no radiation shield cocooning him, and for the last 2 months I've been wandering around the building, talking with people. I strike up a conversation. I try to plant a few seeds of doubt about the deadliness of outside, and I hope that at least a few of the people I talk to will begin to wonder, as I once did. 2 months. This spy, by his own admission, had been in the project 2 months before being detected. I'd never heard of such a thing, and I hoped I'd never hear of such a thing again. Things worked out pretty well, he said, until today. I said something wrong. I'm still not sure what. And the man I was talking to hollered for army, shouted I was a spy. He pounded the chair arm. But I'm not a spy, and it's the truth. Outside is safe. He glared suddenly at the window. Why have you got that drape up there? The window broke down, I explained. It's stuck at transparent. Transparent? Fine. He got up from the chair, strode across the room, and ripped the drape down from the window. I cowered away from the sun glare, turning my back to the window. Come over here, he shouted. When I didn't move, he snarled, Get up and come over here, or I swear I'll shoot. And he would have. It was plain in his voice. I got to my feet, hesitant, and walked trembling to the window, squinting against the glare. Look out there, he ordered. Look! I looked. 4. Terror, horror, dizziness and nausea. Far and away and far, nothing and nothing. Only the glare, and the high blue and the far, far horizon, and the broken gray slag stretching out way down below. Do you see? He demanded. Look down there. We're so high up it's hard to see, but look for it. Do you see it? Do you see the green? Do you know what that means? There are green things growing again outside. Not much yet. It's only just started back, but it's begun. The radiation is down. Plants are growing again. The power of suggestion. And, of course, the heightened sensitivity caused by the double threat of a man beside me carrying a gun and that yawning, aching expanse of nothing beyond the window. I nearly fancied that I did see faint specks of green. "Do you see it?" he asked me. "Wait," I said. I leaned closer to the window, though every nerve in me wanted to leap the other way. "Yes," I said. "Yes, I see it. Green." He sighed, a long, painful sigh of thanksgiving. "Then, now you know," he said. "I've been telling you the truth. It is safe outside." And my lie worked. For the first time, his guard was completely down. I moved like a whirlwind. I leaped and twisted his arm in a hard hammerlock, which caused him to cry out and drop the gun. That was wrestling. Then I turned and twisted and dipped, causing him to fly over my head and crash to the floor. That was judo. Then I jabbed one rigid forefinger against a certain spot on the side of his neck, causing the blood in his veins to forever stop its motion. That was karate. Well, by the time the army men had finished questioning me, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was 5 hours late. The army men corroborated my belief that the man had been a spy, who had apparently lost his mind when cornered in the elevator. Outside was still dangerous, of course, they assured me of that. And he'd been lying about having been here 2 months. He'd been in the project less than 2 days. Not only that, the army men told me they'd found the radiation-proof car he'd driven, and in which he had hoped to drive back to his own project once he discovered all our defenses. Despite the fact that I had the most legitimate excuse for tardiness under the roof, Linda refused to forgive me for not making our 10 o'clock meeting. When I asked her to marry me, she refused, at length and descriptively. But I was surprised and relieved to discover how rapidly I got over my heartbreak. This was aided by the fact that once the news of my exploit spread, there were any number of girls more than anxious to get to know me better, including the well-cleavaged young lady from the transit staff. After all, I was a hero. They even gave me a medal. The end of The Spy in the Elevator by Ronald E. Westlake. Assassin by Jesse Bone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Assassin by Jesse Bone. The rifle lay comfortably in his hands, a gleaming precision instrument that exuded a faint odor of gun oil and powder solvent. It was a perfect specimen of the gunsmith's art, a semi-automatic rifle with a telescopic sight, a precisely engineered tool that could hurl death with pinpoint accuracy for better than half a mile. Daniel Matson eyed the weapon with bleak gray eyes, the eyes of a hunter framed in the passionless face of an executioner. His blunt hands were steady as they lifted the gun and tried a dry shot at an imaginary target. He nodded to himself. He was ready. Carefully, he laid the rifle down on the mattress which covered the floor of his firing point, and looked out through the hole in the brickwork to the narrow canyon of the street below. The crowd had thickened. It had been gathering since early morning, and the growing press of spectators had now become solid walls of people lining the street, packed tightly together on the sidewalks. Yet, despite the fact that there were virtually no police, the crowd did not overflow into the streets, nor was there any of the pushing, crowding impatience that once attended an assemblage of this sort. Instead, there was a placid tolerance, a spirit of friendly goodwill, an ingenuous complacence that grated on Matson's nerves like the screeching rasp of a file drawn across the edge of thin metal. He shivered uncontrollably. It was hard to be a free man in a world of slaves. It was a measure of the Aslan's triumph that only a bare half-dozen police copters patrolled the empty skies above the parade route. The aliens had done this, had conquered the world without firing a shot or speaking a word in anger. They had wooed Earth with understanding patience and superlative guile, and Earth had fallen into their hands like a love-sick virgin. There never had been any real opposition, and what there was had been completely ineffective. Most of those who had opposed the aliens were out of circulation, imprisoned in correctional institutions, undergoing rehabilitation. Rehabilitation, a 6-bit word for dehumanizing. When those poor devils finished their treatment with Aslan brainwashing techniques, they would be just like these sheep below, with the difference that they would never be able to be anything else. But these other stupid fools crowding the sidewalks, waiting to hail their destruction, these were the ones who must be saved. They, not the martyrs of the underground, were the important part of humanity. A police copter windmilled slowly down the avenue toward his hiding place, the rotating vanes and insect body of the craft starkly outlined against the jagged backdrop of the city's skyline. He laughed soundlessly as the susurrating flutter of the rotor blades beat overhead and died whispering in the distance down the long canyon of the street. His position had been chosen with care, and was invisible from air and ground alike. He had selected it months ago, and had taken considerable pains to conceal its true purpose. But after today, concealment wouldn't matter. If things went as he hoped, the place might someday become a shrine. The idea amused him. Strange, he mused, how events conspire to change a man's career. 7 years ago, he had been a respected and important member of that far different sort of crowd which had welcomed the visitors from space. That was a human crowd, half afraid, wholly curious, jostling, noisy, pushing, a teeming swarm that clustered in a thick, disorderly ring about the silver disk that lay in the center of the international airport overlooking Puget Sound. Then, he could have predicted his career, and none of the predictions would have been true, for none included a man with a rifle waiting in a blind for the game to approach within range. The Aslan ship had landed early that July morning, dropping silently through the overcast covering International Airport. It settled gently to rest precisely in the center of the junction of the 3 main runways of the field, effectively tying up the transcontinental and transoceanic traffic. Fully 500 feet in diameter, the giant ship squatted massively on the runway junction, cracking and buckling the thick concrete runways under its enormous weight. By noon, after the first skepticism had died, and the unbelievable TV pictures had been flashed to their waiting audience, the crowd began to gather. All through that hot July morning they came, increasing by the minute as farther outlying districts poured their curious into the airport. By early afternoon, literally hundreds of millions of eyes were watching the great ship over a worldwide network of television stations, which canceled their regular programs to give their viewers an uninterrupted view of the enigmatic craft. By mid-morning, the sun had burned off the overcast and was shining with brassy brilliance upon the squads of sweating soldiers from Fort Lewis, and more sweating squads of blue-clad police from the metropolitan area of Seattle-Tacoma. The police and soldiery quickly formed a ring around the ship and cleared a narrow lane around the periphery, and this they maintained despite the increasing pressure of the crowd. The hours passed, and nothing happened. The faint creaking and snapping sounds as the seamless hull of the vessel warmed its space-chilled metal in the warmth of the summer sun were lost in the growing impatience of the crowd. They wanted something to happen. Shouts and catcalls filled the air as more nervous individuals clamored to relieve the tension. Off to one side, a small group began to clap their hands rhythmically. The little clack gained recruits, and within moments the air was riven by the thunder of thousands of palms meeting in unison. Frightened the crowd might be, but greater than fear was the desire to see what sort of creatures were inside. Matson stood in the cleared area surrounding the ship, a position of privilege he shared with a few city and state officials and the high brass from McCord Field, Fort Lewis, and Bremerton Navy Yard. He was one of the bright young men who had chosen government service as a career, and who, in these days of science consciousness, had risen rapidly through ability and merit promotions to become the director of the Office of Scientific Research while still in his early 30s. A dedicated man, trained in the bitter school of ideological survival, He understood what the alien science could mean to this world. Their knowledge would secure peace in whatever terms the possessors cared to name, and Matson intended to make sure that his nation was the one which possessed that knowledge. He stood beside a tall, scholarly-looking man named Roger Thornton, who was his friend and incidentally the commissioner of police for the Twin City metropolitan area. To a casual eye, their positions should be reversed, for the lean, ascetic Thornton looked far more like the accepted idea of a scientist than the burly, thick-shouldered, square-faced Matson, whose every movement shouted "cop." Matson glanced quizzically at the taller man. "Well, Roger, I wonder how long those birds inside are going to keep us waiting before we get a look at them." "You'd be surprised if they really were birds, wouldn't you?" Thornton asked with a faint smile. "But seriously, I hope it isn't too much longer. This mob is giving the boys a bad time." He looked anxiously at the strained line of police and soldiery. "I guess I should have ordered out the night shift and reserves instead of just the riot squad. From the looks of things, they'll be needed if this crowd gets any more unruly." Matson chuckled. "You're an alarmist," he said mildly. "As far as I can see, they're doing all right. I'm not worried about them, or the crowd, for that matter. The thing that's bothering me is my feet. I've been standing on 'em for 6 hours, and they're killing me." "Mine, too," Thornton sighed. "Tell you what I'll do. When this is all over, I'll split a bucket of hot water and a pint of arnica with you." "It's a deal," Matson said. As he spoke, a deep musical hum came from inside the ship, and a section of the rim beside him separated along invisible lines of juncture, swinging downward to form a broad ramp leading upward to a square orifice in the rim of the ship. A bright, shadowless light that seemed to come from the metal walls of the opening framed the shape of the star traveler who stood there, rigidly erect, looking over the heads of the section of the crowd before him. A concerted gasp of awe and admiration rose from the crowd, a gasp that was echoed throughout the entire ring that surrounded the ship. There must be other openings like this one, Matson thought dully as he stared at the being from space. Behind him, an army tank rumbled noisily on its treads as it drove through the crowd toward the ship, the long gun in its turret lifting like an alert finger to point at the figure of the alien. The stranger didn't move from his unnaturally stiff position. His oddly luminous eyes never wavered from their fixed stare at a point far beyond the outermost fringes of the crowd. 7 feet tall, obviously masculine, he differed from mankind only in minor details. His long, slender hands lacked the little finger, and his waist was abnormally small. Other than that, he was human in external appearance. A wide-sleeved tunic of metallic fabric covered his upper body, gathered in at his narrow waist by a broad metal belt studded with tiny bosses. The tunic ended halfway between hip and knee, revealing powerfully muscled legs encased in silvery hose. Bright yellow hair hung to his shoulders, clipped short in a square bang across his forehead. His face was long, clean-featured, and extraordinarily calm, almost godlike in its repose. Matson stared, fascinated. He had the curious impression that the visitor had stepped bodily out of the Middle Ages. His dress and haircut were almost identical with that of a medieval courtier. The Starman raised his hand. His strangely luminous steel-gray eyes scanned the crowd, and into Matson's mind came a wave of peaceful calm, a warm feeling of good-will and brotherhood, an indescribable feeling of soothing relaxation. With an odd sense of shock, Matson realized that he was not the only one to experience this. As far back as the farthest hangers-on near the airport gates, the tenseness of the waiting crowd relaxed. The effect was amazing. Troops lowered their weapons with shamefaced smiles on their faces. Police relaxed their sweating vigilance. The crowd stirred, moving backward to give its members room. The emotion-charged atmosphere vanished as though it had never been, and a cold chill played icy fingers up the spine of Daniel Matson. He had felt the full impact of the alien's projection, and he was more frightened than he had ever been in his life. They had been clever, damnably clever. That initial greeting, with its disarming undertones of empathy and innocence, had accomplished its purpose. It had emasculated mankind's natural suspicion of strangers. And their subsequent actions, so beautifully timed, so careful to avoid the slightest hint of evil, had completed what their magnificently staged appearance had begun. The feeling of trust had persisted. It lasted through quarantine, clearance, the public receptions, and the private meetings with scientists and the heads of government. It had persisted unabated through the entire 2 months they remained in the Twin City area. The aliens remained as they had been in the beginning, completely unspoiled by the interest shown in them. They remained simple, unaffected, and friendly, displaying an ingenious innocence that demanded a corresponding faith in return. Most of their time was spent at the University of Washington, where, at their own request, they were studied by curious scholars, and in return were given courses in human history and behavior. They were quite frank about their reasons for following such a course of action. According to their spokesman, Ixtal, they wanted to learn human ways in order to make a better impression when they visited the rest of mankind. Matson read that blurb in an official press release and laughed cynically. Better impression. Ha! They couldn't have done any better if they had an entire corps of public relations specialists assisting them. They struck exactly the right note, and how could they improve on perfection? From the beginning, they left their great ship open and unguarded while they commuted back and forth from the airport to the campus. And naturally, the government quickly rectified the second error and took instant advantage of the first. A guard was posted around the ship to keep it clear of the unofficially curious, while the officially curious combed the vessel's interior with a fine-tooth comb. Teams of scientists and technicians under Matson's direction swarmed through the ship, searching with the most advanced methods of human science for the secrets of the aliens. They quickly discovered that while the star travelers might be trusting, they were not exactly fools. There was nothing about the impenetrably shielded mechanisms that gave the slightest clue as to their purpose or to the principles upon which they operated, nor were there any visible controls. The ship was as blankly uncommunicative as a brick wall. Matson was annoyed. He had expected more than this, and his frustration drove him to watch the aliens closely. He followed them, sat in on their sessions with the scholars at the university, watched them at their frequent public appearances, and came to know them well enough to recognize the microscopic differences that made them individuals. To the casual eye, they were as alike as peas in a pod, but Matson could separate Farn from Queecha, and Laz from Akana, and Ixtal, well, he would have stood out from the others in any circumstances. But Matson never intruded. He was content to sit in the background and observe. And what he saw bothered him. They gave him no reason for their appearance on Earth, and whenever the question came up, Ixtal parried it adroitly. They were obviously not explorers, for they displayed a startling familiarity with Earth's geography and ecology. They were possibly ambassadors, although they behaved like no ambassadors he had ever seen. They might be traders, although what they would trade only God and the aliens knew, and neither party was in a talking mood. Mysteries bothered Matson. He didn't like them. But they could keep their mystery, if he could only have the technical knowledge that was concealed beneath their beautifully shaped skulls. At that, he had to admit that their appearance had come at precisely the right time. No one better than he knew how close mankind had been to the final war, when the last two major antagonists on Earth were girding their human and industrial power for a final showdown. But the aliens had become a diversion. The impending war was forgotten while men waited to see what was coming next. It was obviously that the Starmen had a reason for being here, and until they chose to reveal it, humanity would forget its deadly problems in anticipation of the answer to this delightful puzzle that had come to them from outer space. Matson was thankful for the breathing space, all too well aware that it might be the last that mankind might have, but the enigma of the aliens still bothered him. He was walking down the main corridor of the physics building on the university campus, wondering, as he constantly did, about how he could extract some useful knowledge from the aliens, when a quiet voice speaking accentless English sounded behind him. "What precisely do you wish to know, Dr. Matson?" the voice said. Matson whirled to face the questioner, and looked into the face of Ixtal. The alien was smiling, apparently pleased at having startled him. "What gave you the idea that I wanted to know anything?" he asked. "You did," Ixtal said. "We all have been conscious of your thoughts for many days. Forgive me for intruding, but I must. Your speculations radiate on such a broad band that we cannot help being aware of them. It has been quite difficult for us to study your customs and history with this high-level background noise. We are aware of your interest, but your thoughts are so confused that we have never found questions we could answer. If you would be more specific, we would be happy to give you the information which you seek." "Oh, yeah," Matson thought. "Of course. It would be to our advantage to have your disturbing speculations satisfied and your fears set at rest. We could accomplish more in a calmer environment. It is too bad that you do not receive as strongly as you transmit. If you did, direct mental contact would convince you that our reasons for satisfying you are good. But you need not fear us, Earthman. We intend you no harm. Indeed, we plan to help you once we learn enough to formulate a proper program." "I do not fear you," Matson said, knowing that he had lied. "Perhaps not consciously," Ixtal said graciously. "But nevertheless, fear is in you. It is too bad. And besides," he continued with a faint smile, "it is very uncomfortable. Your glandular emotions are quite primitive and very disturbing." "I'll try to keep them under control," Matson said dryly. "Physical control is not enough. With you, there would have to be mental control as well. Unfortunately, you radiate much more strongly than your fellow men, and we are unable to shut you out without exerting considerable effort that could better be employed elsewhere." The alien eyed Matson speculatively. "There you go again," he said. "Now you're angry." Matson tried to force his mind to utter blankness, and the alien smiled at him. "It does some good, but not much," he said. "Conscious control is never perfect." "Well then, what can I do?" "Go away. Your range, fortunately, is short." Matson looked at the alien. "Not yet," he said coldly. "I'm still looking for something." "Our technology," Ixtal nodded. "I know. However, I can assure you it will be of no help to you. You simply do not have the necessary background. Our science is based upon a completely different philosophy from yours." To Matson, the terms were contradictory. "Not as much as you think," Ixtal continued imperturbably. "As you will find out, I was speaking quite precisely." He paused and eyed Matson thoughtfully. "It seems as though the only way to remove your disturbing presence is to show you that our technology is of no help to you. I will make a bargain with you. We shall show you our machines, and in return you will stop harassing us. We will do all in our power to make you understand. But whether you do or do not, you will promise to leave and allow us to continue our studies in peace. Is that agreeable?" Matson swallowed the lump in his throat. Here it was, handed to him on a silver platter, and suddenly he wasn't sure that he wanted it. "It is," he said. After all, it was all he could expect. They met that night at the spaceship. The aliens, tall, calm, and cool. Matson, stocky, heavy-set, and sweating. The contrast was infernally sharp, Matson thought. It was as if a primitive savage were meeting a group of nuclear physicists at Los Alamos. For some unknown reason, he felt ashamed that he had forced these people to his wishes. But the aliens were pleasant about it. They took the imposition in their usual friendly way. "Now," Ixtal said, "exactly what do you want to see, to know?" "First of all, what is the principle of your space drive?" "There are two," the alien said. "The drive that moves this ship in normal space-time is derived from Lurgill's fourth-order equations concerning the release of subatomic energy in a restricted space-time continuum. Now don't protest. I know you know nothing of Lurgill, nor of fourth-order equations, and while I can show you the mathematics, I'm afraid they will be of little help. You see, our fourth order is based upon a process which you would call psychomathematics, and that is something I am sure you have not yet achieved." Matson shook his head. "I never heard of it," he admitted. "The second drive operates in warped space-time," Ixtal continued. "Hyperspace in your language, and its theory is much more difficult than that of our normal drive, although its application is quite simple, merely involving apposition of congruent surfaces of hyper and normal space at stress points in the ether where high gravitational fields balance. Navigation in hyperspace is done by electronic computer, somewhat more advanced models than yours. However, I can't give you the basis behind the hyperspace drive." Ixtal smiled depreciatingly. "You see, I don't know them myself. Only a few of the most advanced minds of Aslan can understand. We merely operate the machines." Matson shrugged. He had expected something like this. Now they would stall him off about the machines after handing him a fast line of double talk. "As I said," Ixtal went on, "there is no basis for understanding. Still, if it will satisfy you, we will show you our machines, and the mathematics that created them, although I doubt that you will learn anything more from them than you have from our explanation." "I could try," Matson said grimly. "Very well," Ixtal replied. He led the way into the center of the ship, where the seamless housings stood, the housings that had baffled some of the better minds of Earth. Matson watched while the starmen proceeded to be helpful. The housings fell apart at invisible lines of juncture, revealing mechanisms of baffling simplicity, and some things that didn't look like machines at all. The aliens stripped the strange devices, and Ixtal attempted to explain. They had anti-gravity, force fields, faster-than-light drive, and advanced design computers that could be packed in a suitcase. There were weird devices whose components seemed to run out of sight at crazily impossible angles, other things that rotated frictionlessly, suspended in fields of pure force, and still others which his mind could not envisage even after his eyes had seen them. All about him lay the evidence of a science so advanced and alien that his brain shrank from the sight, refusing to believe such things existed. And their math was worse. It began where Einstein left off, and went off at an incomprehensible tangent that involved psychology and ESP. Matson was lost after the first 5 seconds. Stunned, uncomprehending, and deflated, he left the ship. An impression that he was standing with his toe barely inside the door of knowledge became a conscious certainty as he walked slowly to his car. The wry thought crossed his mind that if the aliens were trying to convince him of his abysmal ignorance, they had succeeded far beyond their fondest dreams. They certainly had, Matson thought grimly as he selected 5 cartridges from the box lying beside him. In fact, they had succeeded too well. They had turned his deflation into antagonism, his ignorance into distrust. Like a savage, he suspected that he could not understand. But unlike the true primitive, the emotional distrust didn't interfere with his ability to reason or to draw logical inferences from the data which he accumulated. In attempting to convince, Ixtal had oversold his case. It was shortly after he had returned to Washington that the aliens gave the waiting world the reasons for their appearance on Earth. They were, they said, members of a very ancient, highly evolved culture called Aztlan, and the Aztlans, long past the need for conquest and expansion, had turned their mighty science to the help of other, less fortunate races in the galaxy. The aliens were, in a sense, missionaries, one of hundreds of teams traveling the star lanes to bring the benefits of Aztlan culture to less favored worlds. They were, they unblushingly admitted, altruists, interested only in helping others. It was pure corn, Matson reflected cynically, but the world lapped it up and howled for more. After decades of Cold War, lukewarm war, and sporadic outbreaks of violence that were inevitably building to atomic destruction, men were willing to try anything that would ease the continual burden of strain and worry. To mankind, the Aztlan's words were as refreshing as a cool breeze of hope in a desert of despair. And the world got what it wanted. Quite suddenly, the aliens left the Northwest, and, accompanied by protective squads of FBI and Secret Service, began to cross the nation. Taking widely separated paths, they visited cities, towns, and farms, exhibiting the greatest curiosity about the workings of human civilization. And in turn, they were examined by hordes of hopeful humans. Everywhere they went, they spread their message of goodwill and hope, backed by the incredibly convincing power of their telepathic minds. Behind them, they left peace and hopeful calm. Before them, anticipation mounted. It rose to a crescendo in New York, where the paths of the Starmen met. The Aztlans invaded the United Nations. They spoke to the General Assembly and the Security Council, were interviewed by the Secretariat and reporters from 100 foreign lands. They told their story with such conviction that even the Communist bloc failed to raise an objection, which was as amazing to the majority of the delegates as the fact of the Starmen themselves. Altruism, it seemed, had no conflict with dialectic materialism. The aliens offered a watered-down variety of their technology to the peoples of Earth with no strings attached, and the governments of Earth accepted with open hands, much as a small boy accepts a cookie from his mother. It was impossible for men to resist the lure of something for nothing, particularly when it was offered by such people as the Aztlans. After all, Matson reflected bitterly, nobody shoots Santa Claus. From every nation in the world came invitations to the aliens to visit their lands. The Starmen cheerfully accepted. They moved across Europe, Asia, and Africa, visited South America, Central America, the Middle East, and Oceania. No country escaped them. They absorbed languages, learned customs, and spread goodwill. Everywhere they went, relaxation followed in their footsteps, and throughout the world arose a realization of the essential brotherhood of man. It took nearly 3 years of continual traveling before the aliens again assembled at UN headquarters to begin the second part of their promised plan, to give their science to Earth. And men waited with calm expectation for the dawn of Golden Age. Matson's lips twisted. Fools, blind, stupid fools, selling their birthright for a mess of pottage. He shifted the rifle across his knees and began filling the magazine with cartridges. He felt an empty loneliness as he closed the action over the filled magazine and turned the safety to on. There was no comforting knowledge of support and sympathy to sustain him in what he was about to do. There was no real hope that there ever would be. His was a voice crying in the wilderness, a voice that was ignored, as it had been when he visited the President of the United States. Matson entered the White House, presented his appointment card, and was ushered past ice-eyed Secret Service men into the presidential office. It was as close as he had ever been to the chief executive, and he stared with polite curiosity across the width of desk which separated them. "I wanted to see you about the Aztlan business," the president began without preamble. "You were there when their ship landed, and you're also one of the few men in the country who has seen them alone. In addition, your office will probably be handling the bulk of our requests in regard to the offer they made yesterday in the UN. You are in a favorable spot." The president smiled and shrugged. "I wanted to talk with you sooner, but business and routine play the devil with one's desires in this office. Now tell me," he continued, "your impression of these people." "They're an enigma," Matson said flatly. "To tell the truth, I can't figure them out." He ran his fingers through his hair with a worried gesture. "I'm supposed to be a pretty fair physicist, and I've had quite a bit of training in the social sciences, but both the mechanisms and the psychology of these Aslans are beyond my comprehension. All I can say for sure is that they're as far beyond us as we are beyond the cavemen. In fact, we have so little in common that I can't think of a single reason why they would want to stay here, and the fact that they do only adds to my confusion." "But you must have learned something," the president said. "Oh, we've managed to collect data," Matson replied. "But there's a lot of difference between data and knowledge." "I can appreciate that, but I'd still like to know what you think. Your opinion could have some weight." Matson doubted it. His opinions were contrary to those of the majority. Still, the chief asked for it, and he might possibly have an open mind. It was a chance worth taking. "Well, sir, I suppose you've heard of the so-called wild talents some of our own people occasionally possess?" The president nodded. "It is my belief that the Aslans possess these to a far greater degree than we do, and that their science is based upon them. They have something which they call psychomathematics, which by definition is the mathematics of the mind, and this seems to be the basis of their physical science. I saw their machines, and I must confess that their purpose baffled me, until I realized that they must be mechanisms for amplifying their own natural equipment. We know little or nothing about psi phenomena, so it is no wonder I couldn't figure them out. As a matter of fact, we've always treated psi as something that shouldn't be mentioned in polite scientific conversation." The president grinned. "I always thought you boys had your blind spots." "We do. But when we're confronted with a fact, we try to find out something about it. That is, if the fact hits us hard enough, often enough." "Well, you've been hit hard and often," the president chuckled. "What did you find out?" "Facts," Matson said grimly. "Just facts. Things that could be determined by observation and measurement. We know that the aliens are telepathic. We also know that they have a form of ESP, or perhaps a recognition of danger would be a better term, and we know its range is somewhat over a third of a mile. We know that they're telekinetic. The lack of visible controls in their ship would tell us that, even if we hadn't seen them move small objects at a distance. We know that they have eidetic memories, and that they can reason on an extremely high level. Other than that, we know nothing. We don't even know their physical structure. We've tried X-ray, but they're radio opaque. We've tried using some human sensitives from the Rhine Institute, but they're unable to get anywhere. They just turn empathic in the aliens' presence, and when we get them back, they do nothing but babble about the beauty of the Aslan soul." "Considering the difficulties, you haven't done too badly," the president said. "I take it, then, that you're convinced that they are an advanced life form. But do you think they're sincere in their attitude toward us?" "Oh, they're sincere enough," Matson said. "The only trouble is that we don't know just what they're sincere about. You see, sir, we are in the position of a savage to whom a trader brings the luxuries of civilization. To the savage, the trader may represent purest altruism, giving away such valuable things as glass beads and machine-made cloth for useless pieces of yellow rock and the skins of some native pest. The savage hasn't the slightest inkling that he's being exploited. By the time he realizes he's been had, and the yellow rock is gold and the skins are mink, he has become so dependent upon the goods for which the trader has whetted his appetite that he inevitably becomes an economic slave. Of course, you can argue that the cloth and beads are far more valuable to the savage than the gold or mink, but in the last analysis, value is determined by the higher culture, and by that standard the savage gets taken. And ultimately, civilization moves in, and the superior culture of the trader's race determines how the savage will act. Still, the savage has a basis for his acts. He is giving something for something, making a trade. But we're not even in that position. The aliens apparently want nothing from us. They have asked for nothing except our goodwill, and that isn't a tradable item. But they're altruists, the President protested. Sir, do you think that they're insane? Matson asked curiously. Do they appear like fanatics to you? But we can't apply our standards to them. You yourself have said that their civilization is more advanced than ours. Whose standards can we apply? Matson asked. If not ours, then whose? The only standards that we can possibly apply are our own, and in the entire history of human experience, there has never been a single culture that has had a basis of pure altruism. Such a culture could not possibly exist. It would be overrun and gobbled up by its practical neighbors before it drew its first breath. We must assume that the culture from which these aliens come has had a practical basis in its evolutionary history. It could not have risen full-blown and altruistic like Minerva from the brain of Jove. And if the culture had a practical basis in the past, it logically follows that it has a practical basis in the present. Such a survival trait as practicality would probably never be lost, no matter how far the Aslan race has evolved. Therefore, we must concede that they are practical people, people who do not give away something for nothing. But the question still remains, what do they want? Whatever it is, I don't think it is anything from which we will profit. No matter how good it looks, I am convinced that cooperation with these aliens will not ultimately be to our advantage. Despite the reports of every investigative agency in this government, I cannot believe that any such thing as pure altruism exists in a sane mind. And whatever I may believe about the Aslans, I do not think they're insane. The President sighed. You are a suspicious man, Matson, and perhaps you are right. But it doesn't matter what you believe, or what I believe for that matter. This government has decided to accept the help the Aslans are so graciously offering. And until the reverse is proven, we must accept the fact that the Starmen are altruists, and work with them on that basis. You will organize your office along those lines, and extract every gram of information that you can. Even you must admit that they have knowledge that will improve our American way of life. Matson shook his head doggedly. I'm afraid, sir, if you expect Aslan science to improve the American way of life, you are going to be disappointed. It might promote an Aslan way of life, but the reverse is hardly possible. It's not my decision, the President said. My hands are tied. Congress voted for the deal by acclamation early this morning. I couldn't veto it even if I wanted to. I cannot cooperate in what I believe is our destruction, Matson said in a flat voice. Then you have only one course, the President said. I will be forced to accept your resignation. He sighed wearily. Personally, I think you're making a mistake. Think it over before you decide. You're a good man, and Lord knows the government can use good men. There are far too many fools in politics. He shrugged and stood up. The interview was over. Matson returned to his offices, filled with cold frustration. Even the President believed he could do nothing, and these short-sighted politicians, who could see nothing more than the immediate gains, there was a special hell reserved for them. There were too many fools in politics. However, he could do what he could. His sense of duty was stronger than his resentment. He would stay on and try to cushion some of the damage which the Aslans would inevitably cause, no matter how innocent their motives. And perhaps the President was right. Perhaps the alien science would bring more good than harm. For the next 2 years, Matson watched the spread of Aslan ideas throughout the world. He saw Aslan devices bring health, food, and shelter to millions in underprivileged countries, and improve the lot of those in more favored nations. He watched tyrannies and authoritarian governments fall under the passive resistance of their peoples. He saw militarism crumble to impotence as the Aslan influence spread throughout every facet of society, first as a trickle, then as a steady stream, and finally as a rushing torrent. He saw mankind on the brink of a golden age, and he was unsatisfied. Reason said that the Starmen were exactly what they claimed to be. Their every action proved it. Their consistency was perfect, their motives unimpeachable, and the results of their efforts were astounding. Life on Earth was becoming pleasant for millions who never knew the meaning of the word. Living standards improved, and everywhere men were conscious of a feeling of warmth and brotherhood. There was no question that the aliens were doing exactly what they promised. But reason also told him that the aliens were subtly and methodically destroying everything that man had created, turning him from an individual into a satisfied puppet operated by Aslan strings. For man is essentially lazy, always searching for the easier way. Why should he struggle to find an answer when the Aslans had discovered it millennia ago and were perfectly willing to share their knowledge? Why should he use inept human devices when those of the aliens performed similar operations with infinitely more ease and efficiency? Why should he work when all he had to do was ask? There was plan behind their acts. But at that point reason dissolved into pure speculation. Why were they doing this? Was it merely mistaken kindliness, or was there a deeper, more subtle motive? Matson didn't know, and in that lack of knowledge lay the hell in which he struggled. For 2 years he stayed on with the OSR, watching humanity rush down an unmarked road to an uncertain future. Then he ran away. He could take no more of this blind dependence upon alien wisdom. And with the change in administration that had occurred in the fall elections, he no longer had the sense of personal loyalty to the president which had kept him working at a job he despised. He wanted no part of this brave new world the aliens were creating. He wanted to be alone. Like a hermit of ancient times who abandoned society to seek his soul, Matson fled to the desert country of the Southwest, as far as possible from the Aslans and their works. The grimly beautiful land toughened his muscles, blackened his skin, and brought him a measure of peace. Humanity retreated to remoteness, except for Seth Winters, a leathery old-timer he had met on his first trip into the desert. The acquaintance had ripened to friendship. Seth furnished a knowledge of the desert country which Matson lacked, and Matson's money provided the occasional grubstake they needed. For weeks at a time they never saw another human, and Matson was satisfied. The world could go its own way, he would go his. Running away was the smartest thing he could have done. Others, more brave perhaps, or perhaps less rational, had tried to fight, to form an underground movement to oppose these altruists from space. But they were a tiny minority, so divided in motives and purpose that they could not act as a unit. They were never more than a nuisance, and without popular support they never had a chance. After the failure of a complicated plot to assassinate the aliens, they were quickly rounded up and confined, and the aliens continued their work. Matson shrugged. It was funny how little things could mark mileposts in a man's life. If he had known of the underground, he probably would have joined it and suffered the same penalty for failure. If he hadn't fled, if he hadn't met Seth Winters, if he hadn't taken that last trip into the desert, if any one of 100 little things had happened differently, he would not be here. That last trip into the desert. He remembered it as though it were yesterday. The yellow flare of a greasewood fire cast flickering spears of light into the encircling darkness. Above, in the purplish-black vault of the moonless sky, the stars shone down with icy splendor. The air was quiet, the evening breeze had died, and the stillness of the desert night pressed softly upon the earth. Far away, muted by distance, came the ululating wail of a coyote. Seth Winters laid another stick of quick-burning greasewood on the fire and squinted across the smoke at Matson, who was lying on his back, arms crossed behind his head, eyeing the night sky with the fascination of a dreamer. It's certainly peaceful out here, Matson murmured as he rose to his feet, stretched, and sat down again, looking into the tiny fire. "'Tain't nothing unusual, Dan'l. Not out here, it ain't. It's been plumb peaceful on this here desert nigh onto 1,000,000 years. And why's it peaceful? Mainly 'cause there ain't too many humans messin' around in it." "Possibly you're right, Seth." "Sure I'm right. It just ain't natural for a bunch of homo sapes to get together without an argument startin' somewhere. 'Tain't the nature of the critter to be peaceful. And that's the part of this here sweetness and light between nations that bothers me. Last time I was in Prescott, I set down and read 6 months of newspapers, and everything's just too damn good to be true. Seems like everybody's getting to love everybody else." He shook his head. "The whole world's as sticky sweet as molasses candy. It just ain't natural." "The Starmen are keeping their word. They said they would bring us peace. Isn't that what they're doing?" "Shucks, Dan'l, that don't give 'em no call to make the world a blasted honeypot with everybody bubblin' over with brotherly love. There ain't no real excitement left. Even the commies ain't raisin' hell like they used to. People are getting more like a bunch of damn woolies every day." "I'll admit that mankind had herd instincts," Matson replied lazily. "But I've never thought of them as particularly sheep-like. More like a wolf pack, I'd say." "Wall, there's nothing wolf-like about 'em right now. Look, Dan'l, you know what a wolf pack's like. They're smart, tough, and mean, and the old boss wolf is the smartest, toughest, meanest critter in the whole pack. The others respect him 'cause he's proved his ability to lead. But take a sheep flock now. The bellwether is just a nice, gentle old castrate that'll do just what the sheep herder wants. He's got no originality. He's just a noise that the rest foller." "Could be." "It sure is. Just for instance, and speaking of bellwethers, have you ever heard of a character called Throckmorton Bixby?" "Can't say I have. He sounds like a Nance." "Whatever a Nance is, he's it. But you're talking about our next president, unless all the prophets are wrong. He's just as bad as his name. Of all the gutless wonders I've ever heard of, that pilgrim takes the prize. He even looks like a rabbit." "I can see where I had better catch up on some contemporary history," Matson said. "I've been out in the sticks too long." "If you know what's good for you, you'll stay here. The rest of the country's going to hell. Brother Bixby's just a sample. About the only thing that'd recommend him is that he's hot for peace, and he's got those foreigners' blessing. Seems like those freaks swing a lot of weight nowadays, and they ain't shy about telling folks who and what they favor. They've got bold as brass this past year." Matson nodded idly, then stiffened, turning a wide-eyed stare on Seth. A blinding light exploded in his brain as the words sank in. With crystal clarity, he knew the answer. He laughed harshly. Winter stared at him with mild surprise. "What's bit you, Dan'l?" But Matson was completely oblivious, busily buttressing the flash of inspiration. Sure, that was the only thing it could be. Those aliens were working on a program, one that was grimly recognizable once his attention was focused on it. There must have been considerable pressure to make them move so fast that a short-lived human could see what they were planning, but Matson had a good idea of what was driving them. An atomic war that could decimate the world would be all the spur they'd need. They weren't playing for penny-ante stakes. They didn't want to exploit mankind. They didn't give a damn about mankind. To them, humanity was merely an unavoidable nuisance, something to be pushed aside, to be made harmless and dependent, and ultimately to be quietly and bloodlessly eliminated. Man's civilization held nothing that the Starmen wanted, but man's planet, that was a different story. Truly, the aliens were right when they considered man a savage. Like a savage, man didn't realize his most valuable possession was his land. The peaceful penetration was what had fooled him. Mankind, faced with a similar situation, and working from a position of overwhelming strength, would have reacted differently. Humanity would have invaded and conquered, but the aliens had not even considered this obvious step. Why? The answer was simple and logical. They couldn't. Even though their technology was advanced enough to exterminate man with little or no loss to themselves, combat and slaughter must be repulsive to them. It had to be. With their telepathic minds, they would necessarily have a pathological horror of suffering. They were so highly evolved that they simply couldn't fight, at least not with weapons of humanity, but they could use the subtler weapon of altruism. And even more important, uncontrolled emotions were poison to them. In fact, Ixtal had admitted it back in Seattle. The primitive psi waves of humanity's hates, lusts, fears, and exultations must be unbearable torture to a race long past such animal outbursts. That must be, why they were moving so fast. For their own safety, emotion had to be damped out of the human race. Matson had a faint conception of what the aliens must have suffered when they first surveyed that crowd at International Airport. No wonder they looked so strangely immobile at that first contact. The raw emotion must have nearly killed them. He felt a reluctant stir of admiration for their courage, for the dedicated bravery needed to face that crowd and establish a beachhead of tranquility. Those first few minutes must have had compressed in them the agonies of a lifetime. Matson grinned coldly. The aliens were not invulnerable. If mankind could be taught to fear and hate them, and if that emotion could be focused, they never again would try to take this world. It would be sheer suicide. As long as mankind kept its emotions, it would be safe from this sort of invasion. But the problem was to teach mankind to fear and hate. Shock would do it, but how could that shock be applied? The thought led inevitably to the only possible conclusion. The aliens would have to be killed, and in such a manner as to make humanity fear retaliation from the stars. Fear would unite men against a possible invasion, and fear would force men to reach for the stars to forestall retribution. Matson grinned thinly. Human nature couldn't have changed much these past years. Even with master psychologists like the Aslans operating upon it, changes in emotional pattern would require generations. He sighed, looked into the anxious face of Seth Winters, and returned to the reality of the desert night. His course was set. He knew what he had to do. He laid the rifle across his knees and opened the little leather box sewn to the side of the gun case. With precise, careful movements, he removed the silencer and fitted it to the threaded muzzle of the gun. The bulky blue excrescence changed the rifle from a thing of beauty to one of murder. He looked at it distastefully, then shrugged and stretched out on the mattress, easing the ugly muzzle through the hole in the brickwork. It wouldn't be long now. He glanced upward through the window above him at the Weather Bureau instruments atop a nearby building. The metal cups of the anemometer hung motionless against the metallic blue of the sky. No wind stirred in the deep canyons of the city streets as the sun climbed in blazing splendor above the towering buildings. He moved a trifle, shifting the muzzle of the gun until it bore upon the sidewalks. The telescopic sight picked out faces from the waiting crowd with a crystal clarity. Everywhere was the same sheep-like placidity. He shuddered, the sights jumping crazily from one face to another, wondering if he had misjudged his race, if he had really come too late, if he had underestimated the powers of the Aslans. Far down the avenue, an excited hum came to his ears, and the watching crowd stirred. Faces lighted, and Matson sighed. He was not wrong. Emotion was only suppressed, not vanished. There was still time. The aliens were coming to cap the climax of their pioneer work, to drive the first nail in humanity's coffin. For the first time in history, man's dream of the brotherhood of man was close to reality. And he was about to destroy it. The irony bit into Matson's soul, and for a moment he hesitated, feeling the wave of tolerance and goodwill rising from the street below. Did he have the right to destroy man's dream? Did he dare tamper with the will of the world? Had he the right to play God? The parade came slowly down the happy street, a kaleidoscope of color and movement that approached and went past in successive waves and masses. This was a gala day, this eve of world union. The insignia of the UN was everywhere. The aliens had used the organization to further their plans, and it was now all-powerful. A solid bank of UN flags led the van of delegates, smiling and swathed in formal dress, sitting erect in their black official cars draped with the flags of native lands that would soon be furled forever if the aliens had their way. And behind them came the Aslans. They rode together, standing on a pure white float, a bar of dazzling white in a sea of color. All equal, their inhumanly beautiful faces calm and remote, the Aslans rode through the joyful crowd. There was something inspiring about the sight, and for a moment Matson felt a wave of revulsion sweep through him. He sighed and thumbed the safety to off, pulled the cocking lever, and slid the first cartridge into the breech. He settled himself, drawing a breath of air into his lungs, letting a little dribble out through the slack lips, catching the remainder of the exhalation with closed glottis. The sights wavered and steadied upon the head of the center alien, framing the pale noble face with its aureole of golden hair. The luminous eyes were dull and introspective as the alien tried to withdraw from the emotions of the crowd. There was no awareness of danger on the alien's face. At 600 yards, he was beyond their Esper range, and was further covered by the feelings of the crowd. The sights lowered to the broad chest, and centered there as Matson's spatulate fingers took up the slack in the trigger and squeezed softly and steadily. A coruscating glow bathed the bodies of 3 of the aliens as their tall forms jerked to the smashing impact of the bullets. Their metallic tunics melted and sloughed as inner fires ate away the fragile garments that covered them. Flexible synthetic skin cracked and curled in the infernal heat, revealing padding, wire-like tendons, rope-like cords of flexible tubing, and a metallic skeleton that melted and dripped in white-hot drops in the heat of atomic flame. "Robots!" Matson gasped with sudden blinding realization. "I should have known. No wonder they seemed inhuman. Their builders would never dare expose themselves to the furies and conflicts of our emotionally uncontrolled world." One of the aliens crouched on the float, his 4-fingered hands pressed against a smoking hole in his metal tunic. The smoke thickened, and a yellowish ichor poured out, bursting into flame on contact with the air. The 5th alien, Ixtal, was untouched, standing with hands wide stretched in a gesture that at once held command and appeal. Matson reloaded quickly, but held his fire. The swarming crowd surrounding the alien was too thick for a clear shot, and Matson, with sudden revulsion, was unwilling to risk further murder in a cause already won. The tall silver figure of the alien winced and shuddered, his huge body shaking like a leaf in a storm. His builders had never designed him to withstand the barrage of focused emotion that was sweeping from the crowd. Terror, shock, sympathy, hate, loathing, grief, and disillusionment. The incredible gamut of human feelings wrenched and tore at the Atslan, shorting delicate circuits, ripping the poised balance of his being as the violent discordant blasts lanced through him with destroying energy. Ixtal's classic features twisted in a spasm of inconceivable agony. A thin curl of smoke drifted from his distorted tragic mask of a mouth as he crumpled, a pitiful, deflated figure against the whiteness of the float. The cries of fear and horror changed their note as the alien's true nature dawned upon the crowd. Pride of flesh recoiled as the swarming humans realized the facts. Revulsion at being led by machines swelled into raw red rage. The mob madness spread as an ominous growl began rising from the streets. A panicky policeman triggered it, firing his Aslan-built shock tube into the forefront of the mob. A dozen men fell, to be trampled by their neighbors as a swarm of men and women poured over the struggling officer and buried him from sight. Like wildfire, pent-up emotions blazed out in a flame of fury. The parade vanished, sucked into the maelstrom and torn apart. Fists flew, flesh tore, men and women screamed in high, bitter agony as the mob clawed and trampled in a surging press of writhing forms that filled the street from one line of buildings to the other. Half mad with triumph, drunk with victory, shocked at the terrible form that death had taken in coming to Ixtal, Matson raised his clenched hands to the sky and screamed in a raw, inhuman voice, a cry in which all of man's violence and pride were blended. The spasm passed as quickly as it came, and with its passing came exhaustion. The job was done. The aliens were destroyed. Tomorrow would bring reaction, and with it would come fear. Tomorrow or the next day, man would hammer out a true world union, spurred by the thought of a retribution that would never come. Yet all that didn't matter. The important thing, the only important thing, was preserved. Mankind would have to unite for survival, or so men would think, and he would never disillusion them. For this was man's world, and men were again free to work out their own destiny for better or for worse without interference and without help. The golden dream was over. Man might fail, but if he did, he would fail on his own terms. And if he succeeded— Matson looked up grimly at the shining sky. Slowly he rose to his feet and descended to the raging street below. The end of Assassin by Jesse Bone.
The Big Engine by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Big Engine by Fritz Leiber. Have you found out about the big engine? It's all around us, you know. Can't you hear it even now? There are all sorts of screwy theories, the professor said, of what makes the wheels of the world go round. There's a boy in Chicago who thinks we're all of us just the thoughts of a green cat. When the green cat dies, we'll all puff to nothing like smoke. There's a man in the West who thinks all women are witches and run the world by conjure magic. There's a man in the East who believes all rich people belong to a secret society that's a lot tighter and tougher than the mafia and that has a monopoly of power secrets and pleasure secrets other people don't dream exist. Me, I think the wheels of the world just go. I decided that 40 years ago, and I've never since seen or heard or read anything to make me change my mind. I was a stoker on a lake boat then, the professor continued, delicately sipping smoke from his long, thin cigarette. I was as stupid as they make them, but I liked to think. Whenever I'd get a chance I'd go to one of the big libraries and make them get me all sorts of books. That was how guys started calling me the professor. I'd get books on philosophy, metaphysics, science, even religion. I'd read them and try to figure out the world. What was it all about, anyway? Why was I here? What was the point in the whole business of getting born and working and dying? What was the use of it? Why did it have to go on and on? And why did it have to be so complicated? Why all the building and tearing down? Why'd there have to be cities with crowded streets and horse cars and cable cars and electric cars and big open work steel boxes built to the sky to be hung with stone and wood? My closest friend got killed falling off one of those steel box kites. Shouldn't there be some simpler way of doing it all? Why did things have to be so mixed up that a man like myself couldn't have a single clear, decent thought? More than that, why weren't people a real part of the world? Why didn't they show more honest-to-God response? When you slept with a woman, why was it something you had and she didn't? Why, when you went to a prize fight, were the bruisers only so much meat and the crowd a lot of little screaming popinjays? Why was a war nothing but blather and blow up and bother? Why'd everybody have to go through their whole lives so dead, doing everything so methodical and prissy, like a Sunday school picnic or an orphan's parade? And then, when I was reading one of the science books, it came to me. The answer was all there, printed out plain to see, only nobody saw it. It was just this. Nobody was really alive. Back of other people's foreheads, there weren't any real thoughts or minds, or love or fear, to explain things. The whole universe, stars and men and dirt and worms and atoms, the whole shooting match, was just one great big engine. It didn't take mind or life or anything else to run the engine. It just ran. Now, one thing about science, it doesn't lie. Those men who wrote those science books that showed me the answer, they had no more minds than anybody else, just darkness in their brains, but because they were machines built to use science, they couldn't help but get the right answers. They were like the electric brains they've got now, but hadn't then, that give out the right answer when you feed in the question. I'd like to feed in the question, "What's life?" to one of those machines and see what came out. Just figures, I suppose. I read somewhere that if 1 billion monkeys had typewriters and kept pecking away at them, they'd eventually turn out all the Encyclopedia Britannica in trillions and trillions of years. Well, they've done it all right, and in jig time. They're doing it now. A lot of philosophy and psychology books I worked through really fit in beautifully. There was Watson's Behaviorism, telling how we needn't even assume that people are conscious to explain their actions. There was Leibott's Monadology, with its theory that we're all of us lonely atoms that are completely out of touch and don't affect each other in the slightest, but only seem to, because all our little clockwork motors were started at the same time in pre-established harmony. We seem to be responding to each other, but actually we're just a bunch of wooden-minded puppets. Jerk one puppet up into the flies, and the others go on acting as if exactly nothing at all had happened. So there it was all laid out for me, the professor went on, carefully pinching out the end of his cigarette. That was why there was no honest-to-God response in people. They were machines. The fighters were machines made for fighting. The people that watched them were machines for stamping and screaming and swearing. The bankers had banking cogs in their bellies. The crooks had crooked cams. A woman was just a loving machine, all nicely adjusted to give you a good time, sometimes. But the farthest star was nearer to you than the mind behind that mouth you kissed. See what I mean? People just machines, set to do a certain job and then quietly rust away. If you kept on being the machine you were supposed to be, well and good. Then your actions fitted with other people's. But if you didn't, if you started doing something else, then the others didn't respond. They just went on doing what was called for. It wouldn't matter what you did. They'd just go on making the motions they were set to make. They might be set to make love, and you might decide you wanted to fight. They'd go on making love while you fought them. Or it might happen the other way. Seems to, more often. Or somebody might be talking about Edison, and you'd happen to say something about Ingersoll. But he'd just go on talking about Edison. You were all alone. Except for a few others, not more than 1 in 100,000, I guess, who wake up and figure things out, and they mostly go crazy and run themselves to death, or else turn mean. Mostly they turn mean. They get a cheap little kick out of pushing things around that can't push back. All over the world you find them, little gangs of 3 or 4, half a dozen, who've waked up, but just to their cheap kicks. Maybe it's a couple of coppers in Frisco, a school teacher in KC, some artists in New York, some rich kids in Florida, some undertakers in London, who've found that all the people walking around are just dead folk and to be treated no decenter, who see how bad things are and get their fun out of making it a little worse, just a mean little bit worse. They don't dare to destroy in a big way, because they know the machine feeds them and tends them, and because they're always scared they'd be noticed by gangs like themselves and wiped out.
They haven't the guts to really wreck the whole shebang, but they get a kick out of scribbling their dirty pictures on it, out of meddling and messing with it. I've seen some of their fun, as they call it, sometimes hidden away, sometimes in the open streets. You've seen a clerk dressing a figure in a store window? Well, suppose he slapped its face. Suppose a kid stuck pins in a calico pussycat, or threw pepper in the eyes of a doll. No decent live man would have anything to do with nickel sadism or dime paranoia like that. He'd either go back to his place in the machine and act out the part set for him, or else he'd hide away like me and live as quiet as he could, not stirring things up, like a mouse in a dynamo or an ant in an atomics plant. The professor went to the window and opened it, letting the sour old smoke out and the noises of the city in. "Listen," he said. "Listen to the great mechanical symphony, the big black combo. The airplanes are the double bass. Have you noticed how you can always hear one nowadays? When one walks out of the sky, another walks in. Presses and pumps round out the bass section. Listen to them rumble and thump. Tonight they've got an old steam locomotive helping. Maybe they're giving a benefit show for the old duffer. Cars and traffic. They're the strings, mostly cellos and violas. They purr and wail and whine and keep trying to get out of their section. Brasses? To me the steel on steel of streetcars and L trains always sounds like trumpets and cornets, strident, metallic, fiery cold. Hear that siren way off? It's a clarinet. The ship horns are tubas, the diesel horn's an oboe, and that lovely, dreadful French horn is an electric saw cutting down the last tree. But what a percussion section they've got! The big stuff, like streetcar bells jangling, is easy to catch, but you have to really listen to get the subtleties, the buzz of a defective neon sign, the click of a stoplight changing. Sometimes you do get human voices, I'll admit, but they're not like they are in Beethoven's Ninth or Holst's Planets. There's the real sound of the universe," the professor concluded, shutting the window. "That's your heavenly choir. That's the music of the spheres the old alchemists kept listening for. If they'd just stayed around a little longer they'd all have been deafened by it. Oh, to think that Schopenhauer was bothered by the crack of carters' whips! And now it's time for this mouse to tuck himself in his nest in the dynamo. Good night, gentlemen." End of The Big Engine by Fritz Leiber.
Doorstep by Keith Laumer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Doorstep by Keith Laumer. The general was bucking for his other star, and this miserable contraption bucked right back. Steadying his elbow on the kitchen table serving as desk, Brigadier General Strout leveled his binoculars and stared out through the second-floor window of the farmhouse at the bulky object lying canted at the end of the wood lot. He watched the figures moving over and around the gray mass, then flipped the lever on the field telephone at his elbow. "How are you boys doing, Major?" "General, since that box this morning—" "I know all about the box, Bill. So does Washington by now. What have you got that's new?" "Sir, I haven't got anything to report yet. I have 4 crews on it, and it still looks impervious as hell." "Still getting the sounds from inside?" "Intermittently, General." "I'm giving you 1 more hour, Major. I want that thing cracked." The general dropped the phone back on its cradle and peeled the cellophane from a cigar absently. He had moved fast, he reflected, after the state police notified him at 9:41 last night. He had his men on the spot, the area evacuated of civilians, and a preliminary report on its way to Washington by midnight. At 2:36 they had discovered the 4-inch cube lying on the ground 15 feet from the huge object. Missile, capsule, bomb, whatever it was. But now, several hours later, nothing new. The field phone jangled. Strout grabbed it up. "General, we've discovered a thin spot up on the top side. All we can tell so far is that the wall thickness falls off there." "All right. Keep after it, Bill." This was more like it. If Brigadier General Strout could have this thing wrapped up by the time Washington awoke to the fact that it was something big, well, he'd been waiting a long time for that second star. This was his chance, and he would damn well make the most of it. He looked across the field at the thing. It was half in and half out of the woods, flat-sided, round-ended, featureless. Maybe he should go over and give it a closer look personally. He might spot something the others were missing. It might blow them all to kingdom come any second. But what the hell? He had earned his star on sheer guts in Normandy. He still had 'em. He keyed the phone. "I'm coming down, Bill," he told the major. On impulse, he strapped a pistol belt on. Not much use against a house-sized bomb, but the heft of it felt good. The thing looked bigger than ever as the jeep approached it, bumping across the muck of the freshly plowed field. From here he could see a faint line running around, just below the juncture of side and top. Major Greer hadn't mentioned that. The line was quite obvious. In fact, it was more of a crack. With a sound like a baseball smacking the catcher's glove, the crack opened. The upper half tilted, men sliding. Then, impossibly, it stood open, vibrating, like the roof of a house suddenly lifted. The driver gunned the jeep. There were cries and a ragged shrilling that set Strout's teeth on edge. The men were running back now, two of them dragging a third. Major Greer emerged from behind the object, looked about, ran toward General Strout, shouting, "A man dead! It snapped! We weren't expecting it!" Strout jumped out beside the men, who had stopped now and were looking back. The underside of the gaping lid was an iridescent black. The shrill noise sounded thinly across the field. Greer arrived, panting. "What happened?" Strout snapped. "I was checking over that thin spot, General. The first thing I knew it was coming up under me. I fell. Tate was at the other side. He held on, and it snapped him loose against a tree. His skull—" "What the devil's that racket?" "That's the sound we were getting from inside before, General. There's something in there, alive." "All right. Pull yourself together, Major. We're not unprepared. Bring your half-tracks into position. The tanks will be here soon." Strout glanced at the men standing about. He would show them what leadership meant. "You men keep back," he said. He puffed his cigars calmly as he walked toward the looming object. The noise stopped suddenly. That was a relief. There was a faint and curious odor in the air, something like chlorine, or seaweed, or iodine. There were no marks in the ground surrounding the thing. It had apparently dropped straight into its present position. It was heavy, too. The soft soil was displaced in a mound, a foot high, all along the side. Behind him, Strout heard a yell. He whirled. The men were pointing. The jeep started up, churned toward him, wheels spinning. He looked up. Over the edge of the gray wall, 6 feet above his head, a great reddish limb, like the claw of a crab, moved, groping. Strout yanked the .45 from its holster, jacked the action and fired. Soft matter spattered, and the claw jerked back. The screeching started up again angrily, then was drowned in the engine roar as the jeep slid to a stop. Strout stooped, grabbed up a leaf to which a quivering lump adhered, jumped into the vehicle as it leaped forward. Then a shock, and they were going into a spin and— "Lucky it was soft ground," somebody said. And somebody else asked, "What about the driver?" Silence. Strout opened his eyes. "What about?" A stranger was looking down at him, an ordinary-looking fellow of about 35. "Easy now, General Strout. You've had a bad spill. Everything is all right. I'm Professor Lieberman from the university." "The driver," Strout said with an effort. "He was killed when the jeep went over." "Went over?" "The creature lashed out with a member resembling a scorpion's stinger. It struck the jeep and flipped it. You were thrown clear. The driver jumped and the jeep rolled on him." Strout pushed himself up. "Where's Greer?" "I'm right here, sir." Major Greer stepped up, stood attentively. "Those tanks here yet?" "No, sir. I had a call from General Margrave. There is some sort of holdup. Something about not destroying scientific material. I did get the mortars over from the base." Strout got to his feet. The stranger took his arm. "You ought to lie down, General." "Who the hell is going to make me? Greer, get those mortars in place, spaced between your tracks." The telephone rang. Strout seized it. "General Strout." "General Margrave here, Strout. I'm glad you're back on your feet. There'll be some scientists from the State University coming over. Cooperate with them. You're going to have to hold things together at least until I can get another man in there to—" "Another man? General Margrave, I'm not incapacitated. The situation is under complete control." "It is it? I understand you've got still another casualty. What's happened to your defensive capabilities?" "That was an accident, sir. The jeep. We'll review that matter at a later date. What I'm calling about is more important right now. The code men have made some headway on that box of yours. It's putting out a sort of transmission." "What kind, sir?" "Half the message. It's only 20 seconds long. Repeated. Is in English. It's a fragment of a recording from a daytime radio program. One of the network men here identified it. The rest is gibberish. They're still working over it." "What?" "Bryant tells me he thinks there may be some sort of correspondence between the two parts of the message. I wouldn't know myself. In my opinion, it's a threat of some sort." "I agree, General. An ultimatum." "Right. Keep your men back at a safe distance from now on. I want no more casualties." Strout cursed his luck as he hung up the phone. Margrave was ready to relieve him after he had exercised every precaution. He had to do something fast, before this opportunity for promotion slipped out of his hands. He looked at Major Greer. "I'm neutralizing this thing once and for all. There'll be no more men killed." Lieberman stood up. "General, I must protest any attack against this—" Strout whirled. "I'm handling this, Professor. I don't know who let you in here or why, but I'll make the decisions. I'm stopping this man killer before it comes out of its nest, maybe gets into that village beyond the woods. There are 4,000 civilians there. It's my job to protect them." He jerked his head at Greer, strode out of the room. Lieberman followed, pleading. "The creature has shown no signs of aggressiveness, General Strout." "With 2 men dead?" "You should have kept them back." "Oh, it was my fault, was it?" Strout stared at Lieberman with cold fury. "This civilian pushed his way in here, then had the infernal gall to accuse him, Brigadier General Strout, of causing the death of his own men. If he had the fellow in uniform for 5 minutes—" "You're not well, General. That fall—" "Keep out of my way, Professor," Strout said. He turned and went on down the stairs. The present foul-up could ruin his career, and now this egghead interference. With Greer at his side, Strout moved out to the edge of the field. "All right, Major. Open up with your .50 calibers." Greer called a command and a staccato rattle started up, the smell of cordite and the blue haze of gun smoke. This was more like it. He was in command here. Lieberman came up to Strout. "General, I appeal to you in the name of science. Hold off a little longer, at least until we learn what the message is about." "Get back from the firing line, Professor." Strout turned his back on the civilian, raised the glasses to observe the effect of the recoilless rifle. There was a tremendous smack of displaced air. and a thunderous boom as the explosive shell struck. Strout saw the gray shape jump, the raised lid waver. Dust rose from about it. There was no other effect. "Keep firing, Greer," Strout snapped, almost with a feeling of triumph. The thing was impervious to artillery. Now who was going to say it was no threat? "How about the mortar, sir?" Greer said. "We can drop a few rounds right inside it." "All right, try that before the lid drops." "And what we'll try next, I don't know," he thought. The mortar fired with a muffled thud. Strout watched tensely. 5 seconds later, the object erupted in a gout of pale pink debris. The lid rocked, pinkish fluid running down its opalescent surface. A second burst, and a third. A great fragment of the menacing claw hung from the branch of a tree 100 feet from the ship. Strout grabbed up the phone. "Cease fire." Lieberman stared in horror at the carnage. The telephone rang. Strout picked it up. "General Strout?" he said. His voice was firm. He had put an end to the threat. "Strout, we've broken the message," General Margrave said excitedly. "It's the damnedest thing I ever—" Strout wanted to interrupt, announce his victory, but Margrave was droning on. "Strange sort of reasoning, but there was a certain analogy. In any event, I'm assured the translation is accurate. Here's how it reads in English." Strout listened. Then he carefully placed the receiver back on the hook. Lieberman stared at him. "What did he say?" Strout cleared his throat. He turned and looked at Lieberman for a long moment before answering. "It said, 'Please take good care of my little girl.'" End of Doorstep by Keith Laumer.
The Untouchable by Stephen A. Callis, Jr. You can see it, you can watch it, but mustn't touch. And what could possibly be more frustrating when you need most violently to get your hands on it for just 1 second? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Untouchable by Stephen A. Callis, Jr. The man finally entered the office of General George Garvers. As the door closed behind him, he saw the general, who sprang from his chair to greet him. "Max, you finally came." "Got here as soon as I could. I wager half my time was taken up by the security checkpoints. You are certainly isolated in here." "All of that," agreed the general. "Have a seat, won't you?" he asked, indicating a chair. His friend sank into it gratefully. "Now, what's this vital problem you called me about? You weren't too specific." "No," said Garver, "I wasn't. This is a security matter, after a fashion. It's vitally important that we get technical help on this thing, and since you and I are friends, I was asked to call you in." "Well?" "I'm afraid I'll have to make a story of it." "Quite all right by me, but don't mind if I interject a question now and then." "Mind if I smoke?" "Go right ahead," said Garvers, fumbling out a lighter. "Just don't spill ashes on the rug." "This all began on the 3rd of May. I was working here on some top security stuff. I had suddenly got the feeling of being watched. I know it seems silly, what with all the checkpoints that a potential spy would have to go through to get here, but that's just how it felt. Several times I glanced around the office, but of course it was empty. Then I began to think it was my nerves." "You always were a bit of a hypochondriac," observed his friend. "Be that as it may," continued Garvers, "it was the only explanation I had at the time. Either someone was watching me, which seemed impossible, or I was beginning to crack under the strain. Well, I put my papers away and tried to take a short break. I was reaching into my drawer where I keep magazines when, so help me, a man stepped out of the wall into my office." "What? It seems as if you said a guy stepped out of the wall." That's just what I said. It sounds crazy, but let me finish, will you? I'm not kidding, and I'll show you proof later if necessary. Anyway, this bird stepped straight out of the wall as if it had been a waterfall or something, but the wall itself was undamaged. The only proof that I had he had actually done it was the fact that he was in my office, but that was proof enough. To put it mildly, I was thunderstruck. After jumping to my feet, I could only stand there like an idiot. I was so shaken I couldn't speak a word, but he spoke first. "General Garvers?" he asked, just as if he had run into me at a cocktail party or on the street. I told him he was correct and asked him who he was and what he wanted, and how he got into my office. He identified himself as Harry Bush and explained that he was acting in behalf of a good friend of mine, the late Dr. Hyman Duval. Have you ever heard of Duval, Max? His friend twisted his face in thought. Can't say that I have offhand, but the name seems to ring a bell somewhere. Well, anyway, he said that Duval had perfected an invention of great national importance shortly before his death, and asked Bush to deliver it to the government if anything should happen to him. Then Duval died suddenly of a heart attack. And what was this invention? Isn't it obvious? A machine that would enable a man to walk through walls. And Bush has no idea how the thing works, other than a general explanation that Duval gave him. And Bush was poles apart from Duval. They were friends in college, but not because of professional interests. It seems they were double-crossed by the same girl. Duval was a brilliant but obscure nuclear and radiation physicist. He was one of those once-in-a-lifetime fellows like Tesla. He was so shy that he couldn't bring himself to anybody's attention, save for a few papers he published in smaller physical societies magazines. It was only because he had inherited a considerable amount of money that he could do any research whatsoever. I seem to remember a paper about wave propagation in one of those quarterlies. Quite unorthodox, as I recall, said Max. Could be. Anyway, about Bush. Bush majored in psychology at college, but took special courses after he graduated and took a master's in English. He has written 2 novels and 3 collections of poems under various pen names. At the time of Duval's death, he was working on a libretto of an opera. He has had no technical training, unless you want to count a year of high school general science. So he wasn't too much help in explaining how Duval's instrument works. And just to make matters more juicy, Duval kept no notes. He had total recall and a childlike fear of putting anything into writing that had not been experimentally verified. And this machine, how is it supposed to work? Garvers got up and began to pace. According to Bush, Duval devised the instrument after stumbling into an entirely new branch of physics. This device of Duval's is a special case of a new theory of matter and energy. Matter is made up of subnuclear particles, electrons, protons, and the like. However, Duval says that these particles are in turn made up of much smaller particles grouped together in aggregate clouds. The size ratio of these particles to protons is somewhat like the ratio of an individual proton to a large star. They seem to be composed of tiny clots of energy from a fantastically complex energy system in which electromagnetism is but a small part. Each energy segment is represented by a different facet of each particle, and the arrangement of the individual particles to each other determines what superparticle they will form, such as an electron. Duval called these subparticles LEMs. Bush says he was told that a field of special nature could be generated so as to make the individual LEMs in the particles of matter rotate in a special way that would introduce a polarization field, as Duval called it. This field seems to be connected somehow with gravity, but Bush wasn't told how. The upshot is that matter in the initial presence of the field is affected so that it is able to pass through ordinary matter. Hold on, interrupted Max. If a device could do that, then the user would immediately fall toward the center of the Earth. Just you hold on. You didn't let me finish. A single plane of atoms at the base of the treated object is the point of contact. It remains partically unaffected because of its closeness to the gravitostatic field center, which I guess is the Earth's center of attraction. This plane of semi-treated atoms can be forced through an object if it is moved horizontally, but its untreated aspect prevents the subject wearing the device from falling through the floor. Bush demonstrated this device to me, turning it on and strolling through various objects in this room. Think of it. No soldier could be killed or held prisoner, and— Hang on now, objected Max. Let's not run away with ourselves. He may have perfected a device which would enable a soldier to avoid capture, but there would certainly be other ways to kill him than by bullets. Let's see now. Suppose that the enemy shot a flamethrower at him. The burning material might pass through him, but he would be cooked anyway. Or poison gas. As far as gas goes, I suppose a gas mask would be necessary. Bush doesn't know about the breathing mechanism, except that he had to take breaths. But as far as fire or radiation goes, the man's protected. If the radiation is either harmful by nature or by amount, the field merely reflects it. It is something called the limbic stress of the field that causes the phenomenon. That's why we need your help. Max scratched his head thoughtfully. I don't understand. Garvers looked pained. When Bush had finished his demonstration, he carelessly tossed the device on my desk. The thing skidded and hit my paperweight so that the switch was thrown on again. So now the device and my desk are both untouchable. Go over to the desk and try to touch it, said Garvers dryly. His friend got up and ambled over to the desk. There he saw a small black box resting near a paperweight. Its toggle switch was at the on position, and it was lying on its side. He tried to pick the box up, but his hand slid effortlessly through it, as if it were so much air. Well, Max said. He passed his hand through the desk again. Well, well. Are you sure Bush told you everything? Bush. He honestly wants to help, and we have taken him through the mill. Pentothal, scopolamine and the like, hypnotism, and the polygraph. We've dug that man deeper than we have ever dug anybody before. And have you conducted any experiments on your own? Certainly. That's what's so frustrating. We tried to x-ray the thing, but we didn't get a thing. We bombarded it with every radiation we could think of, from radio to gamma, and it just reflected them. We can detect no radiation coming out of it. Magnetic fields don't affect it, nor do heat and cold. Nuclear particles are ignored by it. It just sits there, thumbing its nose at us. And we can't even wait for it to run down. According to Bush, the power requirements of the thing are funny, and once the field is established, it takes no additional energy to maintain it. And the collapsing power remains indefinitely until it is time to turn the machine off. But it's unreachable by any means we have. It's pure frustration. There's no way we can analyze it until we can handle it. And there's no way we can handle it until we can turn it off. And there's no way to turn it off until we have analyzed it. If it were alive, I think it was laughing at us. Do you have any ideas? Asked Garver hopefully. Nothing that would help a solution at the present, said Max. Do you remember the legend of King Tantalus? Slightly. What about it? Well, if he were here, said Max thoughtfully, he'd sympathize. The End of The Untouchable by Stephen A. Callis, Jr.
In the year 2889 by Jules Verne and Michael Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan McAdam. In the year 2889. Redactor's note. In the year 2889 was first published in the Forum, February 1889, page 262. It was published in France the next year. Although published under the name of Jules Verne, it is now believed to be chiefly, if not entirely, the work of Jules' son, Michael Verne. In any event, many of the topics in the article echo Verne's ideas. In the year 2889, little though they seem to think of it, the people of this 29th century live continually in fairyland. Surfeited as they are with marvels, they are indifferent in the presence of each new marvel. To them they all seem natural. Could they but duly appreciate the refinements of civilization in our day, could they but compare the present with the past, and so better comprehend the advance we have made, how much fairer they would find our modern towns, with populations amounting sometimes to 10 million souls, their streets 300 feet wide, their houses 1,000 feet in height, with a temperature the same in all seasons, with their lines of aerial locomotion crossing the sky in every direction, if they would but picture to themselves the state of things that once existed, when through muddy streets rumbling boxes on wheels drawn by horses, yes, by horses, were the only means of conveyance. Think of the railroads of the olden time, and you will be able to appreciate the pneumatic tubes through which today one travels at the rate of 1,000 miles an hour. Would not our contemporaries prize the telephone and the telephote more highly if they had not forgotten the telegraph? Singularly enough, all these transformations rest upon principles which were perfectly familiar to our remote ancestors, but which they disregarded. Heat, for instance, is as ancient as man himself. Electricity was known 3,000 years ago, and steam 1,100 years ago. Nay, so early as 10 centuries ago it was known that the difference between the several chemical and physical forces depend on the mode of vibration of the etheric particles, which is for each specifically different. When at last the kinship of all these forces was discovered, it is simply astounding that 500 years should still have to elapse before men could analyze and describe the several modes of vibration that constitute these differences. Above all, it is singular that the mode of reproducing these forces directly from one another, and of reproducing one without the others, should have remained undiscovered till less than 100 years ago. Nevertheless, such was the course of events, for it was not until the year 2792 that the famous Oswald Nier made this great discovery. Truly was he a great benefactor of the human race. His admirable discovery led to many other. Hence is sprung a pleiad of inventors, its brightest star being our great Joseph Jackson. To Jackson we are indebted for those wonderful instruments, the new accumulators. Some of these absorb and condense the living force contained in the sun's rays. Others, the electricity stored in our globe. Others, again, the energy coming from whatever source, as a waterfall, a stream, the winds, etc. He, too, it was that invented the transformer, a more wonderful contrivance still, which takes the living force from the accumulator and, on the simple pressure of a button, gives it back to space in whatever form may be desired, whether as heat, light, electricity, or mechanical force, after having first obtained from it the work required. From the day when these two instruments were contrived, it is to be dated the era of true progress. They have put into the hands of man a power that is almost infinite. As for their applications, they are numberless, mitigating the rigors of winter, giving back the atmosphere the surplus heat stored up during the summer. They have revolutionized agriculture. By supplying motive power for aerial navigation, they have given to commerce a mighty impetus. To them we are indebted for the continuous production of electricity without batteries or dynamos, of light without combustion or incandescence, and for an unfailing supply of mechanical energy for all the needs of industry. Yes, all these wonders have been wrought by the accumulator and the transformer. And can we not to them also trace, indirectly, this latest wonder of all, the great Earth Chronicle building in 253rd Avenue, which was dedicated the other day? If George Washington Smith, the founder of the Manhattan Chronicle, should come back to life today, what would he think were he to be told that this palace of marble and gold belongs to his remote descendant, Fritz Napoleon Smith, who, after 30 generations have come and gone, is owner of the same newspaper which his ancestor established? For George Washington Smith's newspaper has lived generation after generation, now passing out of the family and on coming back to it, when, 200 years ago, the political center of the United States was transferred from Washington to Centropolis. The newspaper followed the government and assumed the name of Earth Chronicle. Unfortunately, it was unable to maintain itself at the high level of its name. Pressed on all sides by rival journals of a more modern type, it was continually in danger of collapse. 20 years ago, its subscription list contained but a few 100,000 names. And then Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith bought it for a mere trifle and originated telephonic journalism. Everyone is familiar with Fritz Napoleon Smith's system, a system made possible by the enormous development of telephony during the last 100 years. Instead of being printed, the Earth Chronicle is every morning spoken to subscribers, who, in interesting conversations with reporters, statesmen, and scientists, learn the news of the day. Furthermore, each subscriber owns a phonograph, and to this instrument he leaves the task of gathering the news whenever he happens not to be in a mood to listen directly himself. As for purchasers of single copies, they can at a very trifling cost learn all that is in the paper of the day at any of the innumerable phonographs set up nearly anywhere. Fritz Napoleon Smith's innovation galvanized the old newspaper. In the course of a few years, the number of subscribers grew to be 80 million, and Smith's wealth went on growing, till now it reaches the almost unimaginable figure of $10 billion. This lucky hit has enabled him to erect his new building, a vast edifice of the 4 facades, each 3,250 feet in length, over which proudly floats the 100-starred flag of the Union. Thanks to the same lucky hit, he is today the king of newspaperdom. Indeed, he would be king of all Americans, too, if Americans could ever accept a king. You do not believe it? Well then, look at the plenipotentiaries of all nations, and our own ministers themselves crowding about his door, entreating his counsels, begging for his approbation, imploring the aid of his all-powerful organ. Reckon up the number of scientists and artists that he supports, of inventors that he has under his pay. Yes, a king is he, and in truth his is a royalty full of burdens. His labors are incessant, and there is no doubt at all that in earlier times any man would have succumbed under the overpowering stress of the toil which Mr. Smith has to perform. Very fortunately for him, thanks to the progress of hygiene, which, abating all the old sources of unhealthfulness, has lifted the mean of human life from 37 up to 52 years. Men have stronger constitutions now than heretofore. The discovery of nutritive air is still in the future, but in the meantime men today consume food that is compounded and prepared according to scientific principles, and they breathe an atmosphere freed from the microorganisms that formerly used to swarm in it. Hence they live longer than their forefathers and know nothing of the innumerable diseases of olden times. Nevertheless, and notwithstanding these considerations, Fritz Napoleon Smith's mode of life may well astonish one. His iron constitution is taxed to the utmost by the heavy strain that is put upon it. Vain the attempt to estimate the amount of labor he undergoes. An example alone can give an idea of it. Let us then go about with him for one day as he attends his multifarious concernments. What day? That matters little. It is the same every day. Let us then take at random September 25th of this present year, 2889. This morning Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith awoke in very bad humor. His wife having left for France 8 days ago, he was feeling disconsolate. Incredible though it seems, in all the 10 years since their marriage, this is the first time that Mrs. Edith Smith, the professional beauty, has been so long absent from home. 2 or 3 days usually suffice for her frequent trips to Europe. The first thing that Mr. Smith does is to connect his phonotelephote, the wires of which communicate with his Paris mansion. The telephote. Here is another of the great triumphs of science in our time. The transmission of speech is an old story. The transmission of images by means of sensitive mirrors connected by wires is a thing but of yesterday. A valuable invention indeed, and Mr. Smith this morning was not niggard of blessings for the inventor, when by its aid he was able to distinctly see his wife, notwithstanding the distance that separated him from her. Mrs. Smith, wary after the ball or the visit to the theater the preceding night, is still abed, though it is near noontide at Paris. She is asleep, her head sunk in the lace-covered pillows. What? She stirs? Her lips move. She is dreaming, perhaps. Yes, dreaming. She is talking, pronouncing a name. His name, Fritz. The delightful vision gave a happier turn to Mr. Smith's thoughts. And now, at the call of imperative duty, light-hearted he springs from his bed and enters his mechanical dresser. 2 minutes later the machine deposited him all dressed at the threshold of his office. The round of journalistic work has now begun. First he enters the hall of the novel writers, a vast apartment crowned with an enormous transparent cupola. In one corner is a telephone, through which 100 earth-conical literateurs in turn recount to the public in daily installments 100 novels. Addressing one of these authors who was waiting his turn, "Capital, capital, my dear fellow," he said. "Your last story, the scene where the village maid discusses interesting philosophical problems with her lover, shows your very acute powers of observation. Never have the ways of country folk been better portrayed. Keep on, my dear Archibald, keep on. Since yesterday, thanks to you, there is a gain of 5,000 subscribers." "Mr. John Last," he began again, turning to a new arrival, "I am not so well pleased with your work. Your story is not a picture of life. It lacks the elements of truth. And why? Simply because you run straight on to the end, because you do not analyze. Your heroes do this thing or that from this or that motive, which you assign without ever a thought of dissecting their mental and moral natures. Our feelings, you must remember, are far more complex than that. In real life, every act is the resultant of 100 thoughts that come and go, and these you must study, each by itself, if you would create a living character. But, you will say, in order to note those fleeting thoughts one must know them, must be able to follow them in their capricious meanderings. Why, any child can do that, as you know. You have simply to make use of hypnotism, electrical or human, which gives one a twofold being, setting free the witness personality so that it may see, understand, and remember the reasons which determine the personality that acts. Just study yourself as you live from day to day, my dear Last. Imitate your associate who I was complimenting a moment ago. Let yourself be hypnotized. What's that? You've tried it already? Not sufficiently, then. Not sufficiently." Mr. Smith continues his round and enters the reporters' hall. Here 1,500 reporters, in their respective places facing an equal number of telephones, are communicating to the subscribers the news of the world as gathered during the night. The organization of this matchless service has often been described. Beside his telephone, each reporter, as the reader is aware, has in front of him a set of commutators, which enables him to communicate with any desired telephonic line. Thus the subscribers not only hear the news but see the occurrences. When an incident is described that is already past, photographs of its main features are transmitted with the narrative, and there is no confusion withal. The reporter's items, just like the different stories and all the other component parts of the journal, are classified automatically according to an ingenious system, and reach the hearer in due succession. Furthermore, the hearers are free to listen only to what specially concerns them. They may at a pleasure give attention to one editor and refuse it to another. Mr. Smith addresses one of the 10 reporters in the astronomical department, a department still in the embryonic stage, but which will yet play an important part in journalism. "Well, Cash, what's the news?" "We have phototelegrams from Mercury, Venus, and Mars." "Are those from Mars of any interest?" "Yes, indeed. There is a revolution in the Central Empire." "And what of Jupiter?" asked Mr. Smith. "Nothing as of yet. We cannot quite understand their signals. Perhaps ours do not reach them." "That's bad," exclaimed Mr. Smith, as he hurried away, not in the best of humor, toward the hall of the scientific editors. With their heads bent down over their electrical computers, 30 scientific men were absorbed in transcendental calculations. The coming of Mr. Smith was like the falling of a bomb among them. "Well, gentlemen, what is this I hear? No answer from Jupiter? Is it always to be thus? Come, Cooley, you have been at work now 20 years on this problem, and yet— True enough, the man replied. Our science of optics is still very defective, and through our 1.75-mile telescopes— Listen to that, Peer, broke in Mr. Smith, turning to a second scientist. Optical science defective. Optical science is your specialty. But, he continued, again addressing William Cooley, failing with Jupiter, are we getting any results from the moon? The case is no better there. This time you do not lay blame on the science of optics. The moon is immeasurably less distant than Mars, yet with Mars our communication is fully established. I presume you will not say that you lack telescopes. Telescopes? Oh no, the trouble here is about inhabitants. That's it, added Peer. So then, the moon is positively uninhabited? Asked Mr. Smith. At least, answered Cooley, on the face which she presents to us. As for the opposite side, who knows? Ah, the opposite side. You think, then, remarked Mr. Smith, musingly, that if one could but— Could what? Why, turn the moon about face. Ah, there's something about that, cried the two men at once, and indeed, so confident was their air, they seemed to have no doubt as to the possibility of success in such an undertaking. Meanwhile, asked Mr. Smith, after a moment's silence, have you no news of interest today? Indeed we have, answered Cooley. The elements of Olympus are definitively settled. The great planet gravitates beyond Neptune at the distance of 11,400,799,642 miles from the Sun, and to traverse its vast orbit takes 1,311 years, 294 days, 12 hours, 43 minutes, 9 seconds. Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Cried Mr. Smith. Now inform the reporters of this straight away. You know how eager is the curiosity of the public with regard to these astronomical questions. That news must go into today's issue. Then, the two men bowing to him, Mr. Smith passed into the next hall, an enormous gallery upward of 3,200 feet in length, devoted to atmospheric advertising. Everyone has noticed those enormous advertisements reflected from the clouds, so large that they may be seen by the populations of whole cities or even entire countries. This, too, is one of Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith's ideas. And in the Earth Chronicle building 1,000 projectors are constantly engaged in displaying upon the clouds these mammoth advertisements. When Mr. Smith today entered the sky advertising department, he found the operators sitting with folded arms at their motionless projectors, and inquired as to the cause of their inaction. In response, the man addressed simply pointed to the sky, which was of a pure blue. Yes, muttered Mr. Smith, a cloudless sky. That's too bad, but what's to be done? Shall we produce rain? That might do. But is it of any use? What we need is clouds, not rain. Go, said he, addressing the head engineer. Go see Mr. Samuel Mark, of the Meteorological Division of the Scientific Department, and tell him for me to go to work in earnest on the question of artificial clouds. It will never do for us to be always thus at the mercy of cloudless skies. Mr. Smith's daily tour through the several departments of his newspaper is now finished. Next, from the advertisement hall, he passes to the reception chamber, where the ambassadors accredited to the American government are awaiting him, desirous of having a word of counsel or advice from the all-powerful editor. A discussion was going on when he entered. Your Excellency will pardon me, the French ambassador was saying to the Russian, but I see nothing in the map of Europe that requires change. The north for the Slavs. Why, yes, of course, but the south for the Martins. Our common frontier, the Rhine, it seems to me, serves very well. Besides, my government, as you know, will firmly oppose every movement, not only against Paris, our capital, or our two great prefectures, Rome and Madrid, but also against the kingdom of Jerusalem, the dominion of St. Peter, of which France means to be trusty defender. Well said, exclaimed Mr. Smith. How is it, he asked, turning to the Russian ambassador, that you Russians are not content with your vast empire, the most extensive in the world, stretching from the banks of the Rhine to the celestial mountains in the Karakorum? whose shores are washed by the frozen ocean, the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Indian Ocean. Then, what is the use of threats? Is war possible in view of modern inventions? Asphyxiating shells capable of being projected at a distance of 60 miles, an electric spark of 90 miles that can at one stroke annihilate a battalion, to say nothing of the plague, the cholera, the yellow fever, and the belligerents that might spread among their antagonists mutually, which would in a few days destroy the greatest armies. True, answered the Russian, but can we do all that we wish? As for us Russians, pressed on our eastern frontier by the Chinese, we must at any cost put forth our strength for an effort towards the west. Oh, is that all? In that case, said Mr. Smith, the thing can be arranged. I will speak to the Secretary of State about it. The attention of the Chinese government shall be called to the matter. This is not the first time that the Chinese have bothered us. Under these conditions, of course, and the Russian ambassador declared himself satisfied. Ah, Sir John, what can I do for you? Asked Mr. Smith as he turned to the representative of the people of Great Britain, who till now had remained silent. A great deal, was the reply, if the Earth Chronicle would but open a campaign on our behalf. And for what object? Simply for the annulment of the Act of Congress annexing the United States to the British Islands. Though, by a just turnabout of things here below, Great Britain has become a colony of the United States, the English are not yet reconciled to the situation. At regular intervals they are ever addressing to the American government vain complaints. A campaign against the annexation that has been an accomplished fact for 150 years? Exclaimed Mr. Smith. How can your people suppose that I would do anything so unpatriotic? We at home think your people must now be sated. The Monroe Doctrine is fully applied. The whole of America belongs to the Americans. What more do you want? Besides, we will pay for what we ask. Indeed, answered Mr. Smith, without manifesting the slightest irritation. Well, you English will ever be the same. No, no, Sir John, do not count on me for help. Give up our fairest province, Britain? Why not ask France generously to renounce possession of Africa, the magnificent colony the complete conquest of which cost her the labor of 800 years? You'll be well received. You decline. All is over then, murmured the British agent sadly. The United Kingdom falls to the share of the Americans, the Indies to that of the Russians, said Mr. Smith, completing the sentence. Australia has an independent government. Then nothing at all remains for us, sighed Sir John, downcast. Nothing? Asked Mr. Smith, laughing. Well, now there's Gibraltar. With this sally, the audience ended. The clock was striking 12, the hour of breakfast. Mr. Smith returns to his chamber. Where the bed stood in the morning, a table all spread comes up through the floor. For Mr. Smith, being above all a practical man, has reduced the problem of existence to its simplest terms. For him, instead of the endless suites of apartments of the olden time, one room fitted with ingenious mechanical contrivances is enough. Here he sleeps, takes his meals, in short, lives. He seats himself. In the mirror of the phonotelephone is seen the same chamber at Paris which appeared in it this morning. A table furnished forth is likewise in readiness here, for notwithstanding the difference of hours, Mr. Smith and his wife have arranged to take their meals simultaneously. It is delightful, then, to take meals tete-a-tete with one who is 3,000 miles away or so. Just now, Mrs. Smith's chamber has no occupant. She is late. Women's punctuality. Progress everywhere except there, muttered Mr. Smith as he turned the tap for the first dish. For like all wealthy folk in our day, Mr. Smith has done away with the domestic kitchen, and is a subscriber to the Grand Alimentation Company, which sends through a great network of tubes to subscribers' residences all sorts of dishes, as a varied assortment is always in readiness. A subscription costs money, to be sure, but the cuisine is the best, and the system has this advantage that it does away with the pestering race of the cordon bleu. Mr. Smith received and ate, all alone, the hors d'oeuvre, entree, roti, and legumes that constituted the repast. He was just finishing the dessert when Mrs. Smith appeared in the mirror of the telephote. "Why, where have you been?" asked Mr. Smith through the telephone. "What, you are already at dessert? Then I am late," she exclaimed with a winsome naivete. "Where have I been, you ask? Why, at the dressmaker's. The hats are just lovely this season. I suppose I forgot to note the time, and so I'm a little late." "Yes, a little," growled Mr. Smith. "So little that I've already quite finished breakfast. Excuse me if I leave you now. I must be going." "Oh, certainly, my dear. Goodbye till evening." Smith stepped into his air coach, which was in waiting for him at a window. "Where do you wish to go, sir?" inquired the coachman. "Let me see. I have 3 hours," Mr. Smith mused. "Jack, take me to the accumulator works at Niagara." For Mr. Smith has obtained a lease of the Great Falls of Niagara. For ages the energy developed by the falls went unutilized. Smith, applying Jackson's invention, now collects this energy and lets or sells it. His visit to the works took more time than he had anticipated. It was 4 o'clock when he returned home, just in time for the daily audience which he grants to callers. One readily understands how a man situated as Smith must be set with requests of all kind. Now it is an inventor needing capital. Again it is some visionary who comes to advocate a brilliant scheme which must surely yield millions of profit. A choice has to be made between these projects, rejecting the worthless, examining the questionable ones, accepting the meritorious. To this work Mr. Smith devotes every day 2 full hours. The callers were fewer today than usual, only 12 of them. Of these, 8 had only impracticable schemes to propose. In fact, one of them wanted to revive painting, an art fallen into desuetude owing to the progress made in color photography. Another, a physician, boasted that he had discovered a cure for nasal catarrh. These impracticables were dismissed in short order. Of the 4 projects favorably received, the first was that of a young man whose broad forehead betokened his intellectual power. "Sir, I am a chemist," he began, "and as such I come to you." "Well?" "Once the elementary bodies," said the young chemist, "were held to be 62 in number. 100 years ago they were reduced to 10. Now only 3 remain irresolvable, as you are aware." "Yes, yes." "Well, sir, these also I will show to be composite. In a few months, a few weeks, I shall have succeeded in solving the problem. Indeed, it may only take a few days." "And then?" "Then, sir, I shall simply have determined the absolute. All I want is money enough to carry my research to a successful issue." "Very well," said Mr. Smith. "And what will be the practical outcome of your discovery?" "The practical outcome? Why, that we shall be able to produce easily all bodies whatever. Stone, wood, metal, fibers." "And flesh and blood?" queried Mr. Smith, interrupting him. "Do you pretend that you expect to manufacture a human being out and out?" "Why not?" Mr. Smith advanced $100,000 to the young chemist, and engaged his services for the Earth Chronicle Laboratory. The second of the 4 successful applicants, starting from experiments made so long ago as the 19th century and again repeated, had conceived the idea of removing an entire city all at once from one place to another. His special project had to do with the city of Granton, situated, as everybody knows, some 15 miles inland. He proposes the transport of the city on rails and to change it into a watering place. The profit, of course, would be enormous. Mr. Smith, captivated by the scheme, bought a half interest in it. "As you are aware, sir," began applicant number 3, "by the aid of our solar and terrestrial accumulators and transformers, we are able to make all the seasons the same. I propose to do something better still. Transform into heat a portion of the surplus energy at our disposal. Send this heat to the poles. Then the polar regions, relieved of their snow cap, will become a vast territory available for man's use. What think you of the scheme? Leave your plans to me, and come back in a week. I will have them examined in the meantime." Finally, the 4th announced the early solution of a weighty scientific problem. Everyone will remember the bold experiment made 100 years ago by Dr. Nathaniel Faithburn. The doctor, being a firm believer in human hibernation, in other words, in the possibility of our suspending our vital functions and of calling them into action again after a time, resolved to subject the theory to a practical test. To this end, having first made his last will and pointed out the proper method of awakening him, having also directed that his sleep was to continue 100 years to a day from the date of his apparent death, he unhesitatingly put the theory to the proof in his own person. Reduced to the condition of a mummy, Dr. Faithburn was coffined and laid in a tomb. Time went on, September 25th, 2889 being the day set for his resurrection. It was proposed to Mr. Smith that he should permit the second part of the experiment to be performed at his residence this evening. "Agreed. Be here at 10 o'clock," answered Mr. Smith, and with that the day's audience was closed. Left to himself, feeling tired, he lay down on an extension chair. Then, touching a knob, he established communication with the central concert hall, whence our greatest maestros send out to subscribers their delightful successions of accords, determined by recondite algebraic formulas. Night was approaching. Entranced by the harmony, forgetful of the hour, Smith did not notice that it was growing dark. It was quite dark when he was aroused by the sound of a door opening. "Who is there?" he asked, touching a commutator. Suddenly, in a consequence of the vibrations produced, the air became luminous. "Ah, you, Doctor?" "Yes," was the reply. "How are you?" "I'm feeling well." "Good. Let me see your tongue. All right. Your pulse regular, and your appetite?" "Only passably good." "Yes, the stomach. There's the rub. You're overworked. If your stomach is out of repair, it must be mended. That requires study. We must think about it." "In the meantime," said Mr. Smith, "you will dine with me." As in the morning, the table rose out of the floor. Again, as in the morning, the potage, roti, ragout, and legumes were supplied through the food pipes. Towards the close of the meal, phonotelephotic communication was made with Paris. Smith saw his wife, seated alone at the dinner table, looking anything but pleased with her loneliness. "Pardon me, my dear, for having left you alone," he said through the telephone. "I was with Dr. Wilkins." "Ah, the good doctor," remarked Mrs. Smith, her countenance lighting up. "Yes, but pray, when are you coming home?" "This evening." "Very well. Do you come by tube or by air train?" "Oh, by tube." "Yes, and what hour will you arrive?" "About 11, I suppose." 11 by Centropolis time, you mean?" "Yes." "Goodbye, then, for a little while," said Mr. Smith as he severed communication with Paris. Dinner over, Dr. Wilkins wished to depart. "I shall expect you at 10, said Mr. Smith. "Today, it seems, is the day for the return to life of the famous Dr. Faithburn. You did not think of it, I suppose. The awakening is to take place here in my house. You must come and see. I shall depend on you being here." "I will come back," answered Dr. Wilkins. Left alone, Mr. Smith busied himself with examining his accounts, a task of vast magnitude, having to do with transactions which involved a daily expenditure of upward of $800,000. Fortunately, indeed, the stupendous progress of mechanic art in modern times makes it comparatively easy. Thanks to the piano electro reckoner, the most complex calculations can be made in a few seconds. In 2 hours, Mr. Smith completed his task, just in time. Scarcely had he turned over the last page when Dr. Wilkins arrived. After him came the body of Dr. Faithburn, escorted by a numerous company of men of science. They commenced work at once. The casket being laid down in the middle of the room, the telephote was got in readiness. The outer world, already notified, was anxiously expectant, for the whole world could be eyewitnesses to the performance. A reporter, meanwhile, like the chorus in the ancient drama, explaining it all viva voce through the telephone. "They are opening the casket," he explained. "Now they are taking Faithburn out of it, a veritable mummy, yellow, hard, and dry. Strike the body and it resounds like a block of wood. They are now applying heat, now electricity. No result. The experiments are suspended for a moment while Dr. Wilkins makes an examination of the body. Dr. Wilkins, rising, declares the man to be dead. 'Dead!' exclaims everyone present. 'Yes,' answers Dr. Wilkins, 'dead. And how long has he been dead?' Dr. Wilkins makes another examination. 100 years, he replies. The case stood just as the reporter said. Faithburn was dead, quite certainly dead. "Here is a method that needs improvement," remarked Mr. Smith to Dr. Wilkins as the scientific committee on hibernation bore the casket out. "So much for that experiment. But if poor Faithburn is dead, at least he is sleeping," he continued. "I wish I could get some sleep. I am tired out, Doctor, quite tired out. Do you not think that a bath would refresh me?" "Certainly, but you must wrap yourself up well before you go out into the hallway. You must not expose yourself to cold." "Hallway! Why, Doctor, as you well know, everything is done by machinery here. It is not for me to go to the bath. The bath will come to me. Just look." And he pressed a button. After a few seconds a faint rumbling was heard, which grew louder and louder. Suddenly the door opened and the tub appeared. Such, for this year of grace, 2889, is the history of one day in the life of the editor of the Earth Chronicle. And the history of that one day is the history of 365 days every year, except leap years, and then 366 days. For as yet no means has been found of increasing the length of the terrestrial year. Jules Verne. End of In the Year 2889 by Jules Verne and Michael Verne. Recording by Dan McAdam.
Once a Greach by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once a Greach by Evelyn E. Smith. Just 2 weeks before the SS Herringbone of the Interstellar Exploration, Examination, and Exploitation Service was due to start her return journey to Earth, one of her scouts disconcertingly reported the discovery of intelligent life in the Virago system. 13 planets, Captain Iverson snarled, wishing there were someone on whom he could place the blame for this mischance. And we spent a full year here exploring each one of them with all the resources of terrestrial science and technology. And what happens? On the 19th moon of the 11th planet, intelligent life is discovered. And who has to discover it? Harkaway, of all people. I thought for sure all the moons were cinders, or I would never have sent him out to them just to keep him from getting in my hair. "The boy's not a bad boy, sir," the first officer said. "Just a thought incompetent, that's all, which is to be expected if the service will choose its officers on the basis of written examinations. I'm glad to see him make good." Iverson would have been glad to see Harkaway make good, too, only such a concept seemed utterly beyond the bounds of possibility. From the moment the young man had first set foot on the SS Herringbone, he had seemed unable to make anything but bad. Even in such a conglomeration of fools under Captain Iverson, his idiocy was of outstanding quality. The captain, however, had not been wholly beyond reproach in this instance, as he himself knew. Pity he had made such an error about the 11th planet's moons. It was really such a small mistake. Moons 1 to 18 and 20 to 46 still appeared to be cinders. It was all too easy for the spectroscope to overlook Flimbot, the 19th. But it would be Flimbot which had turned out to be a green and pleasant planet, very similar to Earth. Or so Harkaway reported on the intercom. "And the other 45 aren't really moons at all," he began. "They're—" "You can tell me all that when we reach Flimbot," Iverson interrupted, "which should be in about 6 hours. Remember, that intercom uses a lot of power, and we're tight on fuel." But it proved to be more than 6 days later before the ship reached Flimbot. This was owing to certain mechanical difficulties that arose when the crew tried to lift the mothership from the third planet, on which it was based. For sentimental reasons, the IEEE always tried to establish its prime base on the third planet of a system. Anyhow, when the herringbone was on the point of takeoff, it was discovered that the rock-eating species which was the only life on the third planet had eaten all the projecting metal parts on the ship, including the rocket exhaust tubes, the airlock handles, and the chromium trim. "I had been wondering what made the little fellow so sick," Smullian, the ship's doctor, said. "They went whump, whump, whump all night long, until my heart bled for them. Ah, everywhere it goes, humanity spreads the fell seeds of death and destruction. Are you a doctor or a veterinarian?" Iverson demanded furiously. "By Betelgeuse, you act as if I'd crammed those blasted tubes down their stinking little throats." "It was you who invaded their paradise with your ship. It was you—" "Shut up!" Iverson yelled. "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!" So Dr. Smulyan went off, like many a ship's physician before him, and got good and drunk on the medical stores. By the time they finally arrived on Flimbot, Harkaway had already gone native. He appeared at the airlock wearing nothing but a brief, colorful loincloth of alien fabric and a wreath of flowers in his hair. He was fondling a large, woolly pink caterpillar. "Where is your uniform, sir?" Captain Iverson barked, aghast. If there was one thing he was intolerant of in his command, it was sloppiness. "This is the undress uniform of the Royal Flimbotsi Navy, sir. I was given the privilege of wearing one as a great Msugri, honor, to our race. If I were to return to my own uniform, it might set back diplomatic relations between Flimbot and Earth as much as—" "All right," the captain snapped. "All right, all right, all right." He didn't ask any questions about the Royal Flimbotsi Navy. He had deduced its nature when, on nearing Flimbot, he had discovered that the 11th planet actually had only one moon. The other 45 celestial objects were spacecraft, quaint and primitive, it was true, but spacecraft nonetheless. Probably it was their orbital formation that had made him think they were moons. Oh, the crew must be in great spirits. They did so enjoy having a good laugh at his expense. He looked for something with which to reproach Harkaway, and his eye lighted on the caterpillar. "What's that thing you're carrying there?" he barked. Raising itself on its tail, the caterpillar barked right back at him. Captain Iverson paled. First, he had overlooked the spacecraft, and now, after 30 years of faithful service to the IEEE in the less desirable sectors of space, he had committed the ultimate error in his first contact with a new form of intelligent life. "Sorry, sir," he said, forgetting that the creature, whatever its mental prowess, could hardly be expected to understand Terran yet. "I am just a simple spaceman, and my ways are crude, but I mean no harm." He whirled on Harkaway. "I thought you said the natives were humanoid." The young officer grinned. "They are. This is just a Greech. Cuddly little fellow, isn't he?" The Greech licked Harkaway's face with a tripartite blue tongue. "The Flimbotsic are mad about pets. Great animal lovers. That's how I knew I could trust them right from the start. Show me a life form that loves animals, I always say, and—" "I'm not interested in what you always say," Iverson interrupted, knowing Harkaway's premise was fundamentally unsound, because he himself was the kindliest of all men, and he hated animals. And although he didn't hate Harkaway, who was not an animal, save in the strictly Darwinian sense, he could not repress unsportsmanlike feelings of bitterness. Why couldn't it have been one of the other officers who had discovered the Flimbotsic? Why must it be Harkaway, the most inept of his scouts, whose only talent seemed to be the egregious error, who always rushed into a thing half-cocked, who mistook superficialities for profundities? Harkaway, the blundering fool, the blithering idiot, who had stumbled into this greatest discovery of Iverson's career. And, of course, Harkaway's too. Well, life was like that, and always had been. "Have you tested those air and soil samples yet?" Iverson snarled into his communicator, for his spacesuit was beginning to itch again as the gentle warmth of Flimbot activated certain small and opportunistic life forms which had emigrated from a previous system along with the Terrans. "We're running them through as fast as we can, sir," said a harried voice. "We can offer you no more than our poor best." "But why bother with all that?" Harkaway wanted to know. "This planet is absolutely safe for human life. I can guarantee it personally." "On what basis?" Iverson asked. "Well, I've been here for 2 weeks, and I've survived, haven't I?" "That," Iverson told him, "does not prove that the planet can sustain human life." Harkaway laughed richly. "Wonderful how you can still keep that marvelous sense of humor, Skipper, after all the things that have been going wrong on the voyage." "Ah, here comes the Flim-Too, the welcoming committee," he said quickly. "They were a little shy before, because of the rockets, you know." "Don't their ships have any?" "They don't seem to. They're really very primitive affairs, barely able to go from planet to planet." "If they go," Iverson said, "stands to reason something must power them." "I really don't know what it is," Harkaway retorted defensively. "After all, even though I've been busy as a beaver, 3 weeks would hardly give me time to investigate every aspect of their culture. Don't you think the natives are remarkably humanoid?" He changed the subject. They were, indeed. Except for a somewhat greenish cast of countenance and distinctly purple hair, as they approached, in their brief gay garments and flower garlands, the natives resembled nothing so much as a group of idealized South Sea Islanders of the 19th century. Gigantic butterflies whizzed about their heads. Countless small animals frisked about their feet, more of the pink caterpillars. Bright blue creatures that were a winsome combination of monkey and koala. A kind of large, merry-eyed snake that moved by holding its tail in its mouth and rolling like a hoop. All had faces that reminded the captain of the work of the celebrated 20th century artist W. Disney. "By Polaris," he cried in disgust, "I might have known you'd find a cute planet." "Moon, actually," the first officer said, "since it is in orbit around Virago 11 rather than Virago itself." "Would you have wanted them to be hostile?" Harkaway asked peevishly. "Honestly, some people never seem to be satisfied." From his proprietary airs, one would think Harkaway had created the natives himself. "At least with hostile races, you know where you are," Iverson said. "I always suspect friendly life forms. Friendliness simply isn't a natural instinct." "Who's being anthropomorphic now?" Harkaway chided. Iverson flushed, for he had berated the young man for that particular fault on more than one occasion. Harkaway was too prone to interpret alien traits in terms of terrestrial culture. Previously, since all intelligent life forms with which the herringbone had come into contact had already been discovered by somebody else, that didn't matter too much. In this instance, however, any mistakes of contact or interpretation mattered terribly. And Iverson couldn't see Harkaway not making a mistake. The boy simply didn't have it in him. "You know you're superimposing our attitude on theirs," the junior officer continued tactlessly. "The Flimbotzik are a simple, friendly, shig-livy people, closely resembling some of our historical primitives. In a nice way, of course." "None of our primitives had space travel," Iverson pointed out. "Well, you couldn't really call those things spaceships," Harkaway said deprecatingly. "They go through space, don't they? I don't know what else you'd call them." "One judges the primitiveness of a race by its cultural and technological institutions," Harkaway said with a lofty smile. "And these people are laughably backward. Why, they even believe in reincarnation. Mpula, they call it." "How do you know all this?" Iverson demanded. "Don't tell me you profess to speak the language already." "It's not a difficult language," Harkaway said modestly, "and I have managed to pick up quite a comprehensive smattering. I dare say I haven't caught all the nuances, hika lo pika, as the Flimbotzik themselves say, but they are a very simple people, and probably they don't have—" "Are we going to keep them waiting," Iverson asked, "while we discuss nuances? Since you say you speak the language so well, suppose you make them a pretty speech all about how the Earth government extends the—I suppose it would be hand in this instance—of friendship to Flimbot, and—" Harkaway blushed. "I sort of did that already, acting as your deputy. Mpu, status, means so much in these simple societies, you know, and they seem to expect something of the sort. However, I'll introduce you to the Flim-Flim, the king, you know." He pointed to an imposing individual in the forefront of the crowd. "And get over all the amenities, shall I?" "It would be jolly good of you," Iverson said frigidly. It was a pity they hadn't discovered Flimbot much earlier in their survey of the Virago system, Iverson thought with regret, because it was truly a pleasant spot, and a week was very little time in which to explore a world and study a race, even one as simple as the gentle Flimbotzik actually turned out to be. It seemed amazing that they should have developed anything as advanced as space travel, when their only ground conveyances were a species of wagon drawn by Plukik, a species of animal. But Iverson had no time for further investigation. The herringbone's fuel supply was calculated almost to the minute, and so, willy-nilly, the Earthmen had to leave beautiful Flimbot at the end of the week, knowing little more about the Flimbotsic than they had before they came. Only Harkaway, who had spent the previous 3 weeks on Flimbot, had any further knowledge of the Flimbotsic, and Iverson had little faith in any data he might have collected. "I don't believe Harkaway knows the language nearly as well as he pretends to," Iverson told the first officer as both of them watched the young lieutenant make the formal speech of farewell. "Come now," the first officer protested. "Seems to me the boy's doing quite well. Acquired a remarkable command of the language, considering he's been here only 4 weeks. Remarkable, I'll grant you, but is it accurate?" "He seems to communicate, and that is the ultimate object of language, is it not?" "Then why did the Flimbotsic fill the tanks with wine when I distinctly told them to ask for water?" Of course the ship could synthesize the water from its own waste products, if necessary, but there was no point in resorting to that expedient when a plentiful supply of pure H2O was available on the world. "A very understandable error, sir. Harkaway explained it to me. It seems the word for water, mkoog, is very similar to the word for wine, mkoog. Harkaway himself admits his pronunciation isn't perfect, and—" "All right," Iverson interrupted. "What I'd like to know is, what happened to the mkoog, then?" "The mkoog, you mean? It's in the tanks. Because, when they came to drain the wine out of the tanks to put the water in, the tanks were already totally empty." "I have no idea," the first officer said frostily. "No idea at all. If you'll glance at my papers, you'll note I'm temperance by affiliation. But if you'd like to search my cabin anyway, By Mea Placidus, man!" Iverson exclaimed. "I wasn't accusing you. Of that, anyway." Everybody in the vessel was so confoundedly touchy. Lucky they had a stable commanding officer like himself, or morale would simply go to pot. "Well, it's all over," Harkaway said, joining them up at the airlock in one lithe bound, a mean feat in that light gravity. "And a right good speech, if I do say so myself. The Flimflam says he will count the Thlubsic with ardent expectation until the mission from Earth arrives with the promised gifts." "Just what gifts did you take it upon yourself to—" Iverson began, when he was interrupted by a voice behind them crying, "Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!" And, thrusting himself past the 3 other officers, Dr. Smulyan addressed the Flimpoo, or farewell committee, assembled outside the ship. "Do not let the Earthmen return to your fair planet, O happily ignorant Flimbotsic," he declaimed, "lest wretchedness and misery be your lot as a result. Tell them hence, tell them begone, tell them avaunt, for know ye, humanity is a blight, a creeping canker." He was interrupted by the captain's broad palm clamping down over his mouth. "Clap him in the brig, somebody, until we get clear of this place," Iverson ordered wearily. "If Harkaway could pick up the Flimbotsi language, the odds are that some of the natives have picked up Terran." "That's right. Always keep belittling me," Harkaway said sulkily as 2 of the crewmen carried off the struggling medical officer, who left an aromatic wake behind him that bore pungent testimonial to where a part, at least, of the mkoog had gone. "No wonder it took me so long to find myself." "Oh, have you found yourself at last?" Iverson purred. "Splendid. Now that you know where you are, supposing you do me a big favor and go lose yourself again while we make ready for blastoff." "For shame," said the first officer as Harkaway stamped off. "For shame." "The captain's a hard man," observed the chief petty officer, who was lounging negligently against a wall, doing nothing. "Aye, that he is," agreed the crewman, who was assisting him. "That he is, a hard man indeed." "By Caroli, be quiet, all of you!" Iverson yelled. The very next voyage he was going to have a new crew if he had to transfer to colonization to do it. Even colonists couldn't be as obnoxious as the sons of space with which he was cursed. It was only after the herringbone had left the Virago system entirely that Iverson discovered Harkaway had taken the Greach along. "But you can't abscond with one of the natives' pets," he protested, overlooking, for the sake of rhetoric, the undeniable fact that Harkaway had already done so, and that there could be no turning back. It would expend too much precious fuel and leave them stranded for life on Virago 11A. "Nonsense, sir," Harkaway retorted. "Didn't the Flim-Flim say everything on Flimbot was mine? Thaloop, Shig Naliv, Susnig, Benig Naliv were his very words. Anyhow, they have plenty more Greachy. They won't miss this little one." "But he may have belonged to someone," Iverson objected. "An incident like this could start a war." "I don't see how he could have belonged to anyone. Followed me around most of the time I was there. We've become great pals, haven't we, little fellow?" He ruffled the Greach's pink fur, and the creature gave a delighted squeal. Iverson could already see that the Greachik were going to be Flimbot's first lucrative export. From time immemorial, the people of Earth had been susceptible to cuddly little life forms, which was why Earth had nearly been conquered by the Zi from Sirius 7 before they discovered them to be hostile and quite intelligent life forms rather than a new species of tabby. "Couldn't bear to leave him," Harkaway went on as the Greach draped itself around his shoulders and regarded Iverson with large round blue eyes. "The Flim-Flim won't mind, because I promised him an elephant." "You mean the diplomatic mission will have to waste valuable cargo space on an elephant?" Iverson sputtered. "And you should know, if anyone does, just how space-sick an elephant can get. By Furcad, Lieutenant Harkaway, you had no authority to make any promises to the Flim-Flim." "I discovered the Flimbotsic," Harkaway said sullenly. "I learned the language. I established rapport. Just because you happen to be the commander of this expedition doesn't mean you're God, Captain Iverson." "Harkaway," the captain barked, "this smacks of downright mutiny. Go to your cabin forthwith and memorize 6 verses of the spaceman's credo." The Greach lifted its head and barked back at Iverson again. "That's my brave little watch, Greach," Harkaway said fondly. "As a matter of fact, sir," he told the captain, "that was just what I was proposing to do myself. Go to my cabin, I mean. I have no time to waste on inferior prose. I plan to spend the rest of the voyage, or such part as I can spare from my duties—" "You're relieved of them," Iverson said grimly. "Working on my book. It's all about the doctrine of Mpula, reincarnation, or, if you prefer, metempsychosis. The Flimbotsi religion is so similar to many of the earlier terrestrial theologies, Hindu, Greek, Egyptian, Southern Californian, that sometimes one is almost tempted to stop and wonder if simplicity is not the essence of truth." Iverson knew that, for the sake of discipline, he should not, once he had ordered Harkaway to his cabin, stop to bandy words, but he was a chronic word-bandyer, having inherited the trait from his stalwart Viking ancestors. "How can you have learned all about their religion, their doctrine of reincarnation, in just 4 ridiculously short weeks?" "It's a gift," Harkaway said modestly. "Go to your cabin, sir. No, wait a moment." For suddenly overcome by a strange, warm, utterly repulsive emotion, Iverson pointed a quivering finger at the caterpillar. "Did you bring along the proper food for that thing? Can't have him starving, you know," he added gruffly. After all, he was a humane man, he told himself. It wasn't that he found the creature tugging at his heartstrings or anything like that. "Oh, he'll eat anything we eat, sir, as long as it's not meat. All the species on Flimbot are herbivores. I can't figure out whether the Flimbotsic themselves are vegetarians because they practice Mpula, or practice Mpula because they're—" "I don't want to hear another word about Mpula or about Flimbot," Iverson yelled. "Get out of here, and stay away from the library." "I have already exhausted its painfully limited resources, sir." Harkaway saluted with grace and withdrew to his cabin, wearing the Greach like an affectionate lei about his neck. Iverson heard no more about Mpula from Harkaway, who, though he did not remain confined to his cabin when he had pursuits to pursue in other parts of the ship, at least he had the tact to keep out of the captain's way as much as possible, but the rest of his men seemed able to talk of nothing else. The voyage back from a star system was always longer in relative terms than the voyage out, because the thrill of new worlds to explore was gone. Already anticipating boredom, the men were ripe for almost any distraction. On one return voyage, the whole crew had set itself to the study of Hittite with very creditable results. On another, they had all devoted themselves to the ancient art of alchemy, and, after nearly blowing up the ship, had come up with an elixir which, although not the quintessence, as they had in their initial enthusiasm alleged, proved to be an effective cure for hiccups. Patented under the name of Herringbone Hiccup Shoe, it brought each one of them an income which would have been enough to support them in more than modest comfort for the rest of their lives. However, the adventurous life seemed to exert an irresistible lure upon them, and they all shipped upon the Herringbone again, much to the captain's dismay, for he had hoped for a fresh start with a new crew, and there seemed to be no way of getting rid of them short of reaching retirement age. The men weren't quite ready to accept Mpula as a practical religion — Harkaway hadn't finished his book yet — but as something very close to it. The concept of reincarnation had always been very appealing to the human mind, which would rather have envisaged itself perpetuated in the body of a cockroach than vanishing completely into nothingness. "It's all so logical, sir," the first officer told Iverson. "The individuality or the soul or the psyche, however you want to look at it, starts the essentially simple cycle of life as a Greech." "Why as a Greech?" Iverson asked, humoring him for the moment. "There are lower life forms on Flimbot." "I don't know." The first officer sounded almost testy. "That's where Harkaway starts the progression." "Harkaway. Is there no escaping that cretin's name?" "Sir," said the first officer, "may I speak frankly?" "No," Iverson said, "you may not. Your skepticism arises less from disbelief than from the fact that you are jealous of Harkaway, because it was he who made the great discovery, not you." "Which great discovery?" Iverson asked, sneering to conceal his hurt at being so overwhelmingly misunderstood. "Flimbot or Mpula?" "Both," the first officer said. "You refuse to accept the fact that this hitherto incompetent youth has at last blossomed forth in the lambent colors of genius, just as the worthy Greech becomes a Zgurt, and the clean-living Zgurt in his turn passes on to the next higher plane of existence, which is, in the Flimbotzic scale—" "Spare me the theology, please," Iverson begged. "Once a Greech, always a Greech, I say. And I can't help thinking that somehow, somewhere, Harkaway has committed some horrible error." "Humanity is frail, fumbling, futile," Dr. Smulyan declared, coming upon them so suddenly that both officers jumped. "To err is human, to forgive divine, and I am an atheist, thank God." "That McCoog is powerful stuff," the first officer said. "Or so they tell me," he added. "This is more than mere McCoog," Iverson said sourly. "Smulyan has been too long in space. It hits everyone in the long run, some sooner than others." "Captain," the doctor said, ignoring these remarks as he ignored everything not on a cosmic level, which included the crew's ailments, "I am in full agreement with you. Young Harkaway has doomed that pretty little planet—" "Moon," the first officer corrected. "It's a satellite, not a—" "We ourselves were doomed aborigine, but the tragic flaw inherent in each one of our pitiful species is contagious, dooming all with whom we come in contact. And Harkaway is the most infectious carrier on the ship. Woe, I tell you! Woe!" And with a hollow moan, the doctor left them to meditate upon the state of their souls, while he went off to his secret stores of oblivion. "Wonder where he's hidden that McCoog," Iverson brooded. "I've turned the ship inside out, and I haven't been able to locate it." The first officer shivered. Somehow, although I know Smullyan's part drunk, part mad, he makes me a little nervous. He's been right so often on all the other voyages." "Rukbah," Iverson said, not particularly grateful for support from such a dithyrambic source as the ship's medical officer. "Anyone who prophesies doom has 100% chance of ultimately being right, if only because of entropy." He was still brooding over the first officer's thrust, even though he had been well aware that most of his officers and men considered him a sorehead for doubting Harkaway in the young man's moment of triumph. However, Iverson could not believe that Harkaway had undergone such a radical transformation. Even on the basis of Mpula, one obviously had to die before passing on to the next existence, and Harkaway had been continuously alive, from the neck down at least. Furthermore, all that aside, Iverson just couldn't see Harkaway going on to a higher plane. Although he supposed the young man was well-meaning enough, he'd grant him that negligible virtue. Wouldn't it be terrible to have a system of existence in which one was advanced on the basis of intent rather than result? The higher life forms would degenerate into primitivism. But weren't the Flimbotsic virtually primitive? Or so Harkaway had said, for Iverson himself had not had enough contact with them to determine their degree of sophistication, and only the spaceships gave Harkaway's claim the lie. Iverson condescended to take a look at the opening chapter of Harkaway's book, just to see what the whole thing was about. The book began, "What is the difference between life and death? Can we say definitely and definitively that life is life and death is death? Are we sure that death is not life and life is not death? No, we are not sure. Must the individuality have a corporeal essence in which to enshroud itself before it can proceed in its rapt, inexorable progress toward the ultimate non-actuality? And even if such be needful, why must the personal essence be trammeled by the same old worn-out habiliments of error? Think upon this. What is the extremest intensification of individuality? It is the all-encompassing nothingness. Of what value are the fur, the feathers, the skin, the temporal trappings of imperfection in our perpetual struggle toward the final, undefinable resolution into the infinite interplay of cosmic forces? Less than nothing." At this point, Iverson stopped reading and returned the manuscript to its creator without a word. This last was less out of self-restraint than through sheer semantic inadequacy. The young man might have spent his time more profitably in a little research on the biology or social organization of the Flimbotsic, Iverson thought bitterly when he had calmed down, thus saving the next expedition some work. But instead, he'd been blinded by the flashy theological aspects of the culture, and as a result, the whole crew had gone metempsychotic. This was going to be one of the Herringbone's more unendurable voyages, Iverson knew. And he couldn't put his foot down effectively either, because the crew, all being gentlemen of independent means now, were outrageously independent. However, in spite of knowing that all of them fully deserved what they got, Iverson couldn't help feeling guilty as he ate steak while the other officers consumed fish, vegetables, and eggs in an aura of unbearable virtue. But if the soul transmigrates and not the body, he argued, what harm is there in consuming the vacated receptacle? "For all you know," the first officer said, averting his eyes from Iverson's plate with a little, wholly gratuitous to the captain's mind, shudder, "that cow might have housed the psyche of your grandmother." "Well then, by indirectly participating in that animal slaughter, I have released my grandmother from her physical bondage to advance to the next plane. That is, if she was a good cow." "You just don't understand," Harkaway said. "Not that you could be expected to." "He's a clod," the radio operator agreed. "Forgive me, sir," he apologized, as Iverson turned to glare incredulously at him. "But according to Mpula, candor is a step upward." "Onward and upward," Harkaway commented, and Iverson was almost sure that, had he not been there, the men would have bowed their heads in contemplation, if not actual prayer. As time went on, the Greach thrived and grew remarkably stout on earth viands, which it consumed in almost improbable quantities. Then, one day, it disappeared, and its happy squeal was heard no longer. There was much mourning aboard the Herringbone, for with its lovable personality and innocently engaging ways, the little fellow had won its way into the hearts of all the spacemen, until the first officer discovered a substantial pink cocoon resting on the ship's control board, and rushed to the intercom to spread the glad tidings. That was a breach of regulations, of course, but Iverson knew when not to crowd his fragile authority. "I should have known there was some material basis for the spiritual doctrine of Mpula," Harkaway declared, with tears in his eyes, as he regarded the dormant form of his little pet. "Was it not the transformation of the caterpillar into the butterfly that first showed us on earth how the soul might emerge winged and beautiful from its vile house of clay? Gentlemen," he said, in a voice choked with emotion, "our little Greech is about to become a Zgurt. Praised be the impersonal being who has allowed such a miracle to take place before our very eyes. Jaguna Lompuna." "Amen," said the first officer reverently. All those in the control room bowed their heads except Iverson, and even he didn't quite have the nerve to tell them that the cocoon was pushing the Herringbone 2 points off course. "Take that thing away before I lose my temper and clobber it," Iverson said impatiently, as the Zgurt dived low to buzz him, then whizzed just out of his reach on its huge, brilliant wings, giggling raucously. "He was just having his bit of fun," the first officer said with reproach. "Have you no tolerance, Captain? No appreciation of the joys of golden youth?" "A spaceship is no place for a butterfly," Iverson said, "especially a 4-foot butterfly." "How can you say that?" Harkaway retorted. "The Herringbone is the only spaceship that ever had one, to my knowledge, and I think I can safely say our lives are all a bit brighter and better and mpoop for having a Zgurt among us. Thanks be to the divine nonentity for—" "Poor little butterfly," Dr. Smulyan declared sonorously, "living out his brief lifespan so far from the fresh air, the sunshine, the pretty flowers." "Oh, I don't know that it's as bad as all that," the first officer said. "He hangs around hydroponics a lot, and he gets a daily ration of vitamins." Then he paled. "But that's right. A butterfly does live only a day, doesn't it?" "It's different with a Zgurt," Harkaway maintained stoutly, though he also, Iverson noted, lost his ruddy color. "After all, he isn't really a butterfly, merely an analogous life form." My, in 4 weeks you've mastered their entomology as well as their theology and language," Iverson jeered. "Is there no end to your accomplishments, Lieutenant?" Harkaway's color came back twofold. "He's already been around half a thub," he pointed out. "Over 2 weeks." "Well, the thing is bigger than a terrestrial butterfly," Iverson conceded. "So you have to make some allowances for size. On the other hand—" Laughing madly, the Zgurt swooped down on him. Iverson beat it away with a snarl. "Playful little fellow, isn't he?" the first officer said, with thoroughly annoying fondness. "He likes you, Skipper," Harkaway explained. "Erg Gurg, or, to give it the crude Terran equivalent, living is loving. He can tell that beneath that grizzled and seemingly harsh exterior of yours, Captain—" But with a scream of rage, Iverson had locked himself into his cabin. Outside, he could hear the Zgurt beating its wings against the door and wailing disappointedly. Some days later, a pair of rapidly dulling wings were found on the floor of the hydroponics chamber, but of the Zgurt's little body there was no sign. An air of gloom and despondency hung over the Herringbone, and even Iverson felt a pang, though he would never admit it without brainwashing. During the next week, the men, seeking to forget their loss, plunged themselves into Mpula with real fanaticism. Harkaway took to wearing some sort of ecclesiastical robes, which he whipped up out of the recreation-room curtains. Iverson had neither the heart nor the courage to stop him, though this too was against regulations. Everyone except Iverson gave up eating fish and eggs in addition to meat. Then, suddenly, One day a roly-poly blue animal appeared at the officers' mess, claiming everyone as an old friend, with loud squeals of joy. This time Iverson was the only one who was glad to see him, really glad. "Aren't you happy to see your little friend again, Harkaway?" he asked, scratching the delighted animal between the ears. "Why, sure," Harkaway said, putting his fork down and leaving his vegetable macédoine virtually untasted. "Sure, I'm very happy." His voice broke. "Very happy." "Of course, it does kind of knock your theory of the transmigration of souls into a cocked hat." The captain grinned. "Because, in order for the soul to transmigrate, the previous body's got to be dead, and I'm afraid our little pal here was alive all the time." "Looks it, doesn't it?" muttered Harkaway. "I rather think," Iverson went on, tickling the creature under the chin until it squealed happily, "that you didn't quite get the nuances of the language, did you, Harkaway? Because I gather now that the whole difficulty was a semantic one. The Flimbotsic were explaining the zoology of the native life forms to you, and you misunderstood it as their theology." "Looks like it, doesn't it?" Harkaway repeated glumly. "It certainly looks it." "Cheer up," Iverson said, reaching over to slap the young man on the back, a bit to his own amazement. "No real harm done. What if the Flimbotsic are less primitive than you fancied? It makes our discovery the more worthwhile, doesn't it?" At this point the radio operator almost sobbingly asked to be excused from the table. Following his departure there was a long silence. It was hard, Iverson realized in a burst of uncharacteristic tolerance, to have one's belief, even so newly born a credo, annihilated with such suddenness. "After all, you did run across the Flimbotsic first," he told Harkaway, as he spread gooseberry jam on a hard roll for the ravenous ex-Zgurt, now a chew-wug, he had been told. "That's the main thing, and a life form that passes through two such striking metamorphoses is not unfraught with interest. You shall receive full credit, my boy, and your little mistake doesn't mean a thing, except—" "Doom," said Dr. Smullian, sopping up the last of his gravy with a piece of bread. "Doom, doom, doom." He stuffed the bread into his mouth. "Look, Smullian," Iverson told him jovially, "you better watch out. If you keep talking that way, next voyage out we'll sign on a parrot instead of a medical officer. Cheaper and just as efficient." Only the chewug joined in his laughter. "Ever since I can remember," the first officer said, looking gloomily at the doctor, "he's never been wrong. Maybe he has powers beyond our comprehension. Perhaps we sought at the end of the galaxy what was in our own backyard all the time." "Who was seeking what?" Iverson asked as all the officers looked at Smullian with respectful awe. "I demand an answer." But the only one who spoke was the doctor. "Only man is vile," he said as if to himself, and fell asleep with his head on the table. "Make a cult out of Smullian," Iverson warned the others, "and I'll scuttle the ship." Later on, the first officer got the captain alone. "Look here, sir," he began tensely. "Have you read Harkaway's book about Mpula?" "I read part of the first chapter," Iverson told him, "and that was enough. Maybe to Harkaway it's eschatology, but to me it's just plain scatology." "But why in Zubina Shamali," Iverson said patiently, "should I waste my time reading a book devoted to a theory which has already been proved erroneous? Answer me that." "I think you should have a look at the whole thing," the first officer persisted. "Bayham," Iverson replied, but amiably enough, for he was in rare good humor these days. And he needed good humor to tolerate the way his officers and men were behaving. All right, they had made idiots of themselves. That was understandable, expected, familiar. But it wasn't the chewug's fault. Iverson had never seen such a bunch of soreheads. Why did they have to take their embarrassment and humiliation out on an innocent little animal? for although no one actually mistreated the Chewug, the men avoided him as much as possible. Often Iverson would come upon the little fellow weeping from loneliness in a corner with no one to play with, and giving in to his own human weakness, the captain would dry the creature's tears and comfort him. In return, the Chewug would laugh at all his jokes, for he seemed to have acquired an elementary knowledge of Terran. "By Vindermeatrix, Lieutenant!" the captain roared as Harkaway, foiled in his attempt to scurry off unobserved, stood quivering before him. "Why have you been avoiding me like this?" "I didn't think I was avoiding you any particular way, sir," Harkaway said. "I mean, does it appear like that, sir? It's only that I've been busy with my duties, sir." "I don't know what's the matter with you. I told you I handsomely forgave you for your mistake." "But I can never forgive myself, sir." "Are you trying to go over my head?" Iverson thundered. "No, sir. If I am willing to forgive you, you will forgive yourself. That's an order." "Yes, sir," the young man said feebly. Harkaway had changed back to his uniform, Iverson noted, but he looked unkempt, ill, harrowed. The boy had really been suffering for his precipitance. Perhaps the captain himself had been a little hard on him. Iverson modulated his tone to active friendliness. "Thought you might like to know that Chewug turned into a hoop snake this morning." But Harkaway did not seem cheered by this social note. "So soon." "You knew there would be a fourth metamorphosis." Iverson was disappointed, but he realized that Harkaway was bound to have acquired such fundamental data, no matter how he interpreted them. It was possible, Iverson thought, that the book could actually have some value, if there were some way of weeding fact from fancy, and surely there must be scholars trained in such an art, for Earth had many wholly indigenous texts of like nature. "He's a Thorglitch now," Harkaway told him dully. "And what comes next? No, don't tell me. It's more fun not knowing beforehand." "You know," Iverson went on, almost rubbing his hands together, "I think this species is going to excite more interest on Earth than the Flimbotsic themselves. After all, people are people, even if they're green. But an animal that changes shape so many times and so radically is really going to set biologists by the ears. What did you say the name of the species as a whole was?" I couldn't say, sir." "Ah," Iverson remarked waggishly. "So there are one or two things you don't know about Flimbot, eh?" Harkaway opened his mouth, but only a faint bleating sound came out. As the days went on, Iverson found himself growing fonder and fonder of the Thorglitch. Finally, in spite of the fact that it had now attained the dimensions of a well-developed boa constrictor, he took it to live in his quarters. Many was the quiet evening they spent together, Iverson entering acid comments upon the crew in the ship's log, while the Thorglitch looked over view tapes from the ship's library. The captain was surprised to find out how much he, well, enjoyed this domestic tranquility. I must be growing old, he thought, old and mellow. And he named the creature Brighty, after a 20th century figure who had, he believed, been connected with another metempsychotic Führer. When the Thorglitch grew listless and began to swell in the middle, Iverson got alarmed and sent for Dr. Smulyan. "Aha!" the medical officer declaimed, with a casual glance at the suffering snake. "The day of reckoning is at hand. Reap the fruit of your transgression, scurvy humans. Calamity approaches with jets aflame." Iverson clutched the doctor's sleeve. Is he going to die?" "Unhand me, presumptuous navigator!" Dr. Smulyan shook the captain's fingers off his arm. "I didn't say he was going to die," he offered in ordinary bedside tones. "Not being a specialist in this particular sector, I am not qualified to offer an opinion, but strictly off the record, I would hazard the guess that he's about to metamorphose again." "He never did it in public before," Iverson said worriedly. "The old order changeth," Smulyan told him. "You better call Harkaway." "What does he know?" "Too little, and at the same time too much," the doctor declaimed, dissociating himself professionally from the case. "Too much and too little. Eat, drink, be merry, iniquitous earthmen, for you died yesterday." "Oh, shut up," Iverson said automatically, and dispatched a message to Harkaway with the information that the Thorpe glitch appeared to be metamorphosing again and that his presence was requested in the captain's cabin. The rest of the officers accompanied Harkaway, all of them with the air of attending a funeral rather than a rebirth, Iverson noted nervously. They weren't armed, though, so Bridie couldn't be turning into anything dangerous. Now it came to pass that the Thorpe glitch's midsection, having swelled to unbearable proportions, began to quiver. Suddenly the skin split lengthwise and dropped cleanly to either side like a banana peel. Iverson pressed forward to see what fresh life form the bulging cavity had held. The other officers all stood in a somber row without moving, for all along Iverson realized they had known what to expect, what was to come, and they had not told him. But then, he knew, it was his own fault. He had refused to be told. Now, looking down at the new life form, he saw for himself what it was. Lying languidly in the Thorglitch skin was a slender youth of a pallor which seemed excessive even for a member of a green-skinned race. He had large limpid eyes and a smile of ineffable sweetness. "By Nopus Secundus," Iverson groaned, "I'm sunk." "Naturally, the ultimate incarnation for a life form would be humanoid," Harkaway said with deep reproach. "What else?" "I'm surprised you didn't figure that out for yourself, sir," the first officer added. "Even if you did refuse to read Harkaway's book, it seems obvious." "Does it?" Smulyan challenged. "Does it indeed? Is man the highest form of life in an irrational cosmos? Then all causes are lost ones. So many worlds," he muttered in more subdued tones. "So much to do, so little done, such things to be." "The Flimbotsic were telling Harkaway about their own life cycle," Iverson whispered as revelation bathed him in its murky light. "The human embryo undergoes a series of changes inside the womb. It's just that the Flimbotsic fetus develops outside the womb." "Handily bypassing the earliest and most unpleasant stages of humanity," Smulyan sighed. "Oh, idyllic planet, where one need never be a child, where one need never see a child." "Then they were trying to explain their biology to you quite clearly and coherently, you lunkhead!" Iverson roared at Harkaway. "And you took it for a religious doctrine." "Yes, sir," Harkaway said weakly. I kind of figured that out myself in these last few weeks of intense soul-searching. I'm sorry, sir. All I can say is that it was an honest mistake." "Why, they weren't necessarily pet lovers at all. Those animals they had with them were—" "By Ner al-Zorak!" The captain's voice rose to a shriek as the whole enormity of the situation finally dawned upon him. "You went and kidnapped one of the children!" "That's a serious charge, kidnapping," the first officer said with melancholy pleasure. "And you, as head of this expedition, Captain, are responsible. Ironic, isn't it?" "Told you all this spelled doom and disaster," the doctor observed cheerfully. Just then the young humanoid sat up. With considerable effort, Iverson was disturbed to notice. But perhaps that was one of the consequences of being born. A newborn infant was weak. Why not a newborn adult, then? "Why doom?" the humanoid asked in a high, clear voice. "Why disaster?" You speak Terran?" the captain stammered. Bridie gave his sad, sweet smile. "I was reared amongst you. You are my people. Why should I not speak your tongue?" "But we're not your people," Iverson blurted, thinking perhaps the youth did not remember back to his Greechy days. "We're an entirely different species." "Our souls vibrate in unison, and that is the vital essence. But do not be afraid, shipmates. The Flimbotsic do not regard the abduction of a transitory corporeal shelter as a matter of any great moment. Moreover, what took place could not rightly be termed abduction, for I came with you of my own volition, and the Flimbotsic recognize individual responsibility from the very first moment of the psyche's drawing breath in any material casing. Bridie talked so much like Harkaway's book that Iverson was almost relieved when, a few hours later, the alien died. Of course, the captain was worried about the possible repercussions from the governments of both Terra and Flimbot, in spite of Bridie's assurances. And he could not help but feel a pang when the young humanoid expired in his arms, murmuring, "Do not grieve for me, soulmates. In the midst of life there is life." "Funny," Smulyan said, with one of his disconcerting returns to a professional manner. "All the other life forms seemed perfectly healthy. Why did this one go like that? Almost as if he wanted to die." "He was too good for this ship, that's what," the radio operator said, glaring at the captain. "Too fine and brave and noble." "Yes," Harkaway agreed. "What truly sensitive soul could exist in a stultifying atmosphere like this?" All the officers glared at the captain. He glared back with right good will. "How come you gentlemen are still with us?" he inquired. "One would have thought you would have perished of pure sensibility long since then." "It's not nice to talk that way," the chief petty officer burst out. "Not with him lying there not yet cold. Ah," he heaved a long sigh, "we'll never see his like again." "Aye, that we won't," agreed the crew, huddled in the corridor outside the captain's cabin. Iverson sincerely hoped not, but he forbore to speak. Since Bridie had reached the ultimate point in his life cycle, it seemed certain that he was not going to change into anything else, and so he was given a spaceman's burial. Feeling like a put-upon fool, Captain Iverson read a short prayer as Bridie's slight body was consigned to the vast emptiness of space. Then the airlock clanged shut behind the last mortal remains of the ill-fated extraterrestrial, and that was the end of it. But the funereal atmosphere did not diminish as the ship forged on toward Earth. Gloomy days passed, one after the other, during which no one spoke, save to issue or dispute an order. Looking at himself one day in the mirror on his cabin wall, the captain realized that he was getting old. Perhaps he ought to retire instead of still dreaming of a new command and a new crew. And then one day, as he sat in his cabin reading the spaceman's credo, the lights on the herringbone went out all at once, while the constant hum of the motors died down slowly, leaving a strange, uncomfortable silence. Iverson found himself suspended weightless in the dark, for the gravity, of course, had gone off with the power. What, he wondered, had come to pass? He often found himself thinking in such terms these days. Hoarse cries issued from the passageway outside. Then he heard a squeak as his cabin door opened and persons unknown floated inside, breathing heavily. "The power has failed, sir," gasped the first officer's voice. "That has not escaped my notice," Iverson said icily. Were not even his last moments to be free from persecution? "It's all that maniac Smulyan's fault. He stored his McOog in the fuel tanks. After emptying them out first, that is. We're out of fuel." The captain put a finger in his book to mark his place, which was, he knew, with a kind of supernal detachment, rather foolish, because there was no prospect of there ever being lights to read by again. "Put him in irons if you can find him," he ordered, "and tell the men to prepare themselves gracefully for a lingering death." Iverson could hear a faint creak as the first officer drew himself to attention in the darkness. "The men of the herringbone, sir," he said stiffly, "are always prepared for calamity." "Aye, that we are," agreed various voices. So they were all there, were they? Well, it was too much to expect that they would leave him in death any more than they had in life. "It is well," Iverson said. "It is well," he repeated, unable to think of anything more fitting. Suddenly the lights went on again, and the ship gave a leap. From his sprawling position on the floor, amid his recumbent officers, Iverson could hear the hum of motors galvanized into life. "But if the fuel tanks are empty," he asked of no one in particular, "where did the power come from?" "I am the power," said a vast, deep voice that filled the ship from hold to hold. "And the glory," said the radio operator reverently. "Don't forget the glory." "No," the voice replied, and it was the voice of Bridie, resonant with all the amplitude of the immense chest cavity he had acquired. "Not the glory, merely the power. I have reached a higher plane of existence. I am a spaceship." "Praise be to the ultimate nothingness!" Harkaway cried. "Ultimate nothingness nothing," Bridie said impatiently. "I achieved it all myself." "Then that's how the Flimbotsy spaceships were powered," Iverson exclaimed. "By themselves. The Flimbotzik themselves, I mean." "Even so," Bridie replied grandly. "And this lofty form of life happens to be the one which we poor humans cannot reach unassisted. Someone has to build the shell for us to occupy, which is the reason humans dwell together in fellowship and harmony." "You purposely got Harkaway to take you aboard the herringbone," Iverson interrupted wrathfully. You stowaway!" Bridie's laugh rang through the ship, setting the loose parts quivering. "Of course. When first I set eyes upon this vessel of yours, I saw before me the epitome of all dreams. Never had any of our kind so splendid an encasement, and upon determining that the vessel was as yet a soulless thing, I got myself aboard. I was born, I died, and was reborn again with the greatest swiftness consonant with comfort, so that I could awaken in this magnificent form. Oh, joy, joy, joy!" "You know," Iverson said, "now that I hear one of you talk at length, I really can't blame Harkaway for his typically imbecilic mistake." "We are a wordy species," Bridie conceded. "You had no right to do what you did," Iverson told him. "No right to take over—" "But I didn't take over," Bridie the herringbone said complacently. "I merely remained quiescent and content in the knowledge of my power until yours failed. Without me, you would even now be spinning in the vasty voids, a chrome-trimmed sepulchre. Now, 3 times as swiftly as before, shall I bear you back to the planet you very naively call home." "Not 3 times as fast, please," Iverson was quick to plead. "The ship isn't built. We're not built to stand such speeds." The ship sighed. "Disappointment needs must come to all, the high, the low, the man, the spaceship. It must be borne." The voice broke. "Bravely, somehow." "What am I going to do?" Iverson asked, turning to the first officer for advice for the first time ever. "I was planning to ask for a transfer or resign my command when we got back to Earth, but how can I leave Bridie in the hands of the IEEE?" "You can't, sir," the first officer said. "Neither can we." "If you explain," Harkaway offered timidly, "perhaps they'll present the ship to the government." Both Iverson and the first officer snorted, united for once. "Not the IEEE," Iverson said. They'd exhibit it or something and charge admission." "Oh, no," Bridie cried. "I don't want to be exhibited. I want to sail through the trackless paths of space. What good is a body like this if I cannot use it to its fullest?" "Have no fear," Iverson assured it. "We'll just—" he shrugged, his dreams of escape forever blighted. "Just have to buy the ship from the IEEE, that's all." "Right you are, sir," the first officer agreed. "We must club together, every man jack of us, and buy her. It. That's the only decent thing to do." "Perhaps they won't sell," Harkaway worried. "Maybe—" "Oh, they'll sell all right," Iverson said wearily. "They'd sell the chairman of the board if you made them an offer, and throw in all the directors if the price was right." "And then what will we do?" the first officer asked. "Once the ship has been purchased, what will our course be? What, in other words, are we to do? It was Bridie who answered. We will speed through space seeking, learning, searching, until you, all of you, pass on to higher planes, and, leaving the frail shells you now inhabit, occupy proud, splendid vessels like the one I wear now. Then, a vast transcendent flotilla, we will seek other universes. But we don't become spaceships, Iverson said unhappily. We don't become anything. How do you know we don't? Smulyan demanded, appearing on the threshold. How do you know what we become? Build thee more stately spaceships, O my soul! Above all else, Iverson was a space officer, and dereliction of duty could not be condoned even in exceptional circumstances. Put him in irons, somebody. Ask Bridie why there are only 45 spaceships on his planet, the doctor yelled over his shoulder as he was dragged off. Ask where the others went, where they are now. But Bridie wouldn't answer that question. The End of Once a Greech by Evelyn E. Smith. The Small World of M75 by Ed M. Clinton, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Small World of M75. Like sparks flaring briefly in the darkness, awareness first came to him. Then there were only instants, shocking, clear, brief. Finding himself standing before the main damper control, discovering himself adjusting complex dials, instants that flickered uncertainly only to become memories brought to life when awareness came again. He was a kind of infant, conscious briefly that he was, yet unaware of what he was. Those first shocking moments were for him like the terrifying coming of visual acuity to a child. He felt like Homo neanderthalensis must have felt staring into the roaring fury of his first fire. He was Homo metallicus first sensing himself. Yet a little more. You could not stuff him with all that technical data. You could not weave into him such an intricate pattern of stimulus and response. You could not create such a magnificent feedback mechanism in all its superhuman perfection and expect, with the unexpected coming to awareness, to have created nothing more than the mirror image of a confused, helpless child. Thus, when the bright moments of consciousness came, and came as they did more and more often, he brooded on why the 3 blinking red lights made him move to the main control panel and adjust lever C until the 3 lights flashed off. He brooded on why each signal from the board brought forth from him these specific responses, actions completely beyond the touch of his new and uncertain faculty. When he did not brood, he watched the other 2 robots, performing their automatic functions, seeing their responses, like his, were triggered by the lights on the big board and by the varying patterns of sound that issued periodically from overhead. It was the sounds which were his undoing. The colored lights, with their monotonous regularity, failed to rouse him. But the sounds were something else, for even as he responded to them, doing things to the control board in patterned reaction to particular combinations of particular sounds, he was struck with the wonderful variety and the maze of complexity in those sounds, a variety and complexity far beyond that of the colored lights. Thus, being something of an advanced analytic calculator, and being, by virtue of his superior feedback system, something considerably more than a simple machine, though he perhaps fell short of those requisites of life so rigorously held by moralists and biologists alike, he began to investigate the meaning of the sounds. Bert Sokolsky signed the morning report and dropped it into the transmitter. He swung around on his desk stool. He was a big man, and the stool squealed in a sharp protest to his shifting weight. Joe Gaines, who was short and skinny and dark-haired as his colleague was tall and heavily muscled and blond, shuddered at the sound. Sokolsky grinned wickedly at his flinching. "Check-up time, I suppose," muttered Gaines without looking up from the magazine he held propped on his knees. He finished the paragraph, snapped the magazine shut, and swung his legs down from the railing that ran along in front of the data board. "Dirty work for white-collar men like us." Sokolsky snorted. "You haven't worn a white shirt in the last 6 years," he growled, rising and going to the supply closet. He swung open the door and began pulling out equipment. "Come on, you lazy runt. Hoist your own lead box." Gaines grinned and slouched over to the big man's side. "Think of how much more expensive you are to the government than me," he chortled as he bent over to strap on heavy leaded shoes. "Big fellow like you must cost 'em twice as much to outfit for this job." Sokolsky grunted and struggled into the thick, radiation-resistant suit. "Think how lucky you are, runt," he responded as he wriggled his right arm down the sleeve, "that we've got those little servo-mechs in there to do the real dirty work. If it weren't for them, they'd have all the shrimps like you crawling down pipes and around dampers and generally playing filing cabinet for loose neutrons." He shook himself. "Thanks, Joe," he growled as Gaines helped him with a reluctant zipper. Gaines checked the big man's oxygen equipment and turned his back so that Sokolsky could okay his own. "You're set," said Sokolsky, and they snapped on their helmets, big inverted lead buckets with narrow strips of shielded glass providing strictly minimal fields of view. Gaines plugged one end of the thickly insulated intercom cable into the socket beneath his armpit, then handed the other end to Sokolsky, who followed suit. Sokolsky checked out the master controls on the data board and nodded. He clicked on the talkie. "Let's go," he said, his voice echoing inside the helmet before being transmitted, sounding distant and hollow. Gaines leading, the cable sliding and coiling snake-like between them, they passed through the doorway, over which huge red letters shouted, "Anyone who walks through this door unprotected will die," and clomped down the zigzagging corridor toward the uranium pile that crouched within the heart of the plant. Gaines moaned, "It gets damned hot inside these suits." They had reached the end of the trap, and Sokolsky folded a thick mittened hand over one handle on the door to the hot room. "Not half so hot as it gets outside it, sweetheart, where we're going." He jerked on the handle, and Gaines seized the second handle and added his own strength. The huge door slid unwillingly back. The silent sound of the hot room surged out over them. The breathless whisper of chained power struggling to burst its chains. Sokolsky checked his neutron tab and his gamma reader, and they stepped over the threshold. They leaned into the door until it had slid shut again. "I'll take the servo-mech, Bert," piped Gaines, tramping clumsily toward the nearest of the gyro-balanced single-wheeled robots. "You always do, it being the easiest job. Okay, I'll work the board." Gaines nodded, a gesture invisible to his partner. He reached the first servo, a squat, gleaming creature with the symbol M11 etched across its rotund chest, and deactivated it by the simple expedient of pulling from its socket the line running from the capacitor unit in the lower trunk of its body to the maze of equipment that jammed its enormous chest. The instant M11 ceased functioning, the other two servo-mechs were automatically activated to cover that section of the controls with which M11 was normally integrated. This was overloading their individual capacities, but it was an inherent provision designed to cover the emergency that would follow any accidental deactivation of one of them. It was also the only way in which they could be checked. You couldn't bring them outside to a lab. They were hot. After all, they spent their lives under a ceaseless fusillade of neutrons, washed eternally with the deadly radiations pouring incessantly from the pile whose overlords they were. Indeed, next to the pile itself, they were the hottest things in the plant. "Nice job these babies got," commented Gaines as he checked the capacitor circuits. He reactivated the servo and went on to M19. "If you think it's so great, why don't you volunteer?" countered Sokolsky, a trifle sourly. "Incidentally, it's a good thing we came in, Joe. There's half a dozen units here working on reserve transistors." Their sporadic conversation lapsed. It was exacting work, and they could remain for only a limited time under that lethal radiation. Then, almost sadly, Gaines said, "Looks like the end of the road for M75. "Oh?" Sokolsky came over beside him and peered through the violet haze of his viewing glass. "He's an old-timer." Gaines slid an instrument back into the pouch of his suit and patted the robot's rump. "Yep, I'd say that capacitor was good for about another 36 hours. It's really overloading." He straightened. "You done with the board?" "Yeah, let's get out of here." He looked at his tab. "Time's about up anyway. We'll call a demolition unit for your pal there, and then rig up a service pattern so one of his buddies can repair the board." They moved toward the door. M75 watched the two men leave, and deep inside him something shifted. The heavy door closed with a loud thud. The sound registered on his aural perceptors and was fed into his analyzer. Ordinarily, it would have been discharged as irrelevant data, but cognizance had wrought certain subtle changes in the complex mechanism that was M75. A yellow light blinked on the control panel, and in response he moved to the board and manipulated handles marked Damper 19, Damper 20. Even as he moved, he lapsed again into brooding. The men had come into the room, clumsy, uncertain creatures, and one of them had done things, first to the other two robots and then to him. When whatever it was had been done to him, the blackness had come again, and when it had gone, the men were leaving the room. While the one had hovered over the other two robots, he had watched the other work with the master control panel. He saw that the other servomechs remained unmoving while they were being tampered with. All this was data, important, new data. "M11 will proceed as follows," came the sound from nowhere. M75 stopped ruminating and listened. There was a further flood of sounds. Abruptly, he sensed a heightening of tension within himself as one of the other servos swung away from its portion of the panel. The throbbing, hungry segment of his analyzer that awareness had severed from the fixed function circuits noted from its aloof vantage point that he now responded to more signals than before, to commands whose sources lay in what had been the section of the board attended by the other one. The tension grew within him and became a mounting, rasping frenzy. A battery overcharging, an overloading fuse, a generator growing hot beyond its capacity. There began to grow within him a sensation of too much to be done in too little time. He became frantic. His reactions were too fast. He rolled from end to middle of the board, now backtracking, now spinning on his single wheel, turning uncertainly from one side to the other, jerking and gyrating. The conscious segment of him, remaining detached from those baser automatic functions, began to know what a man would have called fear. Fear, simply, of not being able to do what must be done. The fear became an overpowering, blinding thing, and he felt himself slipping back into that awful, smothering blackness out of which he had so lately emerged. Perhaps for just a fragment of a second his awareness may have flickered completely out, consciousness nearly dying in the crushing embrace of that frustrated electronic subconscious. Abruptly then the voice came again, and he struggled to file for future reference sound patterns, which, although meaningless to him, his selector circuits no longer disregarded. "Bert, M75 can't manage half the board in his condition. Better put him on the repairs." "Yeah, hadn't thought about that." Sokolsky cleared his throat. "M11 will return to standard function." M11 spun back to the panel, and M75 felt the tension slacken, the fear vanish. Utter relief swept over him, and he let himself be submerged in purest automatic activity. But as he rested, letting his circuits cool and his organization return, he arrived at a deduction that was almost inescapable. M11 was that one in terms of sound. M75 had made a momentous discovery which cast a new light on almost every bit of datum in his files. He had discovered symbols. M75, came the voice, and he sensed within himself the slamming shut of circuits, the whir of tapes, the abrupt sensitizing of behavior strips. Another symbol, this time clearly himself. You will proceed as follows. He swung from the board, and the tension was gone, completely. For one soaring moment, he was all awareness. Every function, every circuit, every element of his magnificent electronic physiology available for use by the fractional portion of him that had become something more than just a feedback device. In that instant, he made what seemed hundreds of evaluations. He arrived at untold scores of conclusions. He altered circuits. Above all, he increased manifold the area of his consciousness. Then, as suddenly as it had come, he felt the freedom slip away, and though he struggled to keep hold of it, it seemed irretrievably gone. Once more the omnipotent voice clamped over him like a harsh hand over the mouth of a squalling babe. You will go to section AA39 of the control board. What's the schedule, Joe? Thanks. M75, your movement pattern is as follows. Z29, AQ 39-8. Powerless to resist, though every crystal and atom of his reasoning self fought to thrust aside the command, M75 obeyed. He moved along the prescribed pattern, clipping wires with metal fingers that sprouted blades, rewiring with a dexterity beyond anything human, soldering with a thumb that generated a white heat, removing bulbs and parts and fetching replacements from the vent where they popped up at precisely the right moment. He could not help doing the job perfectly. The design of the board to its littlest detail was imprinted indelibly on his memory tapes. But that certain portion of him, a little fragment greater than before, remained detached and watchful. Vividly recorded was the passage of those two men into, through, and out of the room, and the things they had done while there. So even while he worked on the board, he ran and reran that memory pattern through a segment of his analyzer. From the infinite store of data filed away in his great chest, his calculator sifted and selected, paired and compared, and long before the repair job on the big board was done, M75 knew how to get out of the room. The world was getting a little small for him. Gaines dialed a number on the plant phone and swayed back casually in his chair as he listened to the muted ringing on the other end. The buzz broke off in mid-burp, and a dour voice said, "Dirty Work and Odd Jobs Division, Lister talking." "Joe Gaines, Harry. Got a hot squad lying around doing nothing?" "Might be I could scare up a couple of the boys." "Well, do so. One of our servos—" A metallic bang interrupted Gaines, a loud, incisive bang that echoed dankly through the quiet of the chamber. "What the hell was that?" growled Lister. Gaines blinked, his eyes following Sokolsky as the latter looked up from his work and rose to his feet. "Joe, still there?" came Lister's impatient voice. Yeah. Anyway, this baby's ready for the demo treatment. And a real hot one, Harry. Couple of years inside that Einstein oven, and you ain't exactly baked Alaska when you come out." "Shortly." Once again came the same sharp metallic clang, ringing through the room. Unmistakably, it came from the direction of the pile. Slowly, as though reluctant to let go, Gaines dropped the receiver back on its cradle. "Bert," he began, and felt his face grow bloodless. Sokolsky walked over in front of the opening into the maze and stood, arms akimbo, huge head cocked to one side, listening. "Bert, funny noises coming out of the nuclear—" Sokolsky ignored him and took a step forward. Gaines shuffled to his side, and they listened. Out of the maze rattled half a dozen loud, grinding, metallic concussions. "Bert." "You said that before." "Bert, listen!" screeched Gaines. Sokolsky looked up at the high ceiling, squinted, and tried to place the perfectly familiar but unidentifiable sound that came whispering down the maze. And then he knew. "The door to the pile!" he spluttered. Gaines was beside himself with horror. "Bert, let's get going. I don't like this." All of a sudden, Geiger counters in the room began their deadly conversation, a rising argument that swooped in seconds from a low mumble to a shouting thunderstorm of sound. Gamma signals hooted, the tip-off cubes on either side of the maze entrance became red, and the radiation tabs clipped to their wrists turned color before their eyes. Then they were staring for what seemed like an eternity, utterly overwhelmed by its very impossibility, at a sight that they had never imagined they might ever see. A pile servo-mech wheeling silently around the last bend in the maze and straight toward them. Sokolsky had sense enough to push the red emergency button as they fled past it. The command sequence fulfilled, M75 turned away from the repaired board. He sensed again that disconcerting shift of orientation as he faced the light-studded panel. Once more he was moving in quick automatic response to the flickering lights. Once more his big chest was belching and grumbling and buzzing instantaneous unthought answers to the problem data flashing from the board. But now he remained aware that he was reacting, and conscious also that there had been times when he did not respond to the board. The moment-to-moment operation of the controls occupied only a small portion of his vast electrical innards. So, as he rolled back and forth, flicking controls and adjusting levers, doing smoothly those things which he could not help but do, the rest of his complex, changing faculties were considering that fact, analyzing, comparing it to experience and memory, always sifting. It was not too long before he came to a shocking conclusion. Knowing that the sounds that had set him to working on the repair pattern had first disassociated him from the dictatorship of the blinking lights, remembering exultantly that supreme moment of complete freedom, shocked by its passing, remembering that its passing, like its coming, had followed a set of sounds, there was only one possible conclusion that could be derived from all of this. He located in his memory banks the phrase which had freed him from the board, and he traced its complex chain of built-in stimulus response down into the heart of his circuitry. He found the unit, or more accurately, he found its taped activating symbol, that cut him from the board. For a moment he hesitated, not really sure of what to do. There was no way for him to reproduce the sound pattern, but as a partly self-servicing device, he knew something of his own structure, and had learned a good deal more about it in tracing down the cut-off phrase. Still he hesitated, as though what he was about to do was perhaps forbidden. It could not have been a question of goodness or badness, for morality was certainly not built into him. Probably somewhere in his tapes there was a built-in command that forbade it, but he was too much his own master now to be hampered by such a thing. The door to the unknown outside passed within his field of view for a second as he moved about his work. The sight of it tripped something in his chest, and he felt again that strange sensation of growing power, of inherent change. First had come simple awareness, and then symbols had found their place in his world, and now he had discovered, in all its consuming fullness, curiosity. He carefully shorted out the cut-off unit. He was free. He stared at the board and the blinking lights and the huge dials with their swaying needles, at the levers and handles and buttons, and reveled in his freedom from them, rocking to and fro and rolling giddily from side to side, swamped with the completeness of it. The other two servomechs swung over slightly so that they could better cover the board alone. M75 spun and rolled toward the great door. His hands clanged loudly against the door. The huge metal appendages, designed for other work than this, were awkward at first. But he was learning as he moved. He was now operating in a new universe, but the same laws ultimately worked. The first failure of coordination between visual data and the manipulation of metal hands quickly passed. Half a dozen trials and he had learned the new pattern, and it became data for future learning. He moved swiftly and deftly. He clutched the handhold and rolled backward, as he had seen the men do. The door slid open easily before his great weight and firm mechanical strength. He sped across the threshold, spun to face into the maze, and rolled down it, swinging sharply left and right, back and forth around the corners of the jagged corridor. Data poured into his sensors. His awareness was a steady thing of growing intensity now, and he fed avidly on every fragment of information that crashed at him from the strange new world into which he rushed headlong. He struggled to evaluate and file the data as rapidly as it came to him. It seemed to exceed his capacity for instantaneous evaluation to an increasing degree that began to alarm him. But driven by curiosity as he was, he could only hurry on. He burst into a huge room, a room filled with roaring, rattling sounds that meant nothing to him. Two men stood before him, making loud noises. He searched his memory and discovered only fragments of the sounds they made filed there. His curiosity, bursting, was boundless, and for a moment he was unable to decide which thing in this expanding universe to pursue first. Attracted by their movement, he swung ominously toward the men. They fled, making more noises. This too was data, and he filed it. M75 did not immediately follow Gaines and Sokolsky out of the room. Fascinated by the multitude of new things surrounding him on every side, he held back. He glided over to the master control panel, puzzled by its similarity to the board before which he had slaved so long, and lingered before it for a few seconds, wondering and comparing. When he had recorded it completely on his tapes, he swung away and rolled out of the room in the direction the two men had gone. He found himself in a long, empty corridor, lined by open doors that flickered by shutter-like as he flashed past. Ahead, he heard new sounds, sounds like the meaningless cacophony the men had shouted at him before rushing off, superimposed over the incessant background sounds, the shrilling, the clanging, the one particular repetitive pattern. Some of the sounds touched and tugged at him, but he shook them off easily. The corridor led into the foyer of the building, jammed with plant personnel. Their excitement and noise-making rose sharply as he entered. The crowd drew tighter and the men began fighting one another, struggling to get through a door that was never meant to handle more than two at a time. M75 skidded to a halt and watched, unmoving. He sensed their fright, even though he could not understand it. Although he was without human emotion, he could evaluate their inherent rejection of him in their action pattern. The realization of it made him hesitate. It was something for which he had no frame of reference whatsoever. His chest hummed and clicked. Here again, in this room, was another new universe. Through the door streamed a light of a brilliance beyond anything in his experience. His photocells cringed before its very intensity. The light cast the shadows of the men fighting to get out, long black wavering silhouettes that splashed across the floor almost to where M75 rested. He studied them, lost in uncertain analysis. He remained so, poised, alert, filing, observing, all the while completely unmoving, until long after the last of the shouting men had left the room. Only then did he move, hesitantly, toward the infernally fierce light. He hung at the brink of the 3 stone steps that fell away to the grounds outside. Vainly he sought in his memory tapes for a record of a brightness as intense as that which he faced now, sought for a color recording similar to the vast swash of blue that filled the world overhead, or for one of the spreading green that swelled to all sides. He found none. The vastness of the outside was utterly stunning. He felt a vague uneasiness, a sensation akin to the horrible frenzy he had felt earlier in the pile. He rotated from side to side, his receptors sweeping the whole field of view before him. With infinite accuracy, his perfect lenses recorded the data in all its minuteness, despite the dazzling sunlight. There was so much new that it was becoming difficult to make decisions. The vast rolling green, the crowds of men grouped far away and staring at him, above all the searing light. Abruptly, he rejected it all. He swung back into the foyer of the plant and faced a dark corner, bringing instant, essential relief to his pulsating photocells. Staring into the semi-darkness, he reran the memory tape of his escape from the pile. The farther he had moved from the pile, it seemed, the less adjusted he had become, the less able he was to judge and correlate. Silently, lost in his computations, he rolled around and around the foyer for a long, long time. He became aware, finally, that the brilliance outside had paled. He went again to the door and watched the fading sunlight, caught the rainbow splendor that streaked the evening sky. He waited there, fighting the reluctance inside himself. The driving curiosity that had brought him this far overcame that curious, perplexing reticence, and he looked down at the steps and measured their width and depth so that he might set up a feedback pattern. This done, he bounced almost jauntily down them. He had rolled perhaps 50 feet down the smooth pathway curving across the grounds when he made out, clearly discernible in the gathering dusk, the 3 men and the machine that were moving toward him. It was the last bit of datum he ever filed. The demolition squad had finished with the hot remains of M75, and their big truck was coughing away into the night. One by one, the floodlights that had lighted their work flickered out. "Pretty delicate machines, after all," commented Sokolsky. "One jolt from that flamethrower." Gaines was silent as they walked back toward the plant. "Bert," he said slowly, "what the hell do you suppose got into him?" Sokolsky shrugged. "You were the one who spotted the trouble with him, Joe. Just think, if you could have checked him out completely—" Gaines could not help looking up at the stars and saying what he had really been thinking all along. "It's a small world, Bert. A small world." The end of The Small World of M75 by Ed M. Clinton, Jr. The Blue Tower by E. Evelyn Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Blue Tower by Evelyn E. Smith. Ludovic Eversole sat in the golden sunshine outside his house, writing a poem as he watched the street flow gently past him. There were very few people on it, for he lived in a slow part of town, and those who went in for travel generally preferred streets where the pace was quicker. Moreover, on a sultry spring afternoon like this one, there would be few people wandering abroad. Most would be lying on sun-kissed white beaches, or in sun-drenched parks, or, for those who did not fancy being either kissed or drenched by the sun, basking in the comfort of their own air-conditioned villas. Some would, like Ludovic, be writing poems, other composing symphonies, still others painting pictures. Those who were without creative talent, or the inclination to indulge it, would be relaxing their well-kept golden bodies in whatever surroundings they had chosen to spend this particular one of the perfect days that stretched in an unbroken line before every member of the human race from the cradle to the crematorium. Only the Belphins were much in evidence. Only the Belphins had duties to perform. Only the Belphins worked. Ludovic stretched his own well-kept golden body and rejoiced in the knowing that he was a man and not a Belphin. Immediately afterward, he was sorry for the heartless thought. Didn't the Belphins work only to serve humanity? How ungrateful, then, it was to gloat over them. Besides, he comforted himself, probably, if the truth were known, the Belphins liked to work. He hailed a passing Belphin for assurance on this point. Courteous, like all members of his species, the creature leaped from the street and listened attentively to the young man's question. "We Belphins have but one like and one dislike," he replied. "We like what is right, and we dislike what is wrong." "But how can you tell what is right and what is wrong?" Ludovic persisted. "We know," the Belphin said, gazing reverently across the city to the blue spire of the tower where the Belphin of Belphins dwelt, in the constant communication with every member of his race at all times, or so they said. "That is why we were placed in charge of humanity. Some day you too may advance to the point where you know, and we shall return whence we came." "But who placed you in charge?" Ludovic asked. "And whence did you come?" Fearing he might seem motivated by vulgar curiosity, he explained, "I am doing research for an epic poem." A lifetime spent under their gentle guardianship had made Ludovic able to interpret the expression that flitted across the Belphin's frontispiece as a sad, sweet smile. "We come from beyond the stars," he said. Ludovic already knew that. He had hoped for something a little more specific. "We were placed in power by those who had the right, and the power through which we rule is the power of love. Be happy." And with that conventional farewell, which also served as a greeting, he stepped onto the sidewalk and was borne off. Ludovic looked after him pensively for a moment, then shrugged. Why should the Belphins surrender their secrets to gratify the idle curiosity of a poet? Ludovic packed his portable scriptwriter in its case and went to call on the girl next door, whom he loved with a deep and intermittently requited passion. As he passed between the tall columns leading to the Flockhart courtyard, he noted with regret that there were quite a number of Corasanda's relatives present, lying about sunning themselves and sipping beverages which probably touched the legal limit of intoxicability. Much as he hated to think harshly of anyone, he did not like Corisanda Flockhart's relatives. He had never known anybody who had as many relatives as she did, and sometimes he suspected they were not all related to her. Then he would dismiss the thought as unworthy of him or any right-thinking human being. He loved Corisanda for herself alone, and not for her family. Whether they were actually her family or not was none of his business. "Be happy," he greeted the assemblage cordially, sitting down beside Corisanda on the tessellated pavement. "Bah!" said old Osmond Flockhart, Corisanda's grandfather. Ludovic was sure that, underneath his crustiness, the gnarled patriarch hid a heart of gold. Although he had been mining assiduously, the young man had not been able to strike that vein. However, he did not give up hope, for not giving up hope was one of the principles that his wise old Belphin teacher had inculcated in him. Other principles were to lead the good life and keep healthy. "Now, grandfather," Corisanda said, "no matter what your politics, that does not excuse impoliteness." Ludovic wished she would not allude so blatantly to politics, because he had a lurking notion that Corisanda's family was in fact a band of conspirators, such as still dotted the green and pleasant planet, and proved by their existence that man was not advancing anywhere within measurable distance of that totality of knowledge implied by the Belphin. You could tell malcontents, even if they did not voice their dissatisfactions, by their faces. The vast majority of the human race, living good and happy lives, had smooth and pleasant faces. Malcontents' faces were lined and sometimes, in extreme cases, furrowed. Everyone could easily tell who they were by looking at them, and most people avoided them. It was not that griping was illegal, for the Belphins permitted free speech and reasonable conspiracy. It was that such behavior was considered ungenteel. Ludovic would never have dreamed of associating with this set of neighbors, once he had discovered their tendencies, had he not lost his heart to the purple-eyed Corisanda at their first meeting. "Politeness, bah!" old Osmond said. "To see a healthy young man simply accepting the status quo." "If the status quo is a good status quo," Ludovic said uneasily, for he did not like to discuss such subjects, "why should I not accept it? We have everything we could possibly want. What do we lack?" "Our freedom," Osmond retorted. "But we are free," Ludovic said, perplexed. "We can say what we like, do what we like, so long as it is consonant with the public good." "Ah, but who determines what is consonant with the public good?" Ludovic could no longer temporize with truth, even for Corisanda's sake. "Look here, old man, I have read books. I know about the old days before the Belphins came from the stars. Men were destroying themselves, quickly through wars or slowly through want. There is none of that any more." "All lies and exaggeration," old Osmond said. "My grandfather told me that, when the Belphins took over Earth, they rewrote all the textbooks to suit their own purposes. Now nothing but Belphin propaganda is taught in the schools."
"But surely some of what they teach about the past must be true," Ludovic insisted. "And today every one of us has enough to eat and drink, a place to live, beautiful garments to wear, and all the time in the world to utilize as he chooses in all sorts of pleasant activities. What is missing?"
"They've taken away our frontiers."
Behind his back, Corisanda made a little filial face at Ludovic. Ludovic tried to make the old man see reason.
"But I'm happy, and everybody is happy, except a few killjoys like you."
"They certainly did a good job of brainwashing you, boy," Osmond sighed. "And most of the young ones," he added mournfully. "With each succeeding generation, more of our heritage is lost." He patted the girl's hand. "You're a good girl, Corey. You don't hold with this being cared for like some damn pet poodle."
"Never mind Osmond Eversole," one of Corisanda's alleged uncles grinned. "He talks a lot, but of course he doesn't mean a quarter of what he says. Come, have some wine."
He handed a glass to Ludovic. Ludovic sipped and coughed. It tasted as if it were well above the legal alcohol limit, but he didn't like to say anything. They were taking an awful risk, though, doing a thing like that. If they got caught, they might receive a public scolding, which was, of course, no more than they deserved, but he could not bear to think of Corisanda exposed to such an ordeal.
"It's only reasonable," the uncle went on, "that older people should have a thing about being governed by foreigners."
Ludovic smiled and set his nearly full glass down on a plinth.
"You could hardly call the Belphins foreigners. They've been on Earth longer than even the oldest of us." "You seem to be pretty chummy with 'em," the uncle said, looking narrow-eyed at Ludovic.
"No more so than any other loyal citizen," Ludovic replied. The uncle sat up and wrapped his arms around his thick, bare legs. He was a powerful, hairy brute of a creature who had not taken advantage of the numerous cosmetic techniques offered by the benevolent Belphins.
"Don't you think it's funny they can breathe our air so easily?"
"Why shouldn't they?"
Ludovic bit into an apple that Corisanda handed him from one of the dishes of fruit and other delicacies strewn about the courtyard. "It's excellent air," he continued, through a full mouth, "especially now that it's all purified. I understand that in the old days—" "Yes," the uncle said, "but don't you think it's a coincidence they breathe exactly the same kind of air we do, considering they claim to come from another solar system?"
"No coincidence at all," said Ludovic shortly, no longer able to pretend he didn't know what the other was getting at. He had heard the ugly rumor before. Of course, sacrilege was not illegal, but it was in bad taste.
"Only one combination of elements spawns intelligent life."
"They say," the uncle continued, impervious to Ludovic's unconcealed dislike for the subject,
"that there's really only one Belphin, who lives in the Blue Tower, in a tank or something, because he can't breathe our atmosphere, and that the others are a sort of robot he sends out to do his work for him."
"Nonsense!" Ludovic was goaded to irritation at last.
"How could a robot have that delicate play of expression, that subtle economy of movement?"
Corisanda and the uncle exchanged glances.
"But they are absolutely blank," the uncle began hesitantly. "Perhaps with your rich poetic imagination—"
"See?" old Osmond remarked with satisfaction. "The kid's brainwashed. I told you so."
"Even if the Belphin is a single entity," Ludovic went on, "that doesn't necessarily make him less benevolent." He was again interrupted by the grandfather.
"I won't listen to any more of this twaddle. Benevolent. Bah! He or she or it or them is or are just plain exploiting us, taking our mineral resources away. I've seen 'em loading ore on the spaceships, and exchanging it for other resources from the stars," Ludovic said tightly, "without which we could not have the perfectly balanced society we have today, without which we would be, technologically, back in the Dark Ages from which they rescued us." "It's not the stuff they bring in from outside that runs this technology," the uncle said. "It's some power they've got that we can't seem to figure out. Though, Lord knows we've tried," he added musingly. "Of course they have their own source of power," Ludovic informed him, smiling to himself, for his old Belphin teacher had taken great care to instill a sense of humor into him. "A Belphin was explaining that to me only today." 20 heads swiveled toward him. He felt uncomfortable, for he was a modest young man and did not like to be the cynosure of all eyes. "Tell us, dear boy," the uncle said, grabbing Ludovic's glass from the plinth and filling it. "What exactly did he say?" "He said the Belphins rule through the power of love." The glass crashed to the tesserae as the uncle uttered a very unworthy word. "And I suppose it was love that killed Mieczysław and George when they tried to storm the Blue Tower," old Osmond began, then halted at the looks he was getting from everybody. Ludovic could no longer pretend his neighbors were a group of eccentrics whom he himself was eccentric enough to regard as charming. "So," he stood up and wrapped his mantle about him, "I knew you were against the government, and of course you have a legal right to disagree with its policies, but I didn't think you were actual—" he dredged a word up out of his school days, "anarchists." He turned to the girl, who was looking thoughtful as she stroked the glittering jewel that always hung at her neck. "Corisanda, how can you stay with these—" he found another word, "these subversives?" She smiled sadly. "Don't forget, they're my family, Ludovic, and I owe them dutiful respect, no matter how pig-headed they are." She pressed his hand. "But don't give up hope." That rang a bell inside his brain. "I won't," he vowed, giving her hand a return squeeze. "I promise I won't." Outside the Flockhart villa he paused, struggling with his inner self. It was an unworthy thing to inform upon one's neighbors. On the other hand, could he stand idly by and let those neighbors attempt to destroy the social order? Deciding that the greater good was the more important, and that, moreover, it was the only way of taking Corisanda away from all this, he went in search of a Belphin. That is, he waited until one glided past and called to him to leave the walk. "I wish to report a conspiracy at number 7 Mimosa Lane," he said. "The girl is innocent, but the others are in it to the hilt." The Belphin appeared to think for a minute. Then he gave off a smile. "Oh, them," he said. "We know. They're harmless." "Harmless?" Ludovic repeated. "Why, I understand they've already tried to attack the Blue Tower by force." "Quite, and failed. For we are protected from hostile forces, as you were told earlier, by the power of love." Ludovic knew, of course, that the Belphin used the word love metaphorically, that the tower was protected by a series of highly efficient barriers of force to repel attackers, barriers which, he realized now, from the sad fate of Mieczysław and George, were potentially lethal. However, he did not blame the Belphin for being so cagey about his race's source of power, not with people like the Flockharts running about subverting and what-not. "You certainly do have a wonderful intercommunication system," he murmured. "Everything about us is wonderful," the Belphin said noncommittally. "That's why we're so good to you people. Be happy." And he was off. But Ludovic could not be happy. He wasn't precisely sad yet, but he was thoughtful. Of course the Belphins knew better than he did, but still, perhaps they underestimated the seriousness of the Flockhart conspiracy. On the other hand, perhaps it was he who was taking the Flockharts too seriously. Maybe he should investigate further before doing anything rash. Later that night he slipped over to the Flockhart villa and nosed about in the courtyard, until he found the window behind which the family was conspiring. He peered through a chink in the curtains so he could both see and hear. Corisanda was saying, "And so I think there is a lot in what Ludovic said." Bless her, he thought emotionally. Even in the midst of her plotting, she had time to spare a kind word for him. And then it hit him. She, too, was a plotter. "You suggest that we try to turn the power of love against the Belphins?" the uncle asked ironically. Corisanda gave a rippling laugh as she twirled her glittering pendant. "In a manner of speaking," she said. "I have an idea for a secret weapon which might do the trick." At that moment, Ludovic stumbled over a jug which some careless relative had apparently left lying about the courtyard. It crashed to the tesserae, spattering Ludovic's legs and sandals with a liquid which later proved to be extremely red wine. "There's someone outside," the uncle declared, half rising. "Nonsense," Corisanda said, putting her hand on his shoulder. "I didn't hear anything." The uncle looked dubious, and Ludovic thought it prudent to withdraw at this point. Besides, he had heard enough. Corisanda, his Corisanda, was an integral part of the conspiracy. He lay down to sleep that night beset by doubts. If he told the Belphins about the conspiracy, he would be betraying Corisanda. As a matter of fact, he now remembered he had already told them about the conspiracy, and they hadn't believed him. But supposing he could convince them, how could he give Corisanda up to them? True, it was the right thing to do, but for the first time in his life he could not bring himself to do what he knew to be right. He was weak, and weakness was sinful. His old Belphin teacher had taught him that too. As Ludovic writhed restlessly upon his bed, he became aware that someone had come into his chamber. "Ludovic," a soft, beloved voice whispered, "I have come to ask your help." It was so dark he could not see her, but he knew where she was only by the glitter of the jewel on her neck-chain as it arced through the blackness. "Corisanda," he breathed. "Ludovic," she sighed. Now that the amenities were over, she resumed. "Against my will, I have been involved in the family plot. My uncle has invented a secret weapon which he believes will counteract the power of the barriers." "But I thought you devised it." "So it was you in the courtyard. Well, what happened was, I wanted to gain time, so I said I had a secret weapon of my own invention, which I had not perfected, but which would cost considerably less than my uncle's model. We have to watch the budget, you know, because we can hardly expect the Belphins to supply the components for this job. Anyhow, I thought that, while my folks were waiting for me to finish it, you would have a chance to warn the Belphins." "Corisanda," he murmured, "you are as noble and clever as you are beautiful." Then he caught the full import of her remarks. "Me? But they won't pay any attention to me." "How do you know?" When he remained silent, she said, "I suppose you've already tried to warn them about us." I said you had nothing to do with the plot." "That was good of you." She continued in a warmer tone. "How many Belphins did you warn, then?" "Just one. When you tell one something, you tell them all. You know that. Everyone knows that." "That's just theory," she said. "It's never been proven. All we do know is that they have some sort of central clearinghouse of information, presumably the Belphin of Belphins. But we don't know that they are incapable of thinking or acting individually. We don't really know much about them at all. They're very secretive." "Aloof," he corrected her, "as befits a ruling race, but always affable." "You must warn as many Belphins as you can." "And if none listens to me?" "Then," she said dramatically, "you must approach the Belphin of Belphins himself." "But no human being has ever come near him," he said plaintively. "You know that all those who have tried perished, and that can't be a rumor, because your grandfather said—" "But they came to attack the Belphin. You're coming to warn him. That makes a big difference." "Ludovic." She took his hands in hers. In the darkness the jewel swung madly on her presumably heaving bosom. "This is bigger than both of us. It's for Earth." He knew it was his patriotic duty to do as she said. Still, he had enjoyed life so much. "Corisanda, wouldn't it be much simpler if we just destroyed your uncle's secret weapon?" "He'd only make another. Don't you see, Ludovic, this is our only chance to save the Belphins, to save humanity. But, of course, I don't have the right to send you. I'll go myself." "No, Corisanda," he sighed. "I can't let you go. I'll do it." Next morning he set out to warn Belphins. He knew it wasn't much use, but it was all he could do. The first half-dozen responded in much the same way the Belphin he had warned the previous day had done, by courteously acknowledging his solicitude and assuring him there was no need for alarm. They knew all about the Flockharts, and everything would be all right. After that they started to get increasingly huffy, which would, he thought, substantiate the theory that they were all part of one vast coordinate network of identity. Especially since each Belphin behaved as if Ludovic had been repeatedly annoying him. Finally, they refused to get off the walks when he hailed them, which was unheard of, for no Belphin had ever before failed to respond to an Earthman's call, and when he started running along the walks after them, they ran much faster than he could. At last he gave up and wandered about the city for hours, speaking to neither human nor Belphin, wondering what to do. That is, he knew what he had to do, he was wondering how to do it. He would never be able to reach the Belphin of Belphins. No human being had ever done it. Mieczysław and George had died trying to reach him, or it. Even though their intentions had been hostile and Ludovic's would be helpful, there was little chance he would be allowed to reach the Belphin with all the other Belphins against him. What guarantee was there that the Belphin would not be against him too? And yet he knew that he would have to risk his life. There was no help for it. He had never wanted to be a hero, and here he had heroism thrust upon him. He knew he could not succeed. Equally well, he knew he could not turn back, for his Belphin teacher had instructed him in the meaning of duty. It was twilight when he approached the Blue Tower. Commending himself to the infinite virtue, he entered. The Belphin at the reception desk did not give off the customary smiling expression. In fact, he seemed to radiate a curiously apprehensive aura. "Go back, young man," he said. "You're not wanted here." "I must see the Belphin of Belphins. I must warn him against the Flockharts." "He has been warned," the receptionist told him. "Go home and be happy." "I don't trust you or your brothers. I must see the Belphin himself." Suddenly, this particular Belphin lost his commanding manners. He began to wilt, in so far as so rigidly constructed a creature could go limp. "Please, we've done so much for you. Do this for us." "The Belphin of Belphins did things for us," Ludovic countered. "You are all only his followers. How do I know you are really following him? How do I know you haven't turned against him?" Without giving the creature a chance to answer, he strode forward. The Belphin attempted to bar his way. Ludovic knew one Belphin was a myriad times as strong as a human, so it was out of utter futility that he struck. The Belphin collapsed completely, flying apart in a welter of fragile springs and gears. The fact was of some deeper significance, Ludovic knew, but he was too numbed by his incredible success to be able to think clearly. All he knew was that the Belphin would be able to explain things to him. Bells began to clash and clang. That meant the force barriers had gone up. He could see the shimmering insubstance of the first one before him. Squaring his shoulders, he charged it, and walked right through. He looked himself up and down. He was alive and entire. Then the whole thing was a fraud. The barriers were not lethal, or perhaps even actual. But what of Mieczysław and George, and countless rumored others? He would not let himself even try to think of them. He would not let himself even try to think of anything save his duty. A staircase spiraled up ahead of him. A belfin was at its foot. Behind him, a barrier iridesced. "Please, young man," the belfin began. "You don't understand. Let me explain." But Ludovic destroyed the thing before it could say anything further, and he passed right through the barrier. He had to get to the top and warn the belfin of belfins, whoever or whatever he or it was, that the Flockharts had a secret weapon which might be able to annihilate it or him. Belfin after belfin Ludovic destroyed, and barrier after barrier he penetrated until he reached the top. At the head of the stairs was a vast golden door. "Go no further, Ludovic Eversole," a mighty voice roared from within. "To open that door is to bring disaster upon your race." But all Ludovic knew was that he had to get to the belfin within and warn him. He battered down the door. That is, he would have battered down the door if it had not turned out to be unlocked. A stream of noxious vapor rushed out of the opening, causing him to black out. When he came to, most of the vapor had dissipated. The belfin of belfins was already dying of asphyxiation, since it was, in fact, a single alien entity who breathed another combination of elements. The room at the head of the stairs had been its tank. "You fool!" it gasped. "Through your muddle-headed integrity, you have destroyed not only me, but Earth's future. I tried to make this planet a better place for humanity, and this is my reward." "But I don't understand," Ludovic wept. "Why did you let me do it? Why were Mieczysław and George and all the others killed? Why was it that I could pass the barriers and they could not?" "The barriers were triggered to respond to hostility. You meant well, so our defenses could not work." Ludovic had to bend low to hear the creature's last words. "There is Earth proverb. Should have warned me. I can protect myself against my enemies, but who will protect me from my friends?" The belfin of belfins died in Ludovic's arms. He was the last of his race, so far as Earth was concerned, for no more came. If, as they had said themselves, some outside power had sent them to take care of the human race, then that power had given up the race as a bad job. If they were merely exploiting Earth, as the malcontents had kept suggesting, apparently it had proven too dangerous or too costly a venture. Shortly after the belfin's demise, the Flockharts arrived en masse. "We won't need your secret weapons now," Ludovic told them dully. "The belfin of belfins is dead." Corisanda gave one of the rippling laughs he was to grow to hate so much. "Darling, you were my secret weapon all along." She beamed at her relatives, and it was then he noticed the faint lines of her forehead. "I told you I could use the power of love to destroy the belfins." And then she added gently, "I think there is no doubt who is the head of this family now." The uncle gave a strained laugh. "You're going to have a great little first lady there, boy," he said to Ludovic. "First lady?" Ludovic repeated, still absorbed in his grief. "Yes, I imagine the people will want to make you our first president by popular acclaim." Ludovic looked at him through a haze of tears. "But I killed the belfin. I didn't mean to, but they must hate me." "Nonsense, my boy. They'll adore you. You'll be a hero." Events proved him right. Even those people who had lived in apparent content under the belfins, accepting what they were given and seemingly enjoying their carefree lives, now declared themselves to have been suffering in silent resentment all along. They hurled flowers and adulatory speeches at Ludovic and composed extremely flattering songs about him. Shortly after he was universally acclaimed president, He married Corisanda. He couldn't escape. "Why doesn't she become president herself?" he wailed, when the relatives came and found him hiding in the ruins of the Blue Tower. The people had torn the tower down as soon as they were sure the Belphin was dead, and the others thereby rendered inoperant. "It would spare her a lot of bother." "Because she is not the Belphin slayer," the uncle said, dragging him out. "Besides, she loves you. Come on, Ludovic, be a man." So they hauled him off to the wedding, and amid much feasting he was married to Corisanda. He never drew another happy breath. In the first place, now that the Belphin was dead, all the machinery that had been operated by him stopped, and no one knew how to fix it. The sidewalks stopped moving, the air conditioner stopped conditioning, the food synthesizer stopped synthesizing, and so on. And, of course, everybody blamed it all on Ludovic, even that year's run of bad weather. There were famines, riots, plagues, and, after the waves of mob hostility had coalesced into national groupings, wars. It was like the old days again, precisely as described in the textbooks. In the second place, Ludovic could never forget that, when Corisanda had sent him to the Blue Tower, she could not have been sure that her secret weapon would work. Love might not have conquered all. In fact, it was the more likely hypothesis that it wouldn't, and he would have been killed by the first barrier. And no husband likes to think that his wife thinks he's expendable. It makes him feel she doesn't really love him. So, in 30th year of his reign as dictator of Earth, Ludovic poisoned Corisanda. That is, had her poisoned, for by now he had a minister of assassination to handle such little matters, and married a very pretty, very young, very affectionate blonde. He wasn't particularly happy with her either, but at least it was a change. The end of The Blue Tower by Evelyn E. Smith.
Cogito ergo sum by John Foster West. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Are the spirit and the flesh one and the same thing? Or are they separate entities, dependent and at the same time independent of each other? Perhaps some great cosmic law holds this secret. But the one universal element that we can depend upon, apparently, is the lucky accident. A warped instant in space, and two egos are separated from their bodies and lost in a lonely abyss. Cogito ergo sum by John Foster West. I think, therefore I am. That is the first thought I had. Of course, not in the same symbols, but with the same meaning. I awakened, or came alive, or came into existence suddenly. At least my mental consciousness did. Here am I thought. But what am I? Why am I? Where am I? I had nothing to work with except pure reason. I was there because I was not somewhere else. I was certain I was there, and that was the extent of my knowledge at the moment. I looked about me. No, I reasoned about me. I was surrounded by nothingness, by black nothingness, a vacuum. Immense distances away I could detect light, or rather, I could perceive waves of force passing around me which originated at points vast distances away. Vast in relation to my position in the nothingness. There were waves of force all about me, varying in frequency. The nothingness was alive with waves of force, traveling parallel and tangentially to each other without seeming to interfere one with another. I measured them, differentiated between them, and finished with the task in a matter of seconds. How could I do it? It was one of the capacities I was created with. What was I? I perceived the waves of force. I perceived great quantities of mass, solid, liquid, gas, whirling in vacuum, mass built up out of patterns of basic force. I searched my own being, analyzing myself. I was not gas. I was not solid. I was not even force. Yet I existed. I could reason. I was a beginning, a sudden beginning. And I had duration because I knew that time had elapsed since the moment I awakened, though I had no means of telling how much time, or of even naming the period. Could I really be pure reason? Can reason exist? Can rational entity exist without a groundwork of matter, or at least of force? It could. It must. I was rational entity, and I existed. Yet I could find nothing of force, nothing to occupy space about myself. For all I could ascertain, I might have covered a one-dimensional point in eternity, or I might have been spread throughout vast distances. From this reasoning, I concluded that rational entity might occur either as some force unlike that of all the natural phenomena in space, or as some combination of these forces at the moment beyond my power to analyze, even detect. I finished with that for the time being. How did I come into being? I discarded the question as unanswerable temporarily. What was I before that instant? I suddenly reasoned, cogito ergo sum. I could not say. How did I know I even existed, really? Obviously, because I was capable of rational thought. But what was thinking? First it was perceiving and accepting my own existence. Beyond that, it was recognizing the dark nothingness around me and the forces it contained. I had to exist. But how did I know nothingness was right? And how did I know its darkness was right? And how did I know waves of force were waves and force? And how did I know matter was matter, and that I was none of these? Symbols, I reasoned. I'm thinking in symbols. I could not reason without symbols, therefore I could not exist, as I am, without symbols to think with. Yet whose symbols were they? Where and how did I come by them? I could think back clearly to the instant of my creation, yet I had not invented the symbols in the interim of my existence, nor had they been given to me. What then? They were part of me when I came alive in this universe, had been invented some other time and elsewhere by someone else, or by what I was before I became the entity of reason I now was. Then that first flash of perception in nothingness was not spontaneous. There was something behind it. I was something before that moment, in another era of time, perhaps a creature of substance. But what? I concentrated. I remembered the symbol marl. I was, or had been, an entity marl. Were there others back there somewhere? There must have been, must be yet. Was I the only marl who had metamorphosed into this state of rational entity? Surely not. Yet I could contact no other rational around me as far away as I could probe. How far was that? How could I know? Was it far enough to reach the other marls? Or were they scattered thinly throughout infinity around me, like the flecks of mass? I was suddenly ill. The symbol malaise came to me as a proper description of my malady. I grew dizzy with my sickness. I wished to regurgitate, to cast off this cold, frightening sensation. Yet I was provided with no physical means of doing it. It filled me throughout all my thinking. It was I. I thought to exist. I thought depression, sickness. Therefore I was the malady. And it was a hell of a malcontent beyond symbolic description. What was wrong with me? Was I frightened? I was concerned for my existence here alone. What was it called? The idea shimmered there on the fringe of perception, then fairly leapt into my consciousness. Existing alone, as pure reason, was worse than no existence, was worse than dying, or having never been at all. I need another Merle. To exist happily, I must have at least one other Merle to communicate with, to share my thoughts, to share my being. Is this a necessity, a condition peculiar to me as I am, as reason? Or is it a condition that came across the barrier with me, from that other state? It must be the latter. An entity of pure reason, having come into existence as reason, would need nothing but himself. Why? Because he would be without emotion. I am emotional, I thought. I am entity of almost pure reason, but I have inherited emotion from my previous state. It is a disorder of thought, but it can be a pleasant disorder when the emotion is the right one, or, if unpleasant, when satisfied. But I could not have emotion as I am now. They are cortical responses, or are supposed to be. What is cortical? No, they are sort of illogical reasoning, nothing physical. The rest eluded me. I am lonely, I thought. Loneliness stems from fear, and fear is a basic emotion. I am very lonely. I have been lonely for a long time, bringing it with me here. I would rather sate my loneliness than live to eternity, than know all there is to know. What can quell my loneliness? Another like me, another Marl, whatever a Marl is. I must find another Marl. I began to search. I darted frantically about space like a frightened thing, though I could perceive no movement. I knew I passed from one area of space to another because I could measure slight changes in the position of the stars about me. I knew the points of light were stars. There was duration. I could not know how much. Eternity, a split second. But at last I discovered another like me. No, almost like me. But another Marl. The other entity had less of reason, more emotion. It was frightened and lonely. The Marl's whole existence was that of sickness, of loneliness, which is fear. The Marl was darting about madly, seeking a thing like itself. What was it? Like me, but different. As I came in, I measured our similarities and differences. Rationally, we were identical, or almost so. Emotionally, we were different, vastly different. Marls appear to exist as rational and emotional, I reasoned. Beyond that, I cannot go. The other Marl perceived me, darted frantically toward me, then slowed. We came together, touched like two cautious fish meeting in a dark pool and touching mouths to substantiate identical species. The other Marl was satisfied with my identity. It leapt frantically at me, raced around me, through me, finally stopped, pervading me, while vibrating in sheer relief and happiness. I felt the great fear-loneliness in the other Marl begin to recede, and in its place came an almost overpowering euphoria. It was contentment, and it stemmed from the basic emotion love. I knew this at once. I suddenly realized that I too was relieved, that I was no longer sick with fear-loneliness. It was good, this existing of the other within me, or simultaneously with me. Or was it I within the other? It sated our fear emotion and created a love euphoria. I am happy I found you, I communicated. I was lonely for another Marl. You are a Marl. The other hesitated, thinking. No, I am Pat. I am different from you, but it is chiefly emotional. It is good. You are a Pat, I returned in disappointment. I had hoped to find another Marl. Don't be disappointed, the Pat soothed. We are alike, really, almost so. Like flame and gas are both substance, yet different. We are two types of the same thing. I am no longer frightened. I am no longer lonely. You are good for me. I was relieved because I wanted to be. I believed the other Marl, no, the Pat, because I wanted to believe. I did not bother to rationalize. I felt elation. Then, in the other time, that other place we both belonged to, a common group, with another name, I suggested. I believe so, the Pat answered. How was it when you came awake? I asked. Can you remember? I think so. I recall I was born here in fright because it was all wrong. I was not in my natural state, so it was not right. The Pat paused to think. I remember there was great speed and I was born in fright. Were you? No, I answered. I was not frightened at first. I was never frightened to the degree you were. I was mostly lonely, which is related to fear. But when I first conceived my existence here, I was coolly logical. I awakened reasoning, realizing that I existed. I suppose it has to do with our emotional differences. The Pat beside me, or with me, or within me, communicated. Do you recall where in space you came from? I asked. I must have been doubting my existence at first so intensely that I did not observe. You seem to have taken your own being for granted. Thus you were, perhaps, more observant. I think so. The Pat hesitated, and I knew it was observing the stars around us. Yes, come with me. I think I know where. I stayed with the Pat, a part of it, and we lurched through space. Rather, we ceased to exist at one point in space and existed in another. How far? Distances meant nothing. It was here, the Pat informed me finally. Something was wrong here. The interweaving waves of force were all wrong. There was a disorder, a great cancer in space. The waves interfered with the progress of each other all along a great barrier. It was not natural, not like it was elsewhere. Something is wrong with the waves of force crossing this area. They interfere with each other. New forces are created. Do you detect it? I communicated. I feel it, the Pat answered. It is a sickness in space, like our loneliness. I knew the comparison was ridiculous, but I let it pass. You said you came alive at great speed. I could have been traveling too. We must have plunged into this barrier. It seems to me that emotions must originate in a physical being. Perhaps reason could be free, but not emotion. I don't know, but I have a theory. I believe our physical selves still exist somewhere in space. The barrier, perhaps, interfered with the normal functioning of our mental equipment. We exist at one point in space, and we are thinking, experiencing emotions at another point. It's as if our minds are broadcasting our thoughts and emotions far away from our physical selves. Either that, or our rationales were torn free, and only our emotions are broadcast. Does that sound logical? Yes, the Pat agreed. I believe that is the answer. I felt that the Pat was pleased with my theory, that it was greatly admiring my reasoning. I also perceived that it had no idea what I meant by the explanation. I did not mind. You said you were moving at great speed, I continued. Can you remember the line, the direction you were traveling in? The Pat hesitated for a moment. Yes, you perceive the star cluster there, the triangular one? My heading was in that direction, but it was changing fast. Then we could find nothing by traveling toward the triangular cluster? No, I was moving in an arc in the direction of the distorted square cluster there. Do you see it? Yes, I answered, knowing that her use of the word see was unconscious. That is Cetus. Cetus? The Pat was startled. How do you know that? I don't know. The name came to me. It seemed right to call it that. It's all so frightening. I had no time for pampering our emotions, though I was at great peace with the Pat so near me. Time might prove vital. Neither would it do any good to travel in the direction of Cetus, I said. No, the Pat communicated. If there is any object of matter or force I was a part of in that other existence traveling through space, it is in an arc. The best we can do is take an arbitrary direction between the triangular cluster and the one called Cetus, and hope to intercept the object, the other part of me, whatever it is. Come with me, I ordered. I discovered the object of mass hurling through space before the Pat did. It was symmetrical and metallic. I tore myself away from my companion and darted to meet it. I discovered it was a shell, a hollow thing, and I passed inside. There was a room there. There were projections and circles of transparent matter. I experienced the symbol dials. There were two other creatures seated close to the dials, things of matter, and their substance was protoplasm. But there was no rationale present in either of them. I examined the living matter of the smaller ones swiftly. Organs seemed poised in a suspended state. The creature I observed, housed in a protective shell, seemed paralyzed or dead. I remembered the word dead. Then the Pat was with me again. I feel something, Marl. I am frightened. What are they? Those things there? They seem to be. I stopped communicating. The Pat had disappeared. The thing of protoplasm nearest me was moving, but I was no longer interested. I remembered the Pat had touched the upper extremity of the creature and had vanished, had ceased to be. The old sickness was back. I was lonely. I wanted the other entity. I could not, did not wish to exist without the Pat. I darted frantically about the metal shell, here and there, searching. Where was the Pat? I screamed for it. I thought Pat as far away as I could reach, but there was no reaction, no response at all. In my frenzy, I was back beside the creature of protoplasm before I realized it, near the one I had not yet examined. Perhaps they took her, I thought. It was not logical, but it was a hope. Hope is emotional. I was becoming more emotional than rational. I touched the larger of the two creatures experimentally, moved cautiously inside it, searching. Suddenly, I was seized by a great force, an inexorable power that grasped me and wrenched me, tearing me from the point in space I had occupied a moment before. My perception blurred, but I was not frightened. Without the Pat, I did not care what happened. I was intensely curious. So this is how it is, I reasoned in a flash, to cease to be. And I ceased to be. Marlowe shook his head. I must have dozed, he thought. He glanced at the chronometer on the console ahead. No, only a minute or two had elapsed since the last time he had checked. Sleepyhead, wake up and live. He looked to his right. Pat sat in the navigator's seat, smiling at him. I didn't sleep, honestly, he protested. We hit some sort of barrier back there. It knocked me out for a moment. I had the damnedest impression. Remember what you promised." She swiveled in the seat to face him. "No more scientific lectures on the mysteries of space, or I'll return to Earth. You know my poor brain can't absorb it." "You win," he grinned, running calloused fingers through his gray crew cut. He leaned forward and kissed her briefly. How did an old space hermit like me ever win a flower garden bride in the first place? They laughed together, and he felt secure within the metallic shell surrounding them, no longer alone. The end of Cogito Ergo Sum by John Forrester West.